Good evening, everyone. How is everyone doing today? Good to see everyone. Yes, the stream did go 8-bit there for a minute, Cord. I hope everyone is doing well. Welcome, everybody, to the Stage of Reason. A fresh Stage of Reason here on Wednesday. I've never done it here on Wednesday. I always do it on Sundays. But I hope you all will enjoy the show today. Hopefully, we will have an exciting one. We'll have some conversations with some believers about what they believe and why. I'm fully aware that there are some other shows going on. Skeptic Haven is currently on right now. Matt Dillahunty is on right now as well. But, what is it? Diversity is, important, or I guess, what is the word? Options, options are important. I guess, what did they say? Something is the spice of life. But nonetheless, I hope everyone's doing well. I appreciate you being here. Let's see who we've got in the chat today before we kick things off. Clive Wells is here. Good to see you, Clive. Thanks so much for the obligatory alternative energy. I do appreciate that. Marnie Wheeler's here as well. Says evidence I expect to see. Trees exist. Yes, there'd be a lot of trees probably. But good to see you, Marnie. Cindy Johnson, welcome. Not sure how long I can stay on, but looking forward to another good stream. Thank you so much, Cindy. I do appreciate you being here. Cord, good to see you. Thank you so much for hanging out. Mystery Man, good to see you as well. Thanks so much for being here. Free Jemmy is here. Popped in to say, sorry, can't stay. You're on at the same time as Matt, hosting Thinker. Maybe research your time slot more next time. It's not really so much about, I appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much for the support. And it's not so much about researching it, but just trying to maximize the amount of time that I am online to having these conversations. And there's eventually going to be some overlap. If I do this more often, I'm going to overlap with somebody because this is the best time for me to do it. It's typically around 7 o'clock. I wasn't able to do it at 6 like I originally scheduled, or like I wanted to do it, because I spent a little bit longer at the doctor's office today. I had a doctor's appointment just to get checked out and everything. But I was there a little bit longer than I anticipated and kind of pushed everything back. So 7 o'clock it is. But we'll probably do it. I'll probably do it at 6. But thank you so much, Free, for the super chat. I do appreciate that support. Who else do we have here? Andrew O is hanging out in the back. Andrew's going to be up here in just a moment. Local admin. But the trees or something. Yes, thank you so much. Local BV is here as well. Good to see you. Rasheen, it's been forever. Thank you so much for being here. Always good to see you as well. And I think, that's it. Corley says, regrettably, I am not retiring from UPS like I said a few weeks ago. They bait and switch me. Oh, that sucks. Nobody likes that. But good. I'm sorry that worked out like that. Hopefully, it'll get sorted. Jinju, good to see you. Says variety. Unfortunately, there is very little of that in theological arguments. Agreed. Very little of that in theological arguments. So, but hopefully we will have some interesting conversations tonight. I don't know how long we'll go because I've never done it on a Wednesday, but we'll see what happens, And let's see what we got. Let's bring up. Roisin says it's feckin' 1 a.m. Glad to be awake to catch you. Thanks so much, Roisin. I do appreciate that. Yeah, I know. It's like 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yep. And let me bring him up. Andrew, what's going on, dude?
Hey. Enter player 2.
Player 2 has entered the game. And you got work. Player 2 has left the game. All right. A hint of cute 8-bit goodness. Yes. So I want to thank I Killed Earl for this little background, this animated background we got back here. I think the only thing that could possibly make it better would be some 8-bit music. Some something to as it's loading up. We don't need it here, obviously, but obviously if I play it as a video to follow up the Stage of Reason, when I set the stage topics, I think a little bit of music for that opening video might work really, really well. So I think that would be cool. Cord says time zones aren't real, just like birds aren't real. So for anybody who might be new here, who has not been here before, I appreciate you hanging out. And of course, the link to join us on stage and talk about what you believe and why is pinned up at the top. And if we don't have anybody here, I do have content that we can go over, and hopefully some interesting topics that I think will be funny to take a look at and to critique. Until then, hopefully we will get somebody up in the chat and we can have a chat. Or have somebody up on the stage and we can have a chat about what they believe and why. Hopefully, I always like to prioritize theists to see if anybody has any any arguments or evidence that they would like to present, and possibly, if they think that they can convert me by convincing me, I'm open to whatever. So as long as they got evidence and they can back it up, I want to see what they've got. So let's see who we get. Hopefully, fingers crossed, because I know that the audience is a little bit low right now, so I don't know how long it'll be until we get someone, because I know a bunch of people are over at other streams, but that's okay. They may check us out. So, like I said, doing it like in the evening is dicey because so many other people are going, but you got to start somewhere. That's the challenge on me. You got to start somewhere doing something. But I do have content we can take a look at and we can laugh at. So I got a bunch that we can look at and laugh at.
Yeah, lots of material on the review list.
Oh, yeah. I've got scientific proofs debunking atheism. I've got D&D is evil. I've got evolution's biggest lie. The future of atheism. Proof of God's existence. This video destroyed atheist logic. Top 10 reasons why I ain't gonna be no atheist is the title of it. So I've got all kinds of stuff. But, like I said, any believers are more than welcome to hit the link at the top and join us on stage for a conversation, or if you have questions about, like how we justify things or anything of that nature, be more than happy to answer those questions or whatever you have. So please feel free. Cord says, but D&D is evil when played correctly. It was one of my favorite movies. It's it's a guilty pleasure of mine is Knights of Badassdom, which was directed by Joe Lynch, and I want the Lynch cut to be released eventually because E Entertainment screwed she chopped up the movie and made it and just made it worse than made it streamlined it. It was just ridiculous, but they cut out all the good stuff, and I want to see the Joe Lynch cut because that movie is amazing about a bunch of D&D LARPers who inadvertently, utilizing a book that was written by John Dee, inadvertently summon a succubus into their live action role playing game. So they're out there in the woods with foam sticks and their costumes and everything, and they actually summon a supernatural entity into the game. into the game. So funny stuff. Oh, I just wish I hadn't gotten mutilated by the production company. Oh, I'm actually kind of curious about. It's kind of a long one. It's kind of a long video. That's probably why I haven't responded to you. Some of these are a little on the long side. 15 minutes. That one's 40 minutes long. Evolution School's biggest lie. 15 minutes. 26 minutes. 27 minutes. Yeah, it's probably the reason why I haven't responded to these, because they're just so long and they take so much time.
Are any of them from interesting sources, or are these mostly unknowns? Some
of them you will recognize. Some of them you'll recognize the person. Some of them might be unknowns, but every single one of the ones I just listed, they're all different people. Oh, Cord Lismay says, thoughts on D&D Honor Among Thieves. I personally loved it. The owlbear with Chef's Kiss. Everything about that movie was Chef's Kiss. Honor Among Thieves was a love letter from D&D fans to D&D fans. That hit that fine line where even the public who doesn't play D&D could truly appreciate it just as a fantasy comedy. The spell when he duplicates Chris Pine's character and he gets stuck and the spell starts coming apart because he's losing control of it. The bray like that. When I saw that in theaters, I fell out of my damn chair. That I was laughing. Bray. I fell out of my chair. That thing was so damn funny. So, this was my favorite part of the movie, but everything about it was great because it takes phenomenal actors who love the material to sell something like that. And when you find out stuff, I think, Andrew, have you ever seen D&D Honor Among Thieves?
No, I have not. I've just actually gone to look it up.
Chris Pine, Michelle Rodriguez, a bunch of named actors that you'll recognize, and of course, some fresh faces that you probably. I know that the girl from It Chapter One, who played Beverly, the young Beverly, she's in it. But really excellent show, a really excellent film. But there was you find out some brilliant stuff about it, like when you talk about the talent of the actors behind it. One of my favorite sequences was when the paladin that they eventually join up with in order to beat the fat dragon, the overeating fat dragon. When they finally they get that whole sequence done, and they get the item that they're looking for, the paladin is walking away, and so he's just walking straight. And he's like, "Wow!" And he's like, and they Chris Pine, who's a bard. Chris Pine plays a bard, and he comments on just how stoic the guy is. And just how he goes like, wow, he's like actually walking in a straight line. He's like, then they see him because he's walking away on the beach, and he's just walking away. He's like, wow, it's just really walking away in a straight line. Oh, he's coming up on a rock. And Chris Pine is doing this commentary as the paladin is walking away, and the camera just stays on. All of it was improv. It was all improvisation. Just Chris Pine just pulling it out of his ass. And it's like, oh, he's coming up on a rock. Do you think he'll go around? Do you think he'll go around it? Up, nope. And he just walks right over the rock and just keeps on going. And so, because the guy was waiting until he heard cut. But brilliant film with lots of great little moments. Good stuff. Godless Spectrumite says, I'm too nerdy for D&D. I don't have any friends. I play JRPGs. That's D&D for people with no friends. Aw. I where I live, I don't have anybody to tabletop with as well. There is a shop that's a little ways away from me that I could go to, but I don't have a group is the problem. There are groups that do play, that do tabletop, pen and paper, pencil and paper stuff. And I could join them, or I could go and look for a group. But I do like D&D. I grew up with 2nd edition advanced. I'm more a fan of Palladium, so I don't have a Palladium group to play with. So, which is a shame. I have all the books, like every one of them in my collection, and I don't have anybody to run with. So, and anybody that, and I don't know anybody where I am that knows the system as well as I do, which is unfortunate. Tony says, behind you, jail, there was a ghost. Yeah, they're everywhere. They are everywhere. Well, we do have a video that we can take a look at until we have a believer who wants to come up on stage to talk about, yep, there you go, Cord, riffs for the win. I ran a campaign back, long time ago, years ago. I ran a riffs campaign that lasted 6 years. And it was a mercenary campaign. And all of my friends were in it. We had the core group, and then we had some people that would come in and just like run a character with us, and it was just badass, and we all loved it. It was a lot of fun until eventually kind of life got in the way, and we just couldn't continue it. But I ran a character. The character that one of the primary characters that I had in there was a CS dog boy that I ran as an NPC, which is pretty badass. So you guys should go Chaosium, RuneQuest, and Call of Cthulhu rocks. I played Call of Cthulhu. I like Call of Cthulhu. Arkham Horror. I like the Arkham Horror is really good, and all of its expansions. Touch of Evil, Betrayal at House on Haunted Hill. Good stuff. Love it all. Nice. Very cool. Awesome. 30 years. You got to be level 15 at this point. Marnie Wheeler says, Algo isn't helping you. I knew something was starting, but couldn't remember what. Scrolled through live and other categories. Nothing. Finally remembered it was Bridge the Divide. I appreciate that, Marnie. I do. Yeah, the algorithm is just, fighting up. It's an uphill battle, but you gotta take it where you can, hit it where you can. So let's see. I've got this, and we can do a review. Where is it at?
Hey, well,
we can do a review of a video while we are waiting for somebody, but I have Ghost as a search term. Oh, killing me. Absolutely killing me. So this video is titled, and I shit you not, 10 Reasons Why I Ain't Gonna Be No Atheist. So double negatives aside.
I was, if you didn't, I was gonna.
So double negatives aside, let's check out and see what he's got to say. I cannot remember for the life of me who this guy is. I don't know. But definitely you can see in the back, just by his background, he's a big believer. He's got the classic picture of Paul in the background. There's Jesus, Mary. So I'm leaning towards he's probably Catholic, or some form of Catholic. Don't know if he'd be trad Cath or second or Vatican II Cath. So we'll find out. But he's got a lot of books back there. So maybe he's super learned. Let's find out. I want to make sure this audio is good.
Hey, welcome back to the Diary of a Crappy Catholic. My name is Mark Wozni.
So he is a Catholic. Oh, Mark Wozni. And thank you so much, Jared Reed, who's been a member of the Godless Army for 3 months. Appreciate you being here. Thank you. And please, I hope you enjoy all the custom emojis and the channel badge. Seems a little quiet. Wish I could increase the volume on this.
And it is a Friday, and I'm feeling a little mischievous today. And I had thought about a bunch of different topics I could talk about, and goodness knows there's millions upon kabillions of them to talk about. But something that kept coming up while I was doing this, and maybe it was an inspiration, it probably was an inspiration, was this whole topic, the idea of atheism. Now,
I don't... Okay, I know he hasn't really said anything yet, and there might be a lot of this video where he does that, where he doesn't like really say anything. He just kind of like, it's all preamble or setup. But I don't know why I do not know why it's this problematic. I mean, for someone as learned as he presents himself to be, like the concept of atheism should not be this difficult. But then again, it's entirely possible that the majority of his background is in theology and not in philosophy. So it's entirely possible. And BV, I did hear that the Secretary of the Navy resigned. I did hear that.
Are we able to bump up the video volume just a tiny bit as well?
I'm wondering how I can, because I've got it maxed on the screen.
I guess the alternative is bringing us down and the whole stream up. Is there a master for the stream?
Not really. Give me 1 sec. Maybe let me see if I can.
If not, it's not a huge disparity.
No, I just opened it up, and I just opened it up like in a separate window, just like the video itself. The video itself is quiet.
Oh, there's a browser. If you're using Chrome, by the way, there's a great add-on you could get for this. They'll let you do it by tab, Volume Master. It gives you like per tab volume control, including like a 600% boost potential. Great thing to add on. If you're going through a standard browser window, that'll do it.
Well, I'm not doing that. I have the video physically on my system.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Is what it is. VLC allows a boost as well.
Yeah.
If you're using that. But working with what we got.
Better Catholic, what being Catholic is, and we're going to explore all that stuff. But at the end of the day, it's about God and ever present, omnipresent, incredible, amazing God who is love itself.
It's a positive claim, obviously claiming that it exists. And obviously there's problems with the attributes. I don't need to go through them. They obviously entail contradictions. And just saying God is love is problematic because it's tautologically vacuous. God is love, love is God, God equals God. The words become interchangeable. They don't mean anything. So, because if we're talking about love in the context that we understand it, love refers to a very, very specific thing, and you say that is God, then there's no law of identity there. If you say love is God, God is love, it just doesn't tell us. It doesn't tell us anything about the entity itself. So,
okay,
yeah, it gets worse on the thought that basically saying God is love is saying God is an attribute, not God has attributes. God,
the God itself, yeah.
Yeah, and then you're just going to run into composition division plus, of course, right, a total breakage of the law of identity because it's apparently not just one thing. It's apparently a thing and not a thing because it has also other things.
Right.
Yeah.
The beauty of our faith is that you believe that God is watching over you. He's there.
Yeah, the problem is it's not a beautiful thing because faith is not a tool for epistemology. The beauty of it, I guess, I would say in this person's eyes, is that it enables them to deny reality and makes them feel better about it. I mean, the emotional validation they get justifies their denial of reality and their inability to cope with a universe that doesn't give a shit about them. So,
There every second of the day for you. You are immersed in God. He's everywhere. Okay, and that's where we're coming from. So I thought about
all emotional appeal.
the atheist for a minute. I thought, well, first of all, I got to say, I'm kind of sad in my heart that if you're an atheist, you don't believe in God, because what a void that must be.
It's not. So I don't like this like assumption shit or this straw man shit. It's not a void. It like this is him projecting his nonsense onto us. That if there was no God, he doesn't know what he would fill that with, or what he would like what he doesn't even know if it's even to him. If there was no God, it would leave this big empty hole, like this big void. And for me, it was the removal of the God to realize that there was no void, that the God concept was pretty much overlaid onto reality as an explanatory thing. But once you remove it, you realize you don't need it. It's like it's just it's just something that people impose upon reality as a thing, and it's just not necessary. So, and Brandon Mathewson is here. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Yep, I don't have a void of Flurfelbergen. Yep. Poor Theist has a God-shaped hole in his heart. So sad.
But like I said, I'm feeling a little mischievous, and this is from me. This is not anything official. This isn't anything that I got from a book, I don't think. But
the opinions of this channel do not reflect the opinions of the Catholic Church. They are solely held by the owner themselves.
It's 10 Reasons Why Atheism is Stupid by Mark Wasney. Okay, so here we go. Number one. My first thought is that if there is no God, then you don't have to act like there is a God. Now think about that for a second.
Right, I don't. So this is going to go to an.
He got us.
He got us. Ooh, there isn't a second moon in the sky, so I don't have to act like there is a second moon in the sky. It's like, what the shit? I live 1,500 miles from an ocean, so I don't have to live like I'm 500 miles from an ocean. It's like, come on.
For Christians in general, we live as though there is a God. We have to pay, make an account for all the stuff we've done and not done and said and not said during our lifetimes.
Well, I do as well, but I have to do it to myself. I have to account for the things I do and the things I don't do, my actions and my inactions. I have to account for those myself, to myself. It's like, why did I do that thing? Was I justified in doing that thing? Was I acting in a certain way, or why am I ignoring this thing? Why did I not do something here when I could have done something here? I have to evaluate my stuff, and I'm accountable to me. Not to mention I'm accountable to the society that I'm in, depending upon what actions I'm undertaking. But this is called integrity, And I feel like I'm blowing my own horn, or I'm puffing I'm like tooting my own horn, saying like I have integrity. That's usually something I would hope that people think about me. They'd say that JL's a person who has integrity. But this is the defining trait of integrity, is holding oneself accountable for one's own actions. It is about what you do when no one is looking. Okay? So automatically, he's like, so they have no gods. They don't have to act like there is a God. You're right. We don't, because we hold ourselves accountable. We are not afraid that there is some overarching judge who is going to hold us accountable. We hold ourselves accountable in the moment. That's what we care about. So all I heard right here is that because they believe that there's a God watching over them and judging them, that they don't, it's an excuse not to have integrity. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And the only reason that they may have integrity is because they believe a God is watching, which just makes it bullshit, because they're not judging themselves by their own standards. They believe they're being judged by God's standards. So it's absolutely wild. I Killed Earl. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Yeah, notifications. Let me see. Oh, did you bring a note or cookies, Earl? If you brought cookies, you better bring some for the rest of the class.
And all the terrible things we may have done or not, that we've done, right? And as I said, I've said in earlier recordings, is that we use the Ten Commandments as kind of a baseline guideline for that to say, okay, how am I living? And God says, well, do this, don't do that. Okay, so we have guidelines to go by because.
Well, you have 7 that tell you that. The first 3 are all about like God. So, or the number 1 especially is like what the hell ever, like that. But the first 3 are pretty much just about God itself. Then you have 7 that dictate social behavior, like interpersonal behavior, and I get that. Those I mean those aren't I mean those weren't original. Those were taken from prior things in order to govern societal behavior. But that's why we have laws. So I'm still there's nothing here.
We know at the end of our lives we're going to be judged, right? But atheists don't even have that.
No, we have laws that we follow. We have laws that we follow. Can I lower my volume instead? I wonder if I could. Let me see. Test. Yeah, the video, the volume on the video is quite low. Hang on one second. Let me see something real quick. Okay, so if I do this and all right, I think I may be able to fix this. Bear with me.
Oh, jail's inspired.
I am. Okay, so if I do this, and where are my... Those are actually... Okay, so if I do this, boom, and if I go here, and we remove this, and then if I don't know why I'm walking people through the process, I could possibly share my screen, and I could go to here, and I can go to that, and okay, and then I can go. All right, and if I do that, let's see if this works. Give me one sec. Now there's a matter of playing.
And it is a Friday, and I'm feeling a little mischievous today. And I had thought about a bunch of different topics I could talk about, and goodness knows there's millions upon billions of them to talk about. But something that kept coming up while I was doing this, and maybe as an inspiration, it probably was an inspiration, was this whole topic, the idea of atheism. Now, so far I've been discussing ways to be a better Catholic, what being Catholic is, and we're going to explore all that stuff.
Damn it.
But at the end of the day, it's about God and ever present, omnipresent, incredible, amazing God who is love itself. Okay, that is the.
Okay. So how does that sound?
Close to the same. It might be a tiny bit better.
Really?
Yeah. Which browser are you pumping that through? Just as an FYI.
Opera.
Oh, wow.
Okay, hang on a sec.
The beauty of our faith is that, you believe that God is watching over you. He's there every second of the day for you. You are immersed in God. He's everywhere. Okay, and that's where we're coming from.
How's that?
Kind of the same.
Okay, that's got to be better because it's louder for me.
Maybe the capture method is on the wrong end.
No, I'm doing it directly from my browser.
I don't know. Bit of a mystery.
Volume is maxed. Oh, and good to see you, Jessica. Thanks so much for being here. So,
just dropped you the Opera add-on in the studio chat.
I've already got it installed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've got it activated. Yeah. So I've got the Volume Master extension.
Yeah, gives you a little volume thing at the top bar. At least for Chrome, it does. Click the icon, and you can boost. Mine lets me go up to like 600%.
Yeah, it's up to 600%.
It may only do it kind of local.
So I thought about the atheist for a minute. I thought, well, first of all, I gotta.
Oh, we can live with it. Everyone else, turn your volume up nice and loud. We'll try to whisper.
Well, it shouldn't, because it should be automatic from the browser itself.
I would imagine. I'm not certain.
Why did it have to be so quiet? Give me one sec. Let me see here real quick. If I do, no, share screen. And share tab audio.
Those are positive words.
See, I'm kind of sad in my heart that if you're an atheist, you don't believe in God, because what a void that must be.
Yeah, same.
And I'm feeling a little mischievous. And this is from me. This is not anything.
And that's not coming through any louder?
No. I got it bumped on my side. I got lots of gain at my disposal. So
son of a bitch. He's killing me. I didn't realize it was that low.
Killing me. Let
me close that. God, he's got 10 reasons I want to get to him. Hang on a second. I think I might be able to sort this. In the meantime, while I am getting it, I think I have a solution for this. Give me 1 second. Let's see if we got somebody new in there. No noticeable difference. I guess it's just doing it locally. It's not doing it for me, which is obnoxious. Jail. Just says jail is just loud. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Oh, shit. I forgot about this. My favorite. Oh, thank you so much, Reverb. I appreciate that. Thanks so much for being here. Brandon says, if yes, that void is no relation to anything God does. So what does presence mean if no presence? If no, that's true. Let me see here real quick. If I go, I think I can fix it if I do this. Oh, pardon me. I think I have a fix. So hopefully, if in the middle of this we do get somebody who wants to click on the link and join us on stage for a conversation, I'll be really happy to have someone there. But I apologize for the delay. But like I said, we got time. I'm in no super duper rush. So I think I will figure this out. And I think I have a solution. So PhD Tony says, if you find a solution, You need to find another one and another one. If you don't, do you know what that makes your current solution? Thanks for so we ever said. I was saying, John Fabiano's here. Good to see you, John. So if you find a solution, if you find a solution and you need to find another one and another one. If you don't, do you know what that makes your current solution? Wait, if I don't find it, if I know I need a solution and then I don't find a solution, that's dark. That's super dark. And John Fabiano, good to see you. Says, I need some JL. Thanks to the soup of the universe that you're on right now, big guy. Oh, my pleasure, dude. Thank you so much. All right. And I see you quoting Pirates of the Caribbean there.
R.
Okay, let me see here. Okay, I think I got it. Give me one moment. Two seconds. 2 minutes, Turkish. 5 minutes, Turkish. It was 5 minutes 2 minutes ago. 2 minutes, Turkish. Solution hell. Yes, it is solution hell. But this should be the final solution. It should be. This is true. This is true, Brandon. If there is a place that God is not, then God is not omnipresent. Yes, you recognize Snatch. 2 minutes, Turkish. All right, this should take just a moment. So. Oh yeah, Snatch is a favorite of mine. All right, while we are waiting, and can someone explain to me why I'm holding my breath? This makes no sense. Yeah, I'm trying. I think I've got it fixed. It's just going to take a moment. I'm doing something on the back end here, and hopefully I've got it sorted out so we can get back to it. But like I said, we got time. I'm not in any kind of rush. And Pedro Blue Boss. I can't do it like Brad Pitt did. I'm not that good. Pedro Blue Boss. What? Proper fucked. What can I go to? Whoa, what I need with a caravan ain't got no fucking wheels. Brad Pitt is so amazing in an ensemble piece. Pedro Blue. Fuck off, Aaron. Fuck off. All right. For anybody who happens to be new here, and I know that there's people probably trickling out because nothing is happening. I'm sitting here just vamping while I'm waiting for this. Should be just a couple of minutes. For anybody who's new, the link is pinned up at the top. You can join us on stage if you happen to be a believer. We'd love to talk to you about what you believe and why. Do you think you can convert us? Love to see what you have to present, evidence, arguments, or if you have any questions for us as non-believers, be happy to answer those. Looking forward to any chats anybody might want to have. So you're more than welcome to come up. And I like to prioritize people who are believers and prioritize people who have not been up before. So Rodent No Less Name is here. Good to see you. Says Bridges Divide. People with diastema are blessed because of God of the Gaps. That's funny. Oh, and yes, Brad Pitt was amazing in that movie. I like because all the pressure. There's the pressure is not on him to lead the whole thing, so it's not on his shoulders. Or diastema. Let me remove this because we don't need that. Diastema. See, Earl knows what it is. Of course, Earl would know. Being in her profession, Earl would know what that is. What was it? Team Skeptic. Team Skeptic had that for a while. before he went to Turkey and paid for his dental work. He had to go overseas to get his stuff done. He did a crazy joke. Yes, his accent in Meet Joe Black was pretty impressive. I can't remember off the top of my head. I can't remember what that's called. Patois.
Yeah.
But his patois was really impressive in Meet Joe Black. Oh, Vanisher and Deadpool 2. Yeah, that was pretty brilliant. All right, should be less than a minute. Thank you, John. I do appreciate that. I'm looking forward to getting back into this. It says 30 seconds. It's counting it down. So,
what is the computer saying? 10, 9,
20, 20, 19, 18.
I was going full. Oh shoot, that would be Stood for Spock.
AGO Sam, good to see you.
I want to be the only thing.
So here's a good one. PhD Tony said PhD Tony says I had anti-diastema. My teeth overlapped. Earl, what is the opposite of diastema? Because you would know. I don't know it off the top of my head because I don't work in that field. So I just know that I had my wisdom teeth yanked at a certain point, and it sounded like branches breaking when they tore them out of my head. So anterior crowding. What is there a difference between anterior crowding and posterior crowding?
I suppose it depends which tooth's point of view we're looking from.
I know, right? It's dependent upon frame of reference. So,
yep.
Yeah, I remember having my wisdom teeth out. I just remember that the doctor that handled it. Oh, this is all done. Fantastic. Let me close that. And I just remember when they numbed me up and I was good to go, and it was like, oh, like that. My orthodontist at the time was fantastic, and he yanked out. When he yanked him, I was fully numb, and I remember the sound of it was like branches breaking in my head. That's what it sounded like. You know, obviously my inner ear was picking up. It's like shh, like that. It just sounded like he was snapping a branch, which is pretty wild. All right, I think I've got this now. So, video file. Let's see. Hopefully this fixed it.
To the Diary of a Crabby Catholic. My name is...
Oh, wow, yeah.
Much better?
Bullseye. That's actually damn near bullseye. That's awesome.
Right. Okay. So I got it right. It just took a moment. I didn't realize I have to fix it. But when you know your way around editing software, you can get that handled pretty quick. So I hope this sounds a lot better for everybody. Karen, Dave, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Now let's jump back to where we were.
That's where we're coming from. This is from me. This is not anything official. This isn't anything general. We live. How am I living? And God says, well, do this, don't do that. Okay, so we have guidelines to go by because we know at the end of our lives we're going to be judged, right? But
well, I don't believe that for a second. It doesn't mean that I'm not judging myself and I'm not judged by society. So this is just one more layer. It's just an unnecessary step. I'm not concerned about that because I know that when I judge myself harshly, that I'm accountable to myself. So, I mean, there's just an additional step that's just unnecessary. But it also means that if the individual, the problem that I see with this, because normally, like on its face, this would not be terribly problematic because he may be an empathetic person who holds himself accountable for his own actions, but he also just adds an extra layer of accountability as always coming from God. The problem is that there are things that he himself may find that he realize that he doesn't want to do or doesn't feel like he should do, but feels like God commands him to do. And so it opens him up to that area where something that he may disagree with, he will in turn view as acceptable to do if he believes that his God wants him to do it. And so he's opening himself up to that whole area where he's got to flip between his own individual moral standard and the standard of a God that he thinks exists. And so that can run into conflict, especially if he whatever the gods, if he believes God is commanding him or wants something of him, and it conflicts morally with him, which could happen. But he opens himself up to that. Whereas mine, obviously I've got myself and I've got society as well. A lot of us do. So, there's that problem right there, because I'm not going to worry about some overarching authority like dictating, like say, no, asking me to do something that I consider to be immoral, which is just silly.
Atheists don't even have that.
We don't need it.
And as I've also mentioned earlier, it's like, how many people say something like, well, I'm basically a good person. I'm like, based on what?
Based on my empathy, based on people's reactions to the things that I do, based upon the outcomes of my actions, which I am keenly aware of, because I'm a conscientious. I tried my best to be as conscientious as possible of both my actions and my inactions. So it's called being a social person, not being an antisocial dickhead. So I'm literally because I'm a social person, I'm aware of the effects of my actions on other people. I'm not a narcissist, so I take other people's feelings into account before I make a decision if I'm going to do something that I know could potentially affect others. So right there, it's all you need.
So if you don't have God to account to, if you don't believe that there's a God, then you can do anything you want, right?
No, there are some things that I know that I can't do, because they would be extreme violations of my morality. So no, it does not give people carte blanche, because it's not like if there's no God, all of a sudden people just become unempathetic, antisocial monsters. They still have themselves to be accountable for. There are lines that people, for some damaged individuals out there, some like they may be mentally ill or they like psychologically sick. There are individuals out there for which there exist no lines. But even then, even in the most extreme individuals, even they have lines that they won't cross. There is no one out there that is just literally running around like some fictional character, just like, annihilating everything in their path in the most horror. This isn't that. It's not like if there's no God, this all of a sudden turns into like the world turns into like an issue of the cross. Okay, that's not what happens. We still have our empathy. We don't turn into raving lunatics or psychos or homicidal maniacs. So this is just beyond weird.
And technically, he's also wrong on his side, because he says, we can, just run around doing whatever we want. Well, so can he. The only difference is whether or not there's a consequence
right
at the end.
Hey, Tony.
Hello. I just wanted to add my 2 cents with. He's exactly right. I can kill exactly as many people as I want to. I can rape exactly as many people as I want to, but I don't want to do those things. So, and somebody who does will have to face the consequences of society acting back against them. And this is why I often frame my moral frameworks in terms of antisocial and pro-social behavior, or neutral. If you are sufficiently antisocial, society will eradicate you in its own interests, or remove you from being a problem, take steps to isolate you, take steps to exclude you. In extreme cases, society may decide to kill you, or its agents may decide to do so. But that doesn't mean, because as a society, and as a member of society, I don't want these things done. I don't want to do these things, and I want people who do these things removed from society. I don't need God for any of those steps.
Agreed. I don't want to live in a society that permits them, and I don't want to be in a society where I am forced to engage in them myself. So I don't want to be put in those scenarios. So that's a society I want to live in, because I don't have the inclination to do these things. It's like I hear this constantly, that theists believe that without a God, everything is just. I recently read a comic series called I believe it's called The Crossed, which is a particularly nasty and violent, very horrifying comic series. And I want to make sure I got it right. It's called Crossed. And it's a horror comic book series that was written by Garth Ennis. Garth Ennis is the guy behind Preacher and where it's going to get insane. But Crossed, it goes to like extremes. And because essentially it's about a virus. It's about a global virus outbreak that turns everybody who's infected into basically homicidal maniacs with no survival instinct whatsoever. And they just like run around, just like it becomes absolute chaos. And I think like 1% of the population is just, like genetically not affected by it. And so you got like the 1% of the human population, which are the survivors. And then the rest of the planet just turns into like these just like stark raving, insane people. And then we find out later on that there's levels of psychopathy that some people just go full on, just like run into an airplane propeller, and others that become like hardcore, like criminal psychopathic masterminds and stuff like that. So it depends, depending upon who they were as a person. But yeah, it's not like our empathy suddenly vanishes. Like we suddenly lose the ability to discern our place in society, or to discern our social, to discern social or proper social interactions just by virtue of our evolution. So
you can do anything you want, which means good, bad, or indifferent. So
no, it doesn't. Well, technically you can, but you can anyway with a God worldview, do, because people believe in God do this shit all the time. People believe in God, and they justify all kinds of horrifying shit, under that belief, because they believe that God permits them to do it, regardless of what society says. So this problem exists on both sides. Okay, so. And hey, good to see you, Leophilius. Thanks so much for being here. It says, why are they putting pinned messages at the bottom now? Stupid. I hope it gets reversed. I think if you change it from top chat to live chat, I think it moves to the top, but I could be wrong. And
all right,
hey,
point
Chris,
number 2. Like it or not, when you die, and if you believe in God or you don't believe in God, you're going to meet God.
Okay, so that's a positive claim that requires evidence. But why am I meeting God? Like, for what reason? I'm just kind of curious.
Now, that seems a very scary proposition. Now, I don't know about you, but I would not want to base my whole life or make the bet that there's no God, only to discover that there is.
Who knows what this is? I'm going to give it to one of y'all. Who knows what it is?
Oh, who is
Pascal's wager?
Yes, Tony. Thank you. It's like, I knew one of y'all. I knew you guys were going to write it. It's Pascal's wager is all it is. It's.
Oh, where he's going.
Yeah, because he said I wouldn't want to make the bet that there's no God, because meeting God is a scary proposition. No, it's not. I wouldn't be any more afraid of a God entity than I would be of meeting the president. Okay, I'd be more inclined to want to punch one of them in the face. But I
think both of them would be very deserving.
Yeah, I'm not impressed by power. Power and position don't impress me, and they never have, and they never will. Because someone's power and position is only what they've managed to acquire, and just says nothing to their character. So their character has to be sussed out first. And from what I can tell, if the God of the Bible were to exist, that entity's character is absolute trash. So I would have no respect for it whatsoever.
That's exactly the point. Like, how could a creature that killed, according to his own testimony, or the testimony that people attribute to him, advocated for slavery, advocated for genocide, taken on his behalf by his people on Earth, sort of willed the crusade to occur, and destroyed every man, woman, child, and animal on Earth because he was annoyed with them. That is so insane, that is so mind-numbingly stupid that he puts creatures who don't know not to do wrong in a garden with something he doesn't want them to eat, and then punishes them for doing something wrong, even though before they ate the fruit, they didn't know it was wrong to eat the fruit.
Oh, and put an agent in there to manipulate them into doing so.
Yes. And the agent tells them the truth. He lied to Adam. God lied to Adam and Eve when he said that on the day that you eat this, you will die. And there's all sorts of, insane arguments about spiritual death and what have you. No, that's not the same thing. And if it were, God should perhaps have explained the distinction to the people he was talking to, given, and he's so bad at communicating, so bad at providing evidence that he can't convince even a moderate skeptic of his existence. He's inept, he's evil, he's churlish. If he exists, he really needs therapy.
Cord Lizard brings up, don't forget, this guy is a Catholic, so you have the church's support of Hitler and hiding PDF priests as baggage. This is true. This is true.
Yeah.
Right? Have you ever made a bet and lost? Have you ever been so confident about something only to find out you weren't?
Yes, but that's when it comes to money and weighing probability when there's things that are up to chance that you don't have control of all the variables because you're betting on something external of yourself. If I'm betting on my reason and like logic and my ability to critically think and eliminate my bias from the mechanism, then all I can do is I can't guarantee it to an absolute degree, but I do know one thing: my reasoning is honest. And I'm coming to a logical, critically examined, honest conclusion to the best of my ability with all of the evidence that I have access to. And the God wants to give me more evidence. The God can do that at any time. But if it chooses not to, then that's on the God. Now, if the evidence is in the world, but I never find it in the world, well, that's neither here nor there. Maybe it was like in another state, and I never got to go to that state because I never got the opportunity. Doesn't matter. The God can simply put it where I am at any given moment. That wouldn't necessarily mean that I would follow it, because that's not logically entailed. It would simply confirm its existence for me, even though I wouldn't be able to pass that information on to, say, Andrew or Tony. I'd be like, it's revealed to me. I know it to be true now, but I can't convince Andrew and Tony, so it does them no good. So I couldn't even really count it as truth in that respect because it's only confirmed for me. So, which is epistemically is bad. So, and the God ostensibly would know this. So there's no thing here. I mean, if it wants to judge me harshly for being honest and using my critical faculties and not coming to a conclusion out of fear or desperation or, emotional validation or whatever, that's on the God. And as I've said many times before, I will step backwards into hell with my fingers in the air, knowing full well I have the moral high ground.
Right? So here's my advice, for whatever it's worth, is that live your life like there is a God. And then at the end of your life, if you meet God, well, not if, when you meet God, you can say, hey, I lived the best I could.
Why would you have to say that? Wouldn't it already know that? Why are we explaining things to a God? You're muted, Tony.
So I am living the best life that I can, right? I'm already doing that. That's how I live my life. And it doesn't involve religious worship. So I will, if there exists a God, I will be able to say exactly that. I lived my life to the best that I could, and I failed by my own standards. Sure, on occasion, I got angry or whatever, but it doesn't. The worship of a God isn't the same as being a good person. There are plenty of people who worship God and will repent of all of the evil, heinous shit that they do, but they will still do evil, heinous shit. And there are atheists who are perfectly capable of being moral, ethical, and empathetic to the standards of a really good human. he's treating this as though it's some dichotomy, as though believing in God and following a religion is a necessary condition of leading a good life. It is not.
Right.
Based on your moral code, or based on this code that you have given. Because what could be worse than to live your life like there's no God, and then when you die, it's like, uh-oh, guess what? You were wrong. There is a God. And he's going to be like, yeah, well, you get the 0, dude.
Well, okay, so, but I notice how he's not addressing it. It's like, he's just addressing like the fact that a person doesn't believe. He is refusing to address why the person may not believe. I recognize that there are atheists out there that may reject the concept for irrational reasons. They've come to the conclusion for a number of different reasons, whatever it might be. But there are many people out there who have come to that conclusion through a legitimate critical analysis of the proposition itself, and realize that there is nothing to support this and that belief is not warranted. I can't believe in a thing that is logically contradictory. If it were to be the case that I were to die and suddenly I realize that there is a God, it's like, okay, well, now it's confirmed and I know. But before I died, the God would ostensibly know this. So like I said again, I'll say it again. If the God chooses to judge me for being honest and making the most rational, logical decision I could possibly make with the evidence that I have access to, and then wants to throw me into hell for that, that's on it. That's not on me. And it wouldn't have been worthy of worship anyway to coin Marcus Aurelius there. Take it easy, John. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. Yeah. Pascal's wagers does suck, Gio.
Yeah, actually, from his wording, I wouldn't actually even take it that way, because I'm sensing like a loaded overtone attached to this. Because what he was describing was, by the act of you supposedly having to make an account for yourself, he's trying to evoke the idea of you having to come to feel guilty for what you've done. Not just the fact that you're going to get the punishment. He wants the realization to come to pass. He wants that to wash over you before the punishment.
Like, I was so wrong.
Exactly.
Oh.
It's when you have to account for yourself. It's like he's trying to find he wants the acknowledgement before the punishment is doled out. Yeah. That's
the weird kicker on this is the assumption that being in the presence of this godlike entity in their minds would leave me bereft of all of my rational faculties. Like, it's so overwhelming that I suddenly lose all of my critical ability. I'm just like, I'm stun locked into just like awe. And that's just not conceivable to me. You know, whatever it might be, it's just like, what is this? A super bright light, super loud noise like this, just the overwhelming feeling of just bliss, where it just like overwhelms me to the point like I'm on just a heroin drip. None of that. If it's showing up in front of me, like descends me into like a catatonic state, then that's on it, because it doesn't have to present itself that way given how they're defining this thing. So I wouldn't be impressed. And unless if I come up with like, okay, I'm here. Oh, well, there's a God. Okay, so the God does exist. Okay, great. Whatever. All right. It knows where I'm at. So the low opinion that they have of non-believers and how it infects how they judge this thing, how they judge our reactions to this stuff, is just always bothers me.
So if you're going to hedge your bets that there is a God and live that way. Because what's the worst that could happen? You live a moral code. You live like there is a God. You're good and kind and nice to other people. You live morally, right?
We need to stop. The idea that everybody who believes in God behaves morally is contradicted by the organization that you belong to. The protection of pedophile priests, the systematic protection of pedophile priests over decades, was done to preserve the church from the consequences of these events, because the welfare of the church was perceived by the people who made these decisions to be more important than not doing evil, right?
Right.
This is why religions and religious institutions are actually an impediment to acting in an ethical way, because you can say, well, some little evil is okay in order to preserve the institution. Well, no, I don't accept that that's true. I don't accept also that the protection of pedophiles qualifies as a little evil. But doubtless, staunch Catholics will say that the good that the church has done and continues to do vastly outweighs the evil that it does. But I don't think that that's a persuasive argument. And particularly in recent times, I think that has come under the prohibition of birth control, the anti-gay and anti-trans stances that the churches adopts, the pedophile, the support for religious conservatives like Donald Trump. A lot of American Catholics support Donald Trump, who is a grotesquely immoral individual. I was a Catholic, and the point of no return for me was actually Cardinal George Pell, who was the Australian cardinal. He came up with what's called the Sydney Plan, which was a way of restructuring the church's assets so that the victims of church pedophiles could not sue the church. They could not get access to the church's resources in order to receive restitution. So this organization that tells you that you need to get on your knees every week and beg God for forgiveness because you masturbated or you watched porn or you were angry with somebody, that institution cannot be held accountable for decades of institutionalized malfeasance and malicious endangerment of its worshippers and their children. So the same institution that weaponizes sexual guilt in order to inflict emotional harm and ill mental health on its membership, that organization says, no, you can't sue us. Why would we be accountable for our transgressions? That's completely unreasonable. That is the point at which I've gone, well, no, I can't defend this on any fucking level. It's not just that it's not perfect. It's actually hypocritical and evil. And for this guy to sit there looking at a camera with this sort of mock solemnity, think about what your institution has done, the historical atrocities for which it is responsible, and, take a step back, you smug, self-satisfied bastard. Sorry, that was perhaps a bit.
No, you're good.
Rant.
And Singer Soul brings up like the most important point, the number one problem with Pascal's wager. What if I get the wrong God thing, and it shits on me anyway? So, like, the number one issue with Pascal's wager is starting with the assumption that there is only one God that is possible that can exist, and this is the way things are, without having logically eliminated, or even in Pascal's language, mathematically eliminating all of the other ones. So, which is why the math doesn't square with the faith position, because math is a set of logical axioms, or a set of axioms predicated upon logic. And you're starting from a faith position that this is the only one that exists. So, the foundation of it just falls out. And of course, everything that Tony said.
So that's all I'm saying. Give it a shot. But why not hedge your bets and go for the winning bet? Just saying.
Well, Clive Wells brings up a point in the chat that Cardinal Pell, who I recognize, was actually convicted by a jury of sexual assault against a minor, a conviction that was overturned on appeal to the High Court of Australia. So Pell was found guilty by a jury, and in a bizarre finding, because normally the jury is considered to be the determinants of fact in a trial, in a really incredible conclusion. The High Court of Australia decided that no, the jury had come to a factually incorrect conclusion,
Wow.
which is not something that they're supposed to be able to do. But whatever.
There are I don't know how it typically runs in Australia, but I know that in America, there are rare circumstances where the judge can vacate a jury sentence. It happens, but it's like extraordinarily rare for a judge to intercede and toss a jury conviction to impose one of their own. I have to look at the circumstances that when it happens, because I know it, and I think they've done it in times of jury nullification, when the jury just straight up is like nullifying something that was they like if you were to take the case against Mangione right now in New York, one of the fears of that is jury nullification, is that regardless of the law and what the law says, if it were to be found that by the burden of proof, if the prosecution were to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that he, beyond a reasonable doubt, that Mangione did what he's alleged to have done, if they found that, the concern is that the jury could just outright nullify it because they morally agree with what Mangione allegedly did. They could, like, the jury could come together and be like, we know what he did was like that, but the law is wrong. This is what, and this was the only recourse. So they could just nullify it and acquit him. And then a judge could potentially step in and vacate that because it's such in flagrant disregard of the established law that they're aware of. But it's so rare to ever have that happen. And it looks really bad on the court. So, because there's typically a lot of outrage that follows those moments. So,
yeah, normally it'd be calling a mistrial, which would call for another attempt. But at that point, word would probably get out. And there's a question about how unbiased a set of jurors you could find who wouldn't be aware of that fact and go, you know what, we're standing by it. And you're going to watch mistrial after mistrial until they call it.
Yeah, I guess I don't know. Like, I don't know what the options are.
Yeah, I guess that's. I've been watching Legal Eagle, and Legal Eagle has commented on the potential outcomes of the Mangione trial a couple of times, and it's dicey because it's such national news, and like the public opinion is stacked so hardcore against the existence of billionaires, against a billionaire class, and more people are jumping on are jumping on the side of that it's grossly immoral for billionaires to exist in a system in which resources are finite. And access to resources are finite. There's while there is tons of money in the system, it is immoral, grossly immoral, for there to be people who have the capacity or have the ability to hoard so much that other people simply can't get access to it, like basically starving them out. And so there's more and more people jumping onto that viewpoint. And so because the Mangione trial was so publicized, it's possible it could happen where you can't get a jury that's going to be like, yeah, they're going to agree with the state on this one. So don't know. I don't know what's going to happen in that one. I know that I have a feeling that it's going to get knocked down because the state was so desperate to basically solve that so quickly, to basically, we can't have people going around killing billionaires and like that. So we're going to slam this video. And they ham-handed it so badly in their desperation to solve it that there may be technical factors that limit their ability to prosecute what they want. And so already stuff is getting thrown out because it was either evidence that was taken without warrant, improper search, just basically technical faults on behalf of the police and the state itself. So I'm kind of curious where it's going to go. And Chris, I don't know why I trust Legal Eagle, because Legal Eagle provides his legal sources. If he especially when it comes to different states. If he's talking about a case in a state, he will directly go to that state's laws. And so he has access to those. And so And he recognizes that laws on certain things differ per state. And he points that out. Plus, he also makes sure people know the distinction between the federal position and the state position. So I have seen no reason to. He is an activist, absolutely, but he's an activist he's an activist for the law, against people that break the law. And so he's very good at pointing that out. So he is an activist, and I like rule of law. That's what it's about, because he is a lawyer.
I'd like to respond to what Chris said, in that if he's biased, if legal is biased, it is a bias that I share, and that's a possibility. That's a possibility that we're both biased in from a truth value, but it's up to you to point out inaccuracies in the analysis and not just say he's biased. You need to identify the bias and quantify it. Where is he wrong, and how is he wrong? How where am I wrong? Where if you can demonstrate that, that's fine. That we can have a conversation. But just saying he's biased, well, everyone's biased. That does me no good whatsoever. I could just as easily turn around and say you're biased.
Yeah, activist is not, like Leo Philly says, activist is not equal bad, and left-wing bias is not equal bad. And I know in some things, on some topics, he leans very progressive. So, which I happen to agree with, because it has the best outcomes for society.
Number 3, if there is no ultimate divine being,
which there isn't,
then I think we'd have to believe that humans are God, right? So who?
So, if you don't believe in God, then you believe that everyone is God. Gotcha.
Tony's my God. I worship that. That's why I bring up sacrifices to throw into Krakatoni, so that Krakatoni will keep me safe and provide me a good harvest. So.
No, we don't believe there are any gods. It's really simple.
There must always be a God. This is like the fucking Lich King, man. It's like there must always be a God.
Who's the ultimate intelligence on this earth if it's not God?
There is no ultimate intelligence on this earth.
Is that you, Hitch?
So there's a concept called the wisdom of crowds, right? Where you can get more accurate results by asking a lot of people. For instance,
yeah, like the French Revolution.
Well, one. I was going to give an actual example. I was going to give an actual example. So if you're in one of the, they used to have sort of guess the weight of the cow competitions. And if you took the average of all of the guesses, you got something that was very close to the actual weight of the cow. And same with sort of how many jelly beans are in the jar. If you take the average of the guesses over a large enough number of people, you get a reasonably accurate estimate of how many jelly beans. So getting a lot of people together to share their perception on an issue, on a quantitative issue, actually produces more accurate results in at least some circumstances. It isn't infallible. It's not, there are circumstances where it doesn't work, but we don't need an ultimate intelligence to tell us stuff. What we rely on is a body of information agreed upon by subject matter experts. That's how we progress our understanding and knowledge. That's the process by which it's done. So there's no individual dictating to us, you must think this, you must agree with this is what's true. But as a group, we can achieve understanding of systems and circumstances.
Hey Andrew, who'd win in a wrestling match, Lemmy or God?
Okay, this is where I need Pam from The Office. The same picture.
Trick question. Lemmy is God.
Lemmy.
Yes, I saw it. I saw wrote it in the last name, brought it up as well. We all know the one true God is Lemmy. And remember, it's an Airheads reference. Is like, who'd win in a wrestling match? Lemmy or God? Lemmy? Trick question. Lemmy is God.
Lemmy was a great person. If you ever
Lemmy
seen,
Kilmister was the man.
If you've seen his interviews, especially like talking about this black kid who's getting harassed by his family and friends for listening to Motorhead. He was reading the kid's letter off on a thing. Check it out on YouTube. Just look.
Oh, sweet.
Lemmy reads kid's letter.
Lemmy's the man.
Gold. Wonderful person.
Please don't tell me it's some movie star or some music star or some political candidate, right?
No, it's Tony. He's right below me.
Because I think we all fall into that trap every once in a while. We're looking for a savior on earth. We're looking for some.
No, I'm not looking for a savior.
Whoa.
What the shit? What is this?
That's a lot of expectations on Tony there. Okay, that's uncalled for.
Tony, save me, Tony. Tony's here. He'll see us through.
Okay, I have some questions. I'm not averse, but first of all, I need to know what we all need saving from. So that if people could detail that, I'll do up a report for you all.
I guess would be history.
Tony's a god. He's not the god. I don't think so.
Yeah, but so the idea that we need saving, like that hasn't been demonstrated. What do we need saving?
What do I need saving from? Oh, and good to see you, Robin Webster. Thank you so much for being here. Metalcore Kick as well. Thank you so much for being here. And the Jord said, good to see you, Jord. Appreciate you being here. The only Lemmy I know is Lemmy Koopa. No, Lemmy Kilmister, man, Motorhead.
Fallen human to, fill the gap.
If there's no God, how are they fallen? What is this conflation of worldviews? We don't hold to these things. It's like all of a sudden, so I don't believe in a God, but humans are still fallen. We still live in a fallen world. Fallen from what? What is this? What is this this intellectually dishonest conflation bullshit? I don't believe in your God because I know your God doesn't exist. But therefore, any of the theology that follows from it doesn't apply. So what is he talking about?
And be our leader and rule the world, right? You've got the World Economic Forum. You've got a guy named Klaus Schwab, although I think he stepped down. But those people are like, we're going to tell you how to live. We're going to tell you what to do. We're going to make your lives miserable. Do they believe?
Are they making your lives miserable? Because my life is not miserable. I maybe their intention is to make other people's lives miserable, but they're not making my life miserable. But this is I don't know what this fucking appeal to emotions bullshit is.
Believe in God? I don't think so. So something has to fill the void, right? And
there's no void. There's no void to fill. I don't know why what this false dichotomy shit or
fill the void. And they're a bunch of morons anyway. So that's a good point. Thanks, Mark. Number 4. Okay, atheistic communism.
That's so Tony's look. It's just going off the. I don't know. Is this where we go off the rails, or do we go off the rails with we have to have a God? If there's no God, what replaces God?
I think that was where we left the tracks.
Where we left the tracks, and then
we're still going. So
still going. It's like atheistic communism. Thank you, Leo Phileas. Atheistic communism. Oh, you gotta love this. Oh man,
I'm waiting for the train to go full Thelma and Louise.
I love it when people. I actually love it when people who don't understand systems of government, and they only know I would say that the specific talking points that evangelicals or religious, they know about these things, but they have no idea what they are and what they're grounded in. And I suspect, I have not actually watched this all the way through, so some of this is new to me. I'm guessing that he's going to tie this into what was going on in Russia during World War II. So if you go back to like the Bolshevik Revolution and the Marxism and Leninism and operating into Stalinism, he's going to try and equate that with a consequence of atheism. And so without God, you don't have these systems, and so atheists are logically entailed to fall into communism. He doesn't know anything about what communism is or where it came from or what the purpose of disempowering the church, the Russian Orthodox Church in Russia at the time, what the purpose of that was. He's obviously never read Marx or Lenin on this.
It's not called atheistic communism for no reason.
It's not called atheistic communism at all, you moron.
Yeah.
Wait, what is?
There is nothing.
What's the it? It's called atheistic. You're saying that the phrase I used is the phrase I used?
Yeah. It's tautologous. But there is nothing implicit in communism that requires that people in it be atheist.
Chris brings up
nothing.
The communists did what the communists did because they're communists, not because they're atheists.
Well, I think we need to be careful because a lot of people have claimed to be communist that actually aren't. And in particular, communism involves the deconstruction of the state. In genuine communism, there is no state apparatus because the state apparatus is seen as intrinsic to preserving class distinctions. Right. And the communists claim that that's the only purpose the state can have. Well, the state has, and therefore it needs to go. So stuff like the USSR or China or Cuba or whatever, they are states, and implicitly they don't represent communist values. The closest that we have come to achieving sort of genuine communism is the anarcho-syndicalists. To my knowledge, the closest I'm aware of are the anarcho-syndicalists of the Spanish Civil War, who, it could be argued, won the Spanish Civil War, but then refused to set up a government. So the Spanish Civil War didn't end, and people came along later, in particular the communists, and the nationalists, and tore them a new arsehole. But anarcho-syndicalists, had an effective communist state that operated for 5 years. So the claim that the idea is nonsense and can't exist alongside human nature, I feel that's not true. But if you're going to say it's impractical because they can't mobilize effective military resistance, yeah, I think you may have a point. But communism and atheism are not synonymous. And what the Russians did was authoritarianism more than it was communism. That's how it comes across to me, anyway.
I told you, we're an anarcho-syndicalist commune. We take it in turns to act as a sort of executive officer of the week. But all the decisions of that officer have to be ratified at a special bi-weekly meeting by a simple majority of the case of purely internal affairs, but by a 2/3 majority in the case of...
Exactly.
Be quiet. I order you to be quiet. Order. Who does he think he is? You don't vote for kings. Oh, I love it.
Anyway,
the big kicker on this one, if I remember correctly, if I remember my history correctly, with Lenin and Marx, and what Lenin was trying to do was the disempowerment of the Russian Orthodox Church, because he viewed, and that group viewed the Russian Orthodox Church as being a tool, as having become an overpowered tool of the state to reinforce the social classes, and it became a tool of control in order to keep people over here and people over here, and was disenfranchising the public. And so by disempowering the church, they gave that power. I would say they gave that power back to the people, but it wasn't about like abolishing it and just wiping it off the face of the earth. It was about reducing the amount of influence it had over the government in dictating people into what they did, or who they could, all the things that govern their lives. And so it was about taking power away from an institution that they saw was reinforcing those class dynamics, and giving the power back to the people. And that's why it was all about attacking that. It was not about atheism. It was just a tool. It was basically a way to reorganize or restructure the government. And so I don't know why they, well, no, if I remember correctly, Tony, you might be able to correct me on this one. It was a push in the 70s, or maybe it was the 60s, in which evangelicals, and this might have been tied into the Red Scare, when evangelicals in America began pushing the narrative that communism was godless, and twisting it in order to turn the church and all the believers here in the States against the idea of communism, because they were falsely equating it with non-believers that they would then throw under the bus as being like godless heathens that just do whatever the hell they want. So it was a misrepresentation of non-believers, a misrepresentation of communism itself, and a misrepresentation of what was going on in Russia. And they used the actions of Stalin in order to justify that, because I think all of us on this panel will agree, no matter how any good idea can be twisted into a bad idea by bad people. And Stalin was a terrible person. Even Lenin didn't want him in power. I think a part of like Lenin's final letter, like the final letter he wrote, was that they needed to get Stalin out of power because he had gone way off the reservation. And Lenin was like, yeah, this was a mistake putting him in charge. And so Lenin was scared of what Stalin might become when he died. And but of course, in the West, we twisted, the people in power twisted all that shit in order to maintain their own authority. And that kind of gives the game away, because the only reason they would have to do that is to ensure that the people never started believing that they could ever have power over the system. So the anti-communist rhetoric was just another way to reinforce the class dynamics that exist here in the West, to ensure that they never wrested the control away from the system in place by demonizing it in the eyes of evangelicals. So lack of education is the reason for this, because they didn't learn, and the people in power took advantage of that lack of education.
Because communists don't believe in God, because they believe they are God, because they believe that they have.
Okay, Lenin didn't believe he was God, I can tell you that. But there may be an argument for Stalin believing he was God. I don't know, or believing he was godlike. But Stalin was a freaking psychopath. So
Stalin was just a psychopath.
Yeah.
And like he keeps on. This is so. Every accusation is a projection. This man just cannot conceive of anyone not believing there's a God. It just doesn't make any sense to him. So if there isn't a God in heaven, there must be a God somewhere. Like someone must be God.
There's got to be a God.
We can wander around. So and if they don't believe that anyone else is a God, then they must believe they're a God.
Obviously, we hairless monkeys need a God. We need one. We're just incapable of doing shit. So
it's like this axiom is just so baked into his. He just cannot, and he cannot. There's a paper about the moral dimensions of the left versus the right, and it points out that most people are interested in fairness on the left and the right. Mm-hmm. And there's one other that they share, but the right has a number of additional axes: purity, tradition. There's a lot of things that the right really values that the left can't, or the left doesn't. And so a right winger trying to model the actions of a left winger just goes, well, I just need to turn these things off, and I can understand where a left winger is coming from. But left wingers have a great deal of trouble understanding where right-wingers are coming from, because they've got these values that just don't seem to make any sense to a left-winger. And this is a similar sort of cognitive dissonance that we're encountering here. He cannot visualize the mindset of the people he's talking about. He cannot understand their belief system.
Right. So Joseph brings up, Joseph says, I heard an interesting argument the other day, so I'd like to pose a modification. One, do you consider conversion therapy torture? The answer is yes, it is a form of psychological torture, and in some cases it involves actual physical torture, but it is at base, it's psychological torture. It's literally dictating that a person's subjective experience is false, especially if their subjective experience regarding their own identity is false, and that needs to be something else by someone else's parameters. And that is psychological torture at best. It's replacing one's own identity, the sense of their self, the sense of their selfness. It's replacing that with what someone else thinks it ought be. And that's psychological torture in and of itself. And religious conversion therapy, whether it's religious minded or not, it's still torture. It's psychological torture. And it's the religious ones that tend to devolve into physical torture as well. And there's too many reports of that. And the fact that it's recently been upheld because I think it was Colorado. Their Supreme Court recently upheld that conversion therapy should not be banned. So putting all the individuals that are going to be subjected to that in the future, put all of those individuals into harm's way, which is just insane to me. So, but yeah, it is torture. It's psychological torture, and in some cases, physical torture as well, to try and dictate that what someone feels about themselves, their subjective experience of their own identity, is incorrect, which is just insane. So, based on a subjective standard that the individual doing the converting, the group doing the conversion, based on their subjective standard, it's absolutely nuts. Owl of Minerva, good to see you. Thanks so much.
Again, nothing higher to hold allegiance to, right? We're back to they can do anything they want, and in all their writings, everything's so fluffy and wonderful, and look at us, we're going to give you paradise on earth. When was the last time that human beings could give you paradise on earth? Look at anywhere in the country and in the world and show me a human paradise on earth where everybody's treated equally and wonderfully and people have no wants and everything.
You were muted, Tony, if you were saying something.
Yeah, this is a really sinister argument, and this is something that right-wingers come to all the time. That what the left is doing is imperfect, therefore there's no reason to do it. We're not trying for paradise on earth. We're not trying for perfection. We are trying for something that is better than what we have at the moment. We are trying to improve things over time. And that involves things like, for instance, revoking the tax-free status of religious institutions. Why should they be tax-free? Being a profession is a job, just like any other profession. Why should they, why should these institutions not be paying their tax burden? Everybody else is. And we do that, so we increasing tax intake of the government, for instance, by taxing the wealth of large institutions, large corporations, and the insanely rich, will facilitate societies, providing healthcare, providing mental health care, providing support to the less fortunate members of society, from each according to their ability, to each according to their need. It's a relatively simple mantra. And our society could do a lot better than it is currently doing in instituting that. Right. Nobody is, but that does not constitute paradise. No one is claiming that we can end suffering. No one is claiming that we can get to some utopian vision. We're just saying let's try and make things better. And one of the ways of doing that is by by providing social safety nets for the less fortunate, for people whose circumstances have not turned out as well as they could.
Right.
Well, this is basically a nirvana fallacy. That's the formal portion. at the same time as, just trying to create the image that he's painting a better picture along the way. Now, he's saying the Nirvana portion is saying that the reality is never going to be perfect, while not actually supporting the fact of like his proposition as being factual. So he's not even offering a counter, really. He's offering hope of a counter.
Right.
As a threat. So let's see how long he lasts on this.
Back at communism, anywhere it's been tried, it's like so many people live in misery, so much death, so much murder, and it's all from like the government, right? They're the ones.
Obviously, he's referring to like what happened under Stalin, what happened under Mao, because the atrocities that those individuals committed was in the name of consolidating and maintaining their power. Because like any system can turn again. Like, any system can wind up in a terrible state if there's with a lack of regulation. And so with communism, these individuals amassed that power that they had, and then they did everything that they could to maintain it. And so to maintain it with an iron fist. And it takes a certain individual to do it. They didn't do it because they were atheists. They did it because they were narcissistic psychopaths. So, I mean, it's a different stretch. I mean,
I would extend this, so what measures did the Catholic Church take, or did the church, or did Christianity as a whole take, in order to repress competitors? In order to, what were the Albigensian Crusades about? And for those who don't know, this was a persecution of Cathars. We don't know what Cathars believed. We don't even know if Catharism wasn't just, unfortunate Christians who lost a debate. We don't know much about Catharism because their works didn't survive. Anyway, there was a crusade at one point. And there were multiple massacres undertaken by both sides in southern France through the course of the Crusades. One of the famous historicized events concerns a particular massacre where they didn't know, should they kill everybody in the town, because some of them were likely to be genuine Catholics and some of them were likely to be Cathars, and they couldn't really tell the difference. And the local priest's answer was, kill them all, God will know his own. Which gives you a mindset, which gives you a glimpse into the mindset of somebody who believes that there is an afterlife. If there is an afterlife, killing these people isn't wrong. They're just going to their judgment. They'll still have an afterlife where they're not dead. And if they didn't deserve to die, then they'll enjoy forever in paradise. So this is the type of mindset that you can get into if you take the claims of an afterlife seriously. It permits, ethically sustainable arguments that involve killing lots of people, because that isn't bad, because they're just going to their afterlife.
So it's like a Morton's fork.
I'm unfamiliar with that term.
The Morton's fork. There was a tax collector back in the 14th century, John Morton, who established, when he was establishing tax rates, was saying that an increase in taxes across the board for everybody was justified because the rich had disposable income because they were rich. So obviously they have lots of money because they're rich because they have lots of money, and the poor were only poor because they were saving all their money. So, which because they didn't spend all their money, which is why they didn't have all the stuff that the rich people had. So that's the reason why they appear to be poor. It's because they're saving all their money. So they both all have money. So we can increase the taxes across the board for everybody, and unduly tax the poor at rates that they couldn't afford because of that kind of mentality. It's called the Morton's fork. The heads I win, tails you lose. No matter what direction it goes, I wind up winning. It's the same kind of mentality in the Bible when it talks about non-believers, and the fact that non-believers actually do know that there is a God. They profess that they don't believe, but they know that there's a God, and they are just in love with their sin, or they are, how they put it in the book of Romans. It's the same kind of thing. Whereas, like, if the Christian comes to convert you, or they come to evangelize and they convert you, then they win and it reaffirms their faith. But if they fail to convert you, then it's not because of the lack of, it's not because their arguments fail. It's because the other person is just, what I can't remember the word is escaping me, but it's because they're in love with their own sin. It's because they've given themselves over to their, starts with a D, but they've given they're giving themselves over to a reprobate mind. And so so either way, the faith is affirmed. It never addresses the failure of the argument being presented for their proposition. So it's the Morton's fork. Now heads they win, tails they lose. In this one, it was kill them all. God knows his own. So if they are not true believers, then they'll die and get the judgment they deserve. But if they are, they're going to go to God. They're going to go to God anyway. So twisted shit.
But the point that I wanted, the central point that I wanted to make. So yes, the communists undertook atrocities in order to suppress any opposition and in order to entrench themselves in power. This is exactly what the Catholic Church did. As soon as Christianity became the official church of the Roman Empire under Constantine, they instantly started eradicating opposition. They instantly started persecuting opposition. And this gradually intensified over time. There were crusades against various claimed heretical groups or groups that they disapproved of. The position that the church is in now was obtained through 2,000 years of more or less unrelenting violence and persecution of people who did not agree with the church. The church sponsored colonization and enslavement of South America, Central America. These actions were undertaken by the church. So if you're going to go around condemning communist authorities for the atrocities that they undertook, then you should step back and look at the church's atrocities and go, those were pretty shithouse as well. How am I still defending this organization? It's all very well to say that was in the past. That was justified using the Bible and using papal decrees, just like modern activity is now.
Good to see you in Enology. Thanks so much for being here. And Leophilius, good to see you, bud.
How goes it?
Going good, going good. Just doing a quick review until a believer happens to pop in and wants to join the stage to talk about what they believe and why. Hopefully we'll get somebody. I know there's some other streams going on. So
who are telling you what to do, how to live, and go talk to anybody who lives in a communist country and tell me that they're super happy, right? And the biggest lie with communism is how they think, everyone's going to be equal. And I think everyone secretly thinks that they're going to be on top. They're somehow going to have the nice house and all this other wonderful stuff. Yet we already know the people who rise to the top in an atheistic communist system, they're the ones who make the rules. They're the ones who send the guys with the guns after you. They're the ones who put you.
But this is not a failure.
Doesn't know a single fucking thing about. First off, the term communist society or communist country doesn't make sense. That's not that term literally doesn't make any fucking sense. That's like saying that you can have a quantum field theory country. What the fuck does that mean? You can have a Lagrangian mechanics nation. That doesn't fucking mean anything. That's not how the words there work. And there is no top in a communist society because communist societies are definitionally non-hierarchical. There is no top. There are no people at the top because there is no top for people to be at. I just don't fucking get it.
Yeah, exactly.
There's books. There are books that people wrote about this stuff. Go read them. Fuck me.
I called it out at the beginning. The guy's never read Marx, never read Lenin, has no idea what communism actually is. And whatever failures occurred in those states that allowed those people to come to power and consolidate that power and maintain it by the control that they had in the government is not a failure of atheism. It's not from not believing in a God. It's because of whatever failure in the system allowed that to take place. And so that's the failure of the person themselves, of an individual who is willing to go to those lengths to maintain their powers. Obviously not a social person, not a stable person, and should not be in charge. So This is a failure of people, of certain people. This is not a failure of atheism, nor is it logically entailed by being atheist. So this is just a complete straw man.
In prison, right? Yeah, we're all equal. Some of us are just more equal than others. So, in terms of,
you mean like all like religious systems, view it. Yeah, I mean that's just every accusation is a confession.
being a Catholic, though,
on how they treat women.
Mm.
And you also mean
which church is it where women aren't allowed to be priests? Anybody? Oh God, it's escaping my mind right now. I got like 2.3 billion members, one of the largest religious organizations in the world. What the fuck's the name of it? Fuck.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, I was just thinking for a moment. Who sent ice into Home Depot again? Something about sending out people with guns. What? Shut the fuck up.
we were told by Our Lady of Fatima in 1917 that Russia would spread its errors. And Russia, the errors were atheistic communism. And if you look around,
I think we need to speed run this. Like, we're gonna have an aneurysm. Okay, this is not good for our
today, you see how much atheism has penetrated like governments and leaders and everything.
Evil atheism.
Yeah, just all a complete straw man of atheism.
obsession with penetration.
It's so
penetrated the bureaucracy, you pervert.
outrageous when you think about it. It's like, well, we don't believe in God, but you have to listen to us.
Okay, so this is just like it doesn't matter if there's like if we don't believe there's a God, we don't hold that there is one. If we're still trying to institute a system of government, whether it's communist or capitalist or some form of socialism or whatever, even it doesn't matter. There's still like the governing bodies that institute rules and institute laws and then enforce those laws. Those are over the society in of itself. You can have a God that's dictating what they ought to be or what the God wants them to be. Then you have the people that do it themselves, because these things are entirely subjective. So depending upon what the goals of the society are. So either way, this nothing to do with this. This has nothing to do with communism, and it certainly has nothing to do with atheism.
It's like, dude, who died and made you God? I mean, for goodness sakes, really? Like,
nobody, because the God was never in the equation to begin with.
It just doesn't make any sense. So if you think logically through it, if there's no God, something has to fill the void. And
no, it doesn't.
There is no void there to be filled. What does that mean?
Void.
Catholics are obsessed with filling voids.
Yes, they are.
They are.
And so far, what has filled...
I'm just kind of curious. Just raise your hand if you've seen the Louis C.K. Catholic video. Okay, so I know people in the live chat probably have. There is a video where Louis C.K. goes to talk to a priest about the whole PDF thing going on, and it's just shockingly obscene, but it's funny as hell. So
the void has been just horrific. So number 5. Oh, this is kind of cool. So I wrote down that the Catholic Church is the largest non-governmental healthcare provider in the world.
That means nothing. It just means a lot of the money that you're taking in goes to something else. It doesn't have to be a religious organization.
Wait, what did he just say?
It's the largest non-government healthcare provider.
What is
5.
that?
Oh, this is kind of cool.
Wait, hold on. Who's the it there?
The Catholic Church.
The Catholic Church is the largest non-governmental healthcare provider in the world.
Well, how are we defining healthcare? First off,
what
do you mean? What do you mean by healthcare? Because I mean, if they're just like talking about like churches with fucking saints' names on them or something that get a lot of their money from governments and stuff like that, like that's not how I don't like. There's so much fucking nuance to that statement. I question that statement's legitimacy.
Let me see here. Hang on a sec. The Catholic Church and World Development, TJ International Limited, these are all like Catholic sources. Catholic News Agency. I don't know if I want to go to a source called Deus Vult.
Oh, you don't want to go to Dave's Vault?
Catholic News Agency, no. So it says the Catholic Church is the largest non-government provider of healthcare services in the world. That's straight from Wikipedia. The source on that is a paper written by John Agnew, who is so this article is from 2010, and John Agnew wrote it. He's Department of Geography, University of California at UCLA, Department of Geography, UCLA. Deus Vult, the geopolitics of the Catholic Church. And that's
for those who don't know, Deus Vult is the name of the speech that the Pope gave. I can't remember, probably one of the Innocents, when he was rounding up people for the First Crusade. God wills it.
I can believe the claim, by the way, though. When you look at it, just given the size of the Catholic Church and how many, since we're talking about non-governmental, you'd have to be talking about places that have, the only comparison would be privatized healthcare. So the thought that the Catholic Church could be larger than any individual private, because that's what happens when you take non-governmental out of this. What are you dealing with then? The American healthcare system? That's all they're comparing to, is just the fact that there's no individual healthcare provider in America, for instance. It's larger. And that's accounting for their worldwide operations. So that's like a useless claim, really. It's a nifty one because they're leaving out, it's much like the Pascal's wager. You're trying to leave an item off the table, like everything else. So, yeah, it's not really worth following.
Yeah.
It's pumping yourself up by saying non-governmental. Meanwhile, this is the kind of guy who also, I'm laying bets because of his love of capitalism, doesn't want nationalized healthcare. Ironic, huh?
Yeah. But even if it were the largest non-governmental provider of healthcare, but it's heavily subsidized by governments, because that's where the money's because that's where the money's coming from. But nonetheless, even if it was, that doesn't provide any validation for the church being a force for good, and it doesn't provide any validation that for believing a God exists.
Because of that morality, perhaps, because of that,
or the image of that morality, because you still had the whole child sex scandal going on at the same time. So if you want to provide a positive front to distract from the horrors going on behind the scenes, we could say that as well.
Living as though there is a God, which there is, but in
positive claim. Love for you to defend it at some point.
The teaching of Jesus Christ, it's about love, loving your brother, loving each other, helping each other.
Not fucking kids.
Bring the non-believers before me and slay them before me. Thanks, Luke.
I love how all these Christians scream about how, well, the religion is just about love, people. And then 2 days later, they're screaming about how I don't want these faggots to be able to get married. It blows my mind. It blows my fucking mind.
Getting us through this.
The lack of self-awareness.
So because of that, the church establishes all these hospital systems around the world,
giving them access to kids.
And I guess my quick question for all the atheists out there is, where is the atheist healthcare system?
Is it? I don't know. I hope he doesn't think
the National Health Service in the United Kingdom, Medicare, Medicaid, every nationalized healthcare system across the planet, all of which operate in a secular way. What?
But he didn't want to talk about He didn't want to talk about governmental healthcare. It's amazing how he leaves the competition out.
It's like it has to be under the banner of atheism. No, it'd be under the banner of secularism, because meaning that there's no God. So yes, of course, Leo Filius points it out there. It's just, it was like anything that is not influenced by religion or religious doctrine in that respect, anything that is secular in nature, like like any universal healthcare system. So whatever, dude.
Or hospitals, or atheists. Like name.
Well, there's the kicker right there. Atheists aren't using government tax dollars to build a hospital or to make a hospital or run a hospital, and slap like a name on it like the Catholic Church does, and then use that money to subsidize the operation of that, and then dictate what form of healthcare whoever goes there receives. and even outright rejecting some patients because the patients need some procedure that they don't morally support. So it's not even really like full-on healthcare. It's healthcare by their standards, by their metrics, which is a limited form of healthcare. So
the other thing that I think that's being missed here, and it's sort of like a two-sided point here. The first side is that I'm not surprised that the Catholic Church is as involved, not just in healthcare, but in a variety of things that it's involved in. It's probably one of the single most longest-lived, currently surviving social institutions on the fucking planet. Name a single institution, not like things within some institution, but a single actual institution that is as long-lived as the Catholic Church. Like, you would be hard-pressed to find one.
Maybe
government's out of the question.
Maybe
there is no government in any country on the planet today that has survived as a single institution for 2,000 years. So the way that the Catholic Church and Christianity more broadly are entrenched in society is going to be the reason that explains why the Catholic Church is so involved in all of the parts that it's involved in. But the other thing is that atheism wouldn't be a form of social institution like that because of what atheism is. It's not an institutionalized belief system the way that religions are. It's just a position on a proposition. So, quote unquote, atheistic institutions would just look like what our modern governments do, and would look like what organizations like Doctors Without Borders and what have you look like. They're just secular organizations. They just do what they do without regard to religion. And if we want to include those kinds of institutions, then they have done significantly more, particularly over the last 100 years, for almost every feature of human society than the church has.
Now, another point of consideration here is just to realize that a hospital is actually the perfect recruitment office, considering that your entire clientele are basically captive by the fact they're sick and in a state where they are probably going to be desperate and kind of fearful for their lives, which makes them ripe for the plucking for you to plant the idea of praying to their God. So, yeah, this is where I want to be, huh?
Thank you, Reverb Twang, for the $5 super chat. I do appreciate that. I want to make sure I missed that. And I make sure I didn't miss that because there's something going on. Tony, you got beef. Does this guy, does Joseph have beef with you? Because what is he wanting to debate you on? You're muted.
Yeah. He's wanting to debate me on whether or not, so I made the claim that, false beliefs are bad because they cleaving to them can be harmful to the individual that holds them, and can be harmful to the people that they have influence over, or that they can directly affect. And he said, religion is good. Religion is good for people who hold religious beliefs. And my counter was, well, does that include the harm that people with religious beliefs inflict on those around them? For instance, through conversion therapy that you recommended earlier, through misguided abortion legislation, through the harassment and persecution of people who use and work in abortion clinics. Does it include the harm that religiously motivated terrorists inflict on one another? Does it inflict the harm of religious persecution by theocracies? I think that if you include all of those things, then no, religious belief is not a net benefit for humanity. And while people who do have, religious beliefs, I'm sure the gentleman on screen is perfectly happy in his existence, doesn't suffer from depression. I'm not informed. I don't know about his mental state, but I'm sure that his religion brings him a great deal of emotional stability and emotional support. I know that my religion did when I held to it, but eventually, it was false. I was deluding myself, and I was inflicting harm on people without even realizing that I was doing it. And that's the danger that religion has. You can think that you're acting in a righteous way. And Joseph, I'm thrashing you in this debate. It's almost like you haven't actually shown up to the debate. It's almost like you didn't click on the link in the chat in order to come face to face and actually present your case because you're that much of a coward. And so you're getting your ass handed to you by this old man because you're too gutless to appear on screen.
The thing that's unfortunate about doing these kinds of stages is that 90% of the people that you want to come on stage that you interact with will only ever stay in your chat. And there's reasons for that. Also, I need to provide a correction to Joseph WW3CR in the chat. Not a belief, LOL. That's not what I said. I said it's not a belief system. It's amazing how people don't ever listen to the words that you use and just whatever the fuck they want to hear so that they can run whatever dumb fucking argument.
Jim Bob.
So fucking bad.
Jim Bob.
So knowledge is a belief that is warranted, right? That is knowledge counts as a subset of beliefs. But what counts as knowledge is that which is supported by the available evidence. Right, that knowledge is strongly warranted beliefs, so to say something is a belief is not very helpful. You need to specify unsubstantiated belief. We can hold beliefs that are actually, as far as we can tell, completely true, and indeed it is irrational not to hold such beliefs. But the problem becomes unfounded beliefs, unwarranted beliefs. Beliefs for which there is no supporting evidence. And Joseph, your point that religious people are better off by every conceivable metric, that doesn't justify the harm that they do on other people.
And I will, just point out, Marnie Wheeler really quick says, "Hi, missed the first 2 hours. Catch me up in one sentence. Cheers." In one sentence, no theist has provided any evidence that their God exists. So that's the...
In 2 sentences, I'm God.
In 2 sentences, yeah, Antonio is God. So Antonio exists. So we're warranted in believing. Yeah. And thank you, Moon. Thank you, Reverb, for the $2 super chat. No message, but I appreciate that support. Thank you so much.
Chris X Du Bois is trying to make the argument in chat, and he could also click on the link and try and make the argument that we believe that morality is objective, because it demonstrably isn't.
I don't even know. I think that's an incoherent statement to make. To say, I think it's like saying that like what foods taste the best is like objective. Like, what the fuck does that mean? I don't.
Yeah. Well, he denies that. He was saying that a legitimate government is one that is a legitimate form of social organization is one that is morally good. And I asked according to whom, and he said that was incoherent. Or he said, what is morally good is defined in terms of human well-being. Well, that depends. Two people can be motivated by the idea of human well-being. For instance, the Catholic Church was motivated by considerations of human well-being when they hid their pedophile crisis, because they considered that the welfare of the church was overall of benefit to society, and therefore they were justified in hiding these, to them, minor transgressions that individual priests were committing. This is, so it is impossible to say that the senior members of the Catholic Church weren't trying to do good for society, weren't trying to do something that benefited humanity. It's just their perception of how that was done was very different from mine, right? So you claim that yes, human life has objective requirements, but not all.
That's not a moral claim, though.
Yeah, it's not a moral claim.
Not a moral claim.
I'm actually gonna jump.
Stars also have objective requirements for how they form. That's not a moral claim.
I'm going to throw this out there. This is a little bit of a thought experiment there, Chris. So you say that you made the statement, morality is grounded in the requirements for human life. Immorality is as well, okay? Because it's not about, because it comes down to the odds, all right? That what one desires, the application of those of what is necessary for human life and why they are doing it. If the objective is to keep if you're literally talking about that which is moral, is that which concerns, that which is required to keep people alive. What about someone who is keeping someone alive only to prolong their suffering? or if I'm keeping someone alive in order to get information out of them or get something out of them or whatever. So like it can that sword cuts both ways. So it's still subjective because it always comes down to the oughts. What ought you do? And that's the valuation. Okay. So this is a thought experiment because I can like literally want to prolong someone's suffering as long as humanly possible, but they will die eventually unless I intervene and give them what they need to survive. So am I morally, is that a moral action to keep them alive as long as possible? If my goal is to prolong their suffering as long as possible, because I can't make them suffer anymore if they're dead. So is my sustainment of their life, providing them water and food and medical care to keep them alive, is that a moral action? If the end result is that I visit more suffering upon them, which torturers will do. So it comes down to the oughts, dude. I hate to tell you. And Moondog, thank you so much for the $1 super chat. No message. I appreciate the support.
I also wanted to say, just because I think it's worth pointing this out, because I'm just flabbergasted that Chris doesn't realize this. And he's arguing with me in chat. I guess he doesn't think that like humans could operate under a sort of a decentralized, non-hierarchical, communal form of social organization, when that's actually how humans lived for the majority of the time that there's been humans on the planet. He's like asking me all these questions about, well, how would they do this and how would they do that? But
that was
the
only
problem is
that was
that
only a period of 300,000 years, Leophilus.
Yeah, exactly. Like what the fuck are humans doing out here? We can't do the thing that we've done for most of our history. But it's like, dude, go back 150 years when there would be small towns that had less than 100 people in them that would vote for their own sheriffs and their own judges, and they would have community markets where all the farmers and everybody that grew food because they had their own gardens would come together, and they would figure out who's going to teach all of the school kids, and then they would develop councils to handle all of the socio-political matters and all of this stuff. And it wasn't nearly as centralized or as hierarchical as our broad sweeping nation states are today. Like, this is a thing humans have. The thing that I'm saying, the thing that communism ultimately is a thing humans have already done. It will just look different in the future versus the
if
past.
you want to see it in practice, go to the highlands of Papua New Guinea. There are tribes there that have never seen a white person. You will be the first, and they will, assuming that they don't come to the conclusion that you're a ghost because they think that ghosts have white skin. Assuming that they don't come to the conclusion that you're a ghost and shoot you on sight, they will probably demonstrate to you how decentralized. I am, there are very xenophobic tribes in the Highlands, and there are very welcoming tribes in the Highlands that will have no trouble with you. But they'll show you exactly how a decentralized authority works. Sort of people are raised with social norms. They grow to adulthood accepting those social norms, and then they apply the appropriate levels of coercion, be it through education, be it through some form of disincentive, be it through acts of violence, to stop people from acting in ways that they regard as antisocial.
Yeah, as a somewhat modern sample of this would be like Jewish kibbutz being decentralized communal enclaves. So they become more privatized in more recent times. But if you want to take a sample of a functional system, we've got them in the modern age. And they currently have, like, the current population in kibbutzes is somewhere in the 100,000+. So, yeah.
No, and Chris is still making idiotic arguments. Like the
What's up, Team Nancy?
the argument here is, there are requirements for human life. Yes. So what you're saying, what your argument is that if we have somebody starving, it would be right, or at least justifiable, to take food or take property off somebody who has a lot of it. Kill them if necessary, if they won't relinquish their food and resources freely, and give it to the people who are under threat of starving. Is that a moral way to behave? Is it moral to go around to people who have lots of stuff, beat them up, take their stuff off them, and redistribute it to people who need it and who are on the point of surviving, the point of starving. Is that a moral way to behave? Some people would say, yes, that's a perfectly moral thing to do. But many people would say, no, that isn't a moral thing to do. So do you not see, what if keeping somebody alive takes twice the resources that it does to keep somebody else alive? Should we let that person die and rededicate the resources to another person? You're arguing like people can only come to one conclusion presented with the facts, and that is observably not true. People come to different conclusions.
You don't want to wind up in a Dennis Moore situation.
It's truly immoral.
Oh, come on!
Watching Chris here try to steal all the attention from the fellow in this video we're commenting on.
Does
He's
anybody
trying
remember
to steal this guy's attention?
Does anybody remember Dennis Moore? Monty Python's Flying Circus? Dennis Moore
yeah.
steals from the rich but gives to the poor, but finds wealth redistribution slightly tricky. It's like, wait, it's no.
Yes, I do. There's a song about him.
Yes.
Extra. Name an organization like Atheists Without Borders or something. You go all over the world and you're helping people, right? So,
well,
it's worth pointing out that Doctors Without Borders isn't a fucking religious organization.
It would be, that's the whole kicker. It's like, it's secular in that respect. It doesn't have to be a religion. Atheism is not a religion. So what are we talking about? It's like, this is so dumb.
Again, we're back to, if you don't have a moral code, then what are you fighting for?
We do have moral codes. We have moral codes. What the fuck?
But what are you living for? Are you helping other people?
Yes.
I know. We're all basically good people. I get it.
Oh,
no, we're not.
I stand by
all people are good people. There's Jesus Christ. Anyway, I've got to go do some shopping. But thank you for having me on. Thank you for putting up with my extraordinarily long-winded rants.
Always.
Joseph, you're an absolute loser and a complete irrelevance, and you will be forgotten as soon as I walk out of this room. Chris, similarly, goodbye. But also a pleasure to be on stream with you, Andrew and JL.
Always, Tony. Thank you, bud.
Okay, bye.
Hopefully, Tony gets a really great special on blood pressure meds. Much of the stream is healthy for him.
You gotta laugh about this one. There's these arguments.
We are laughing at you because it's patently absurd what you're talking about.
Well, we're laughing, just not with you.
Just not with you.
From as far back as I can tell, it goes back to evolution and everything. But there's the Big Bang Theory, which is that one day something in the dark universe blew up, and then the universe was formed perfectly.
So he knows nothing about cosmology either. I'm kind of grateful that Leo's not here, because Leo would.
He did evolution, but decided to just leapfrog right to.
Just jump. Oh, wait. Catholic Church supports that. Catholic Church accepts evolution. So no, I got to jump to the Big Bang. Wait. The Big Bang was sussed out by an actual priest who was doing science. So, what the hell? And
great order, and just this incredible idea.
I love how you could tell he's pulling the shit out of his ass, because he has no idea what the fuck he's talking about. He has no background in cosmology, no background in evolutionary biology, and no background in like the history of governments either. So this right here is just apologist talking points that he has heard from other people and has done no research whatsoever into the subjects that he is trying to address, because he's obviously he's not bringing anything of substance here because he's never read the stuff. He's only operating with the cliff notes that the straw manning cliff notes that he's been given from other sources. So,
and then
I wouldn't give him quite that much credit for how malformed all of this is. It's more like it's regurgitating, and he's chewing the cud right now.
Right.
He never actually even got any of the form of it right. He's had little fragments being slowly chewed on. This is a horrible mess.
Oh, metalcore kick. Yeah. In the beginning, the universe was created. This was widely regarded as a bad idea and has made many people very angry. So, yes, Hitchhiker's Guide. Love it.
You tell me you're a thinking person, or I like to think I'm a thinking person a little bit, but
You're
think
not.
about it for a second and
Very
say,
little.
okay, so you don't believe in God, so
Nope.
God didn't create the universe, but the Big Bang did, which
No. This is no. So
No.
Leo just no. So no, this is a complete straw man of atheism.
means something exploded.
Also, no.
Please note there's already a
But
something.
but
There's already a
Leo,
something.
it was a giant exothermic reaction.
And we get back to first cause. Like, well, what was this? Where did the something come from? It's infuriating.
No, it's not, because you will simply define your God as the thing that has always existed and will always exist, and we are justified by the evidence and accepting the position that it's indicated that the universe has always existed and will always exist. So, but we have access to the universe. Present your God. We're not begging the question at the core of it. We're not begging the question of the existence of something to justify a claim about that thing. So, or the claim about something that it's done, to ascribe some sort of telos to the universe. So, no, this guy is.
It's also not infuriating to anybody that understands early universe cosmology, because they know that what caused the Big Bang was inflation.
Well,
Because at some point you're forced to believe that there's just nothing.
You're not forced to believe shit. Propositions are present. I'm just gonna clarify this. Propositions are presented to you by other agents or other sources. You are either convinced of the truth of those propositions, or you are not convinced of those propositions. You are not forced. Nobody can force you to believe something. Okay, they can force you to act like you do believe it, but under threat of duress or threat of death or whatever, threat of torture. But they can't force your brain to accept something. You, like a person like I could be tortured all day long for forever, and they'll never be able to get my brain to accept that square circles exist. There are 4 lights.
I was just
Okay,
I was about to.
there are 4 lights. All right. And so no matter what, it's not going to change reality. It's not, you can't convince me of a logical contradiction. It's like, no matter how much you torture me, you're not going to convince me that if I step off a building, if I will it strongly enough, I'm going to fly. It's just not going to happen. Faith is not a tool for epistemology.
Absolutely nothing. And then something comes out of nothing.
It's
like, how does that make any sense? You can ask a 5-year-old.
You're right, it doesn't. So this is not also a false dichotomy. So,
Like, where did this come from? Oh, it came from nowhere. It just came out of thin air, right?
and thank you, Singer Soul, for the $9.99 super chat. Says it's crazy that Christians believe Yahweh to be the first cause, and then also believe it's a thinking, interacting entity. How do they not see the obvious problem with those propositions? I'm assuming is what he meant. I appreciate that, Singer.
Doesn't make any sense at all. So it's pretty funny.
Thin
The
air
whole idea,
requires
again,
molecules, by the way. So how could the thing you need to have molecules have come from thin air, my guy? That's not how that works.
my guy, bruh.
and in evolution, that's a whole nother topic in itself. But
Don't address it, because you're gonna get bodied on that too.
the just stuff boom, comes out of nowhere. And,
No one holds that.
Okay. So even the Earth is formed, right? Perfectly. Human beings.
I don't know what his metric of like perfect is, like a subjective metric. It's an oblate spheroid with a dynamic topography. So I don't know. And humans can only live on it only sustain like 30% of its surface can sustain human life. So I don't know what he's talking about perfect. And like 1% of the water on the planet we can drink. The other 99% we can't. So and the vast majority of that is locked up in the ice caps. So
can breathe. There's water. Everything's perfect, and
not by any stretch of the imagination.
It just came out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden, something in the water, which again came from nothing,
This is abiogenesis.
somehow
by the way.
hops up on a dry land and becomes over time human beings.
I'm just gonna say argument from ignorance and argument from personal incredulity, or an argument from personal incredulity as a result of argument from ignorance.
Catholic Church accepts evolution. Shut the fuck up.
I also just wanted to say that if I ever write a book on abiogenesis, I'm naming it Something in the Water.
Something in the water. I like that. Magus Moore. Good says good morning. AJL. From a movie buff to another, my favorite movie of all time is The Reflecting Skin. Have you seen it? I have, but I haven't thought about it in forever. Wow.
Really quickly to Chris, but to claim something is wrong is to make the implicit claim that they ought not do or think in a certain way. Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's a moral ought. You understand that there are oughts other than moral oughts, right?
And early Viggo Mortensen film, before he did The Passion of Darkly Noon, which is one of my favorite Viggo Mortensen films. Viggo Mortensen, Brendan Fraser, Ashley Judd. That the 1995, I do believe. But yeah, long time. Haven't seen that in a while. But then again, saying it's a Viggo Mortensen film is like saying Prophecy 2 was a George Clooney and Laura Dern film because they were in it for like that long. So yeah. But yeah, love was that Philip Ridley? Yeah. So, but yeah, I love The Passion of Darkly Noon is one of my favorites. God, Brendan Fraser was off the fucking chain in that movie. Hey, Mighty Starlight, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here.
With brains and minds and thoughts and conscience and everything like that. So even to just think about it for a second, even on a very juvenile level.
No, don't think about it on a juvenile level. Think about it on an educated level, because thinking about it on a juvenile level is how you wind up at these kinds of conclusions, the kind of conclusions that you are drawing. So
yeah, like the Big Bang was an explosion.
Right.
You scratch your head and you're like, okay, so stuff comes out of nothing and then it's really smart and everything. It's like, yeah, I'm not buying it. It's pretty stupid.
You shouldn't, because that's not what anybody is teaching. That's not what any course on this expresses, and the people who understand it don't believe that. Idiots believe that, and I'm just going to call it out, believe that a magical eternal entity somehow exists outside of time, yet created time, and then interacts with time in order to poof things into existence, like the universe in and of itself and human beings from mud and body parts. So like Mud Boy and Rib Girl were conjured out of its own will. It's like, really? This is their belief. Okay? And that's why they have to misrepresent the scientific conclusions on these things in order to make them sound as equally dumb as what they believe. So it's never about, you notice how that we're up to like number 6 on this. He has yet to defend any position that he is expressing. If the whole thing has been about trying to drag the atheist position down to his level,
instead of bringing his up,
instead of elevating his through evidence and argumentation, and to drag it down, and the only way you can do it is through complete and total misrepresentation. So by the way, like attacking science when that has nothing to do with atheism, when attacking government when it has nothing to do with atheism. So go ahead.
Or communism. But
yeah.
You got to use the phrase that I like to use when I describe God. It's an immaterial, immortal wizard, because that is 100% a not inaccurate way of describing God, at least under classical theism and some forms of non-classical Christian theism. He's an immaterial, immortal wizard.
Tony Regime says, JL, when you write Mud Boy and Rib Girl, can I have a signed copy? Absolutely. The Adventures of Mud Boy and Rib Girl.
Okay, number 7. I've noticed that atheists don't believe in miracles. Okay.
No shit. Neither does any physicist, but
hot take there, smart guy. And actually,
I don't know. No.
It's not logically entailed that they don't. There are some atheists that do accept supernaturalism. They just don't attribute it to a god.
Which in my I would say is not a miracle. A miracle is specifically some sort of divine action.
They may be
a miracle isn't just the occurrence of a non-physical event. It's a non-physical, or it's something that occurs in the natural world that is not natural and that is like divinely ordained.
Some may operate with just the idea that it's something that can a phenomenon that cannot be explained by natural means.
Yeah, that was like ordained by some sort of divine force.
Okay. Not implicit.
Well, I mean, I don't see miracles as being a non-religious term. That seems to me to be a strictly religious term.
Picture any spiritual, like decentralized.
Yeah, a humanist could believe in miracles.
It depends on what you mean by miracles. I take miracles as being specific form of divine intervention, and so I don't disconnect the notion of it is a God doing something in the world that cannot be explained by the world's mechanisms alone.
I accept
not just that there is something outside of those mechanisms, that it's specifically being done by a God. That is what I take miracles to be, because I take miracles to be a strictly religious phenomenon. Now, there might be people who think that there are things that happen that aren't strictly natural, despite them happening in the natural world, but wouldn't associate them to the agency of any sort of, or the intention or the intervention of some sort of divine agent. I personally would not refer to those as miracles. Some other people might, and that's okay. But that to me, that is not a miracle.
Gotcha.
Great Wolf Spirit does not like you demeaning his works.
Angel Rivera, thank you so much. Says, JL, I was finally able to use my Week in Horror hoodie, and I can really tell you it is an awesome article. Yes, those hoodies are amazing. Well, they were amazing. I'm glad that you enjoy it.
You said were.
Because they're not for sale anymore.
Well, really? Do you think you could check in the back for me, buddy? Maybe you got one in the back. I take a size small.
But the material that they were made of was fantastic. It was a great friggin' hoodie, and it was the official hoodie of the horror podcast that we did for 5 years. I'm glad that you got to use it. I love mine. Actually, let me correct. My wife loves it. I loved it when I got to wear it once. My wife now loves it, but it is really good material. Yeah, as it goes.
Yeah, but when you're buying hoodies and you start picturing how they look on your wife or your girlfriend rather than yourself, you're there. You've made it. That's where you're at. Yep.
Hey,
look at the sweatshirt. That would look so good on my wife. I'm going to buy that. Because you're going to wear it one time, and that's it.
Maybe they're not always atheists, but for atheists as a rule, you can't believe in miracles, because if you believe in miracles, you believe in God, or you believe in a superior force. You believe in something that has just gone outside the rules of nature and said, okay, this is like out of nowhere. There's nothing to explain this, right?
Nonetheless, I'm not hearing a problem here. It's irrelevant. This is supposed to be a defeat or an emotional appeal. I have no idea, but there's no. He's just like, if you're an atheist, you don't believe in miracles. Okay, thank you for pointing that out.
And I use for an example the Shroud of Turin, if you've ever heard of it, and hopefully you have.
No one's ever heard of that.
You want to know the thing about the Shroud of Turin?
What's up?
I can 100 motherfucking% grant you that it was Jesus' burial cloth. That means fucking nothing. It was the guy's burial cloth. Ooh, what you don't get to some magic stuff happened from this guy was buried with a sheet over him and we found the sheet. That's not how that works. The fact that we found Tutankhamun's sarcophagus or whatever does not mean that all of the magical stuff that was associated to him is now somehow fucking true. That's not how that works. Yeah. I can just grant you the Shroud of Turin. It doesn't mean anything.
I'm absolutely fed up with this. When you see articles about the Shroud of Turin, could this really be the burial cloth of Jesus?
Well, I mean, okay. So Leo is correct, and I'm not gonna refute him on that. Even if it was, it doesn't cross the bridge to a supernatural claim. Even if it was, it doesn't get you to magic man who violates laws of reality. But we know that it is not. It didn't date to that period. It doesn't date to that period. The forensic analysis shows that it was. The forensic analysis shows that human bodies don't bleed that way, and the way it was positioned would not be how someone was laid out at the time. So the claims about it don't match up with the analysis of it. So all of the evidence indicates that it was created. It was a created. I don't want to say if it's a forgery like that, but or it's a hoax, because I don't know. It was a religious relic that was created. It was a 13th century art installation, or 14th century art installation. That is what it is. Or 13th century art installation. That's all it can be. And even the Pope at the time, who received word about it, said, do not display this thing and call it the burial shroud of Christ. Don't do it, because that Pope had information from the bishop who got it from the guy, saying that this was something that was created. It was not the shroud over Christ. So Leo is correct. Even if it was, that doesn't get you to Magic Man, but the evidence all indicates that it is not.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Done.
But for me, I don't want to debate the Shroud of Turin, because that's not what it is. So I'm just willing to grant them that it is, because it doesn't matter anyway. That's the only reason I grant it, is because why have that discussion? I mean,
yeah, it's because one of those weird instances where you can just like throw the evidence away, be like, it's ultimately irrelevant to the point that they're trying to make.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness, this thing's been around. How many more times do scientists have to use all their super equipment to look at it and look all the fibers and everything and say, oh my gosh, they've already said there's no natural explanation for it.
There is.
Nobody said that.
No one has ever said that. This is just a straight up lie.
JL, have you seen Capturing Christianity's video about how they found the marks that there was a magical flash of light on the Shroud of Turin?
Oh,
when
I
his soul get back into his body.
I didn't hear like the imprint was like from an atomic reaction or a nuclear reaction.
It was like a photonic imprint of light on the shroud.
I didn't hear. I didn't know that came from capturing Christianity. I've heard someone repeat that shit.
Well, he just made a video on it. I don't know if he's the one that started that thing. Okay. I don't think so, but he made a video on it. I'm watching it. I'm literally laughing. I'm like, this can't be fucking real.
It's like anything that they can to try and keep that fucking thing alive. And Singer Soul, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Says Gospel of John also states that there were multiple linens that would cover the Jesus character. Also look at real one-piece shrouds and then look at Turin. Right. So all of the evidence, I think this is just one of those weird circumstances where the point they're trying to make, we don't even need to go to the evidence. The evidence is superfluous to it, because even if it was the shroud that this Jesus character's body was wrapped in, it doesn't cross the epistemic bridge to get you to Magic Man who violates reality. It doesn't get you there. So. And I love his condescension. Is like they come in with all their super machines to do all the tests, and I'm like,
look at the fibers. You gotta look at the fibers.
The way this could have happened by humans, and they said, well, somebody painted this.
Red fucking ochre was found in the linen. Okay, red, like it's a paint job, dude. And here's an interesting fact. At the time, in order to get a certain effect in the paint, painters would mix their own blood into the mixture that they were utilizing to create their art, because of the way the material dries. The coagulation of the blood within that sustained both a color effect and the image of what they were trying to, the impression of the image longer and to a more definitive degree than just using standard paints. So that was actually a common practice amongst many painters at the time, was using their own blood as a part of the mixture they used to do their crafts. So this is not mind-blowing shit.
It's just,
yes. Chris brings up blood as a tempera paint medium. Yes, blood was often used because of the coagulative effect of the blood on the surrounding material.
It goes beyond. Look, it's a miracle. End of story. All right. You either believe it or you don't.
We don't, because the evidence fucking breaks it, dude. And of course it doesn't make the epistemic leap.
I mean, like how much evidence do you need? And you look at some, it's
all of it. I need all the evidence.
All the evidence, please.
All the evidence you have. That's what I want.
Fuck the Shroud of Turin. Evidence for your God. Please bring it. Like sufficient evidence that would warrant belief in this thing. Because I mean, if it exists, like you claim it does, but he's not going to defend it. It's like Jim Bob. He's not here to defend his position. He's here to just interrogate the other side and then preach.
Hey, look, it's a miracle. We can't explain it. We know there's a God. We know God does amazing things for us. End of
Nope.
story. But I've noticed that atheists, for the most part, well, I'd say for all part, if they can't explain a miracle, after a while they're quiet. They walk away.
No, we don't. Every miracle, I can tell you this: every miracle that has been every miracle that's occurred that people have been allowed to come in and legitimately break it down to study it. Those ones that people have had, that actual scientists have had access to, have all been debunked. Any like purported miracle, whether it's a bleeding statue or it's a crying statue or it's this particular thing, when actual like academics come in to break that down and suss it all out, they've all been like rightfully debunked. The ones that have not been debunked are the ones that the controlling authorities at the time have not allowed anyone access to them to do any kind of testing whatsoever, or like an investigation of, or to question the people or question the witnesses or anything like that. This shit goes back to fucking Emile Zola. Emile Zola is one of my favorite writers. Wrote J'accuse, he kicked off the whole Dreyfus affair and everything. But he wrote a trilogy of books about a fictional priest who loses his faith while doing a kind of like trip through Europe at the turn of the century. And he's the first book is called Lords, and the second book is, I believe, the second book is Rome, and the third book is Paris. Or I may have this mixed up, but nonetheless, the first book is Lords, and that's when the fictional priest goes to visit the village of Lords, where apparently there was the Lord's Grotto, where all these people were being healed because they believe it's a holy site where visions of apparitions of Mary were there, and so Lords, being a very, very poor village at the time, capitalized on the visions that this young farm girl apparently had, and people started flocking there in droves. And so what Emile Zola witnessed was what he described was a grotesque capitalization on religious fervor. And so people making money off of this shit. The second thing he witnessed was how nasty the waters of the grotto were from all of these sick and terminally ill people entering in the water and them only changing the water out like twice a day. So in his mind, he would be shocked if anybody who went into that water came out any better, that more likely they would come out worse because of how filthy the water is. And three, the two girls that he was presented with, Larila Marchand, and another, they were both named Marie, but I can't remember the second girl's last name. And Marchand, the Le Marchand is where Clive Barker got the name for the Cuban Hellraiser. So, a fun fact there. But the two girls said that they were healed, but there was no evidence presented that they were. And Emile couldn't eliminate the possibility of psychosomatic effect or the effects of religious fervor. And he didn't know the state of those girls or what happened to them after he left. And so all of the vitriol that came out when he published his book, everything that came out from the Catholic Church was them trying to discredit Emile by be like, well, he refused to believe. He's just a sinner and he refuses to believe shit. Emile was like, because he was a journalist first, hence, like writing stuff like J'accuse, and he just reported what he saw. So this is one of those big things. You allow someone in there to actually investigate, they always fall apart. They can point out exactly all the weaknesses that they hinge upon.
Also, there's something really interesting about what he said. He said, "Oh, it's not explained because it's a miracle." And when you hear a theist say something like this, you should just ask them, "Well, is a miracle a purported explanation of something?" Usually, they're going to want to say yes. And it's like, "Oh, well, then it's not unexplained." You're purporting that a miracle explains it, and then it's just on you to tell me why you think a miracle is the best explanation. And you can't say, "Well, because nothing else explains it," because I could grant you that nothing else explains it. The fact that something else or a set of some other explanations doesn't work is not evidence that any explanation does. You have to give independent reasons for why your explanation is the superior one. And then I just want to hear what that is. And good luck with that one.
We have no answer, which is why we know God did it.
Which is just a textbook argument from ignorance. We don't know, therefore we know.
Sorry, I'm just going to something real quick. There we go. All right.
What else are you going to say? Well, it's a miracle. There's no doubt about it. It's like the atheist doctors, like when there are miraculous cures in hospitals, they're treating a patient. Well, we don't know how to explain it. It's just unexplainable.
Even doctors who are atheists will, I mean, they'll refer to them as, they may refer to it as a medical miracle, okay? Because I mean, spontaneous remissions do occur, okay? Or but healing like the effect that he's talking about, like spontaneous remissions do occur. Sometimes the body's immune system will suddenly kick in and will start working when it wasn't working prior. There's a number of factors that go into it, but no one has ever seen or reported, no one has ever seen or documented an arm being regrown or an organ being like someone like severe damage. Like you've never seen a person with third degree burns over 70% of their body suddenly praying and then all of their skin suddenly returning. Like the extreme shit doesn't happen. He's talking in this sense, what we refer to are like those instances where the immune system is typically involved and something rights itself. Okay. So, which happens sometimes. It's not often, but it does occur. Or like the latent effects of it. Like all of a sudden it seemed like their body wasn't fighting it. And then then all of a sudden it kind of kicked into drive because the body is imperfect, because the body doesn't work the way it should all the time. Okay. So, they don't call them miracles from God. They may say it's an extraordinarily rare occurrence. You could almost call it miraculous, but no one's ever reported seeing like limbs regrow or skin being unburnt, so it doesn't happen. Other than the liver can regenerate. That's true, but not a brain. So never seen somebody's like neural fiber, like neurons suddenly regrow because somebody prayed for them. What's up?
Real quick, fellas, I'm gonna head out. It's getting a little late here.
Okay, Leo.
But thanks for having me on the stage. This has been a short blast. Listening to people like this get everything that they're talking about wrong. It's insane that there are people that open their mouths and talk about these things. And while we're on the subject of stuff happening in the world that violates everything that the world, is, if you're interested in hearing more about that as it relates to, say, consciousness, you should swing by my channel at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time this Friday, where I will be responding to Emerson Green and what's his name? Ralph Stefan Ware, I believe, on whether or not the interaction problem is still a legitimate problem, which it objectively is. So you should check that out, folks. Anyway, okay. I'm out of here. I'll see you later, fellas. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Leo. Anytime.
Good one.
Third legs grow all the time. Yes, they do. Until they don't.
It's my call tripod. Also, that's not my leg.
No, for those of us who believe it is explainable, God intervened.
It's not an explanation. That's an assertion. You need to explain. An explanation will include the mechanism as to how it took place. You saying God did it is not an explanation.
By a special grace, he cured someone, helped someone, whatever. But it just being so stubborn, it just drives me nuts.
No, it's not stubborn. It's not stubborn at all. There's no justification to say that it was a God because you haven't demonstrated that one exists. Why would we conclude that it is a God when we don't know if one exists at all, or all the evidence indicates that one does not? So, again, this is a straw man.
Stubborn. It's like, well, we can't explain it. It can't be a miracle. It can't be God. We just, it's just beyond our human comprehension. We just can't explain it.
Yeah, it's a total misrepresentation.
Come on, get over yourselves and just like admit it that there is something bigger than you in the universe.
No, the universe is bigger than us. Done.
Universe.
Wait, is it in the universe or did it create the universe? Like this is smelling very panentheistic.
Formed everything.
My car?
Huh?
My car is bigger than me. Gotta be more specific.
Damn you, stubborn atheist, for not believing my bullshit.
Creates everything, that there's an intelligence, a genius that is so far beyond you. And maybe that's what irritates a lot of people. They just can't stand the fact that there's something smart to them out there, Maybe just
it's a total fucking straw man. This is just nonsense.
Just in pride, these people are like, well, I can, science will fix everything. Yeah, no, not really. It's a humility. It's like there's just a lack of humility.
Really? You're going to claim it's a God when you can't demonstrate that one exists. You're just going to posit that it's there without any evidence whatsoever. And you're going to claim that it's impossible for you to be wrong. Whereas we're saying we will change our positions in the event of evidence that would warrant changing it, but you have yet to provide any, and we haven't seen any ourselves. So we're concluding what's important. We're concluding what is logically consistent and what is rationally justified by the evidence, instead of going beyond that and begging the question, committing a logical fallacy. And you say that we are not humble. That we are the ones being lacking humility. What the living fuck?
Now, the irony, of course, is that, he just finished saying, that we need humility. Meanwhile, we're the ones who are willing to say we don't know. And he's the one jumping to saying he has all the answers.
Right.
So I think you need to hear
that there could actually be a super intelligent being that made everything, directs everything, and is still in the lives of every single person, keeping things going like a well-tuned clock.
Maybe, but it won't be proved by you.
Yo, mama is so big and dumb, she went to school at the hippocampus. That's funny.
Damn.
Number 8. They say, the atheists say, there's no evidence for God.
I think it's a little bit more accurate to say there's no sufficient evidence for God. There's no sufficient evidence to warrant belief, is where I would say it's a little bit more intellectually honest. But yeah, I would say if he's talking about a specific God, the God of the Bible, there is no evidence of that entity because it's a logical contradiction. It doesn't exist. So,
well, I'd amend it to say that he's not in possession of it, if there is.
Yeah.
You ain't got it.
Well, it's got to be scientific. Got to put it in a test tube.
No, it has to be able to be demonstrated to be there. This whole reductionism, this reductivist attitude when it comes to science. If you want to assert, you can hypothesize that it exists and that it is a potential cause for things that you observe. But you need to be able to demonstrate that it is there and demonstrate the mechanistic relationship between the two before you do that. That doesn't require putting it in a test tube, you fucking moron.
You could walk outside. How much more proof do you need? And that's another thing that kind of irks me, right?
We got the trees.
Look at the trees.
The trees, folks. We did it.
There's the trees.
Was that Singer Soul who actually guessed that at the beginning?
I think it was Singer Soul.
I think so.
Well, look at the trees. Just go outside. Skeptic philosophy. But he has a book, and it's holy. What more evidence do you need?
By the way, if God is omnipresent, it's in the test tube.
That's saying. True. It is. And good to see you, skeptic philosophy.
It also is the test tube.
It also is the test tube. Yeah.
It's really stupid that you would walk outside and say, "Well, there's no proof of God."
There isn't, because these things can be a result of natural forces, and there's no logical nor physical contradiction there. So it's not like it's a violation of physics for things to exist as the way they do without intention. So it's just an argument. So no, it's not stupid. Every accusation is a confession.
I heard a guy say years ago, it's like, look, science can't produce a blade of grass. And you get down, with all our microscopes and everything, you see, atoms and all these cool things at the microscopic level. It's like, well, who can create that? Can man go to a lab and say, we're going to make an atom today?
Yes.
We create elements all the fucking time. What the shit? Does he know how many man-made elements there are?
Wow. Wow.
What the living fuck?
And again, they talk about, it's always having something to create something, if that makes any sense, right?
This is just going back to the Big Bang thing. This is which is a function of the universe. Just goes back to the universe has always existed and will always exist. And the features of the universe that exist now are a result of the inflation event and how matter can form as a result of the state of energy within the closed system that we exist in, or the isolated system we exist in. So what is the issue?
Humans can't do anything. They have to start with something. Okay. Let's say you want to make a chair, right? You have to get the wood to make the chair.
This is a composition fallacy.
So you finish this chair, you roll it out, and ta-da, look what I made. Like, where'd you get everything? It just came out of nowhere. It was nothing. It's like, wood had to be created. Wood is there. Wood was created by something great.
Okay, but the agent that, even that doesn't follow. The agent that may have created the wood, but the individual created the chair because they injected the telos there. This is just nonsense.
Greater than you. I think that's the bottom line. Maybe we shouldn't even have 10 of these. I would just say, you know what? I think it's the bottom line is that people just in their pride don't want to believe there's something greater than them. Oh boy.
Straw man.
Hold on, wait.
Anyway.
Did you say it shouldn't even be 10 of these?
Yeah, he was going to do 10. I think he may stop it at 9.
I think he ran out of juice. This is there shouldn't be. It's called. I can't even come up with 10.
He covered the cosmological. He covered the teleological. He covered the moral argument. He covered the ontological argument. So like he hit all the basic stuff. And then I guess he touched on fine tuning the teleological argument. So yeah, he touched on all the classic arguments we've heard, which is essentially what this is. It's just like why he can't be is because of all of these flawed arguments. So he can't be an atheist because of a whole bunch of logically fallacious arguments.
Okay, so number 9. If you don't believe in God, then you have no purpose. And have you?
False. There's no purpose being dictated to me. I determine the purpose for myself. What the shit?
If you have no purpose, what's the point?
Whatever I determine it to be. Whatever I want it to be. The point of my life is whatever I determine it to be.
Did you get all that? Yeah, it twisted my mind too.
Why? Why?
But for us as, again, specifically Catholics, right? What is our purpose? To know, love, and serve the Lord.
And
to exist
commit sex crimes.
In this life so that we're happy with him forever in the next. So that's our purpose. We get up every morning to follow God's will, to love him the best we can with all of our being, to learn about him, to know him, and that's our purpose.
Yeah, this guy votes. He's like, Singer Soul says, I can't believe we have adults living in imagination land. Yeah, this guy votes and probably has kids. Yeah. Skeptic Philosophy is, I wonder if he sees things outside that he doesn't like and says this too is God, like a dog screwing a cat, or sees a coyote eating a calf and says, look at God's beauty. Totally subjective.
What's the purpose for an atheist? If you don't live,
we determine it for ourselves.
For that
obviously.
Purpose of God. I mean, seriously, what to be?
This is an appeal to emotion. Yeah. This is just an appeal to emotion. Like in his subjective opinion, like dedicating one's life to a God is just better than dedicating your life to something else, to some other endeavor, or to some whatever purpose you determine that makes you happy. So, but that's ultimately just relevant because it just makes you happy. Well, dedicating your life to a God is what makes you happy. So it's the same thing.
Well, in your job to get a raise.
And thank you, I Killed Earl, for gifting 20 memberships to the Godless Army. Thank you so much. Welcome all of the new members. Please enjoy all the custom emojis I've made for you. We are on our way to unlocking the Krakatoni emoji. Soon we will have it. Fingers crossed. To Reverb, EG Demo, Rainbow Queen, Dahlia, Puffy Mummy, Chaucer Nerd, Baked Alaska. Baked Alaska is
wow.
Baked Alaska is subscribed to my channel? Holy shit. That's hilarious. Baked Alaska is subscribed to my channel. Ezra Sullivan, Grumpy Old Man, AWAP 1529, Rib Tickler, Maximilian Koenig, Cinda Lucian, Captain Ice Age, Mumbles the Fireman, Stephen Boy Merriman, Katie Barber, Penelope Toten Spears, Grego P, and Cindy Sue have all received memberships. Thank you so much. I Killed Earl, you rock. But Baked Alaska as a member is subscribed to my channel. That blows my mind. I have argued with that guy so many times on Discord, and his like that just blows. That just wow. That's just crazy.
Yeah, I've had several run-ins.
Yeah,
did not end well for him. None of them. That one's the king of Pascal's wager.
Yeah.
Purpose. That's got to be tough. And I'm not trying to be mean on that one.
It's not. I don't want to. Nobody's mean. It's not mean. It's not hard at all.
I would sincerely like to know how do you find purpose in life if you don't believe in God?
That which makes me happy and I enjoy. So that which brings me enjoyment, that which I whatever effect that might be. If I myself, I enjoy writing. So I'm a storyteller, like the scripts and the short stories and the novel that I'm working on, all the stuff that I'm working on, like I'm a storyteller, so I derive immense fulfillment and enjoyment from that. Plus, I also debunk nonsense like this bullshit, so I get immense enjoyment from that. So there's my purpose. So I can determine, and if my mind changed, I could change my mind. I could go to some other purpose. If I find something else, if I get fed up with things, I could just go and just live off the land. I'll be my fulfillment of just being a part of the world, being a part of nature, whatever. It's whatever you decide for yourself. It's easy. You decided for yourself that your purpose would be God, with the God that you were convinced exists. So
if you have nothing really to shoot for or aim for, everything's temporary. So, and there's a lot of people out there. Well, I don't know how many, maybe a lot.
This is like Christianity. This is like a false dichotomy of Christianity or nihilism is where this is going.
Especially these really uber rich people who don't believe in God. It's like, okay, so you have all this stuff. Okay, now what? What's the point? What's the purpose? So
Whatever you
chew
decide.
on that one for a while.
Don't need to.
My
It's
last
whatever you
one,
decide.
point number 10. Let's see, I wrote it down. Number 10, everything in your world was created by intelligent beings, but not the earth and the universe.
Yeah, and to conclude that it would be a composition fallacy. We have experience, as humans say, we have experience of creating things in the natural world, of humans creating things. We have no experience of a God creating anything, or of a universe being created, or a earth being created by an agent. So it's a composition, straight up composition fallacy.
Okay, so you wake up and nowadays you.
Oh, don't worry, Jinju. The Strait of Hormuz will be opened, closed, and opened and closed again like 5 more times before I'm done here, and I've got only a few minutes left.
You got your iPhone or your smartphone, and something intelligent had to create that, right? It didn't just come out of nowhere. I love the story, and it's got a lot of different permutations, but it's the story of an atheist who walks into a clock shop, and the watchmaker shows him this beautiful watch, and the atheist says,
Wow.
"Oh my gosh, that's a."
Is he trying to be?
He's butchering it.
Yeah, I know, but is he trying to like present it in a new way? It's like does this guy think he's fucking clever?
No, I think all the bits went in, and he received a concussion, and the bits just got jumbled up in there. He's concussed. He literally can't even.
I gotta look up something. Where is it at? Where is it? Oh, damn it. Come here. Gotta find this. So the name of his channel is A Crappy Catholic. It says, being a Catholic is hard, being a functional adult is harder, being both, pray for me. Welcome to A Crappy Catholic, the unfiltered channel where faith, dysfunction, and sarcasm collide. Mark Kwasny. So is who this is. Dysfunctiondepot.etsy.com. So he has an Etsy store. That's cute. He has 68 subscribers. I don't know when did he make this video? I'm going to tag him in the description of this. So he can come and see it. I have no idea how old this video is. Oh wait, no, he doesn't have that many videos. So this video is a year old. He released this a year ago. So he should be aware of this shit. Of why a lot of his stuff fails miserably.
Beautiful watch. He said, who made it? And the watchmaker's like, well, no one made it. It just showed up.
Yeah, that's just beyond fucking stupid. 1 second. I'm going to jump over here real quick. I'm going to pop into my studio. And And yep, I'm going to do that. And I'm going to... Sorry, making a quick adjustment. There we go. Cool. Now he'll know because I tagged him.
It's like, come on, seriously. Things don't just pop up out of nowhere. Who made this? What expert person made this? I want to thank him or her. And again, the watchmaker has said, well, nobody. It just came out of nowhere.
Hey, God equals the square root. Good to see you. He's like, how many views in that year? This video of his has 695 views.
You'd think the watchmaker was a loon, right? When your iPhone is made or your smartphone, right? It comes from some factory. Someone designed it. You can go up all the way up the chain, right? To the design and the brainstorming, the think about how a thing comes together, because humans are intelligent beings. Well, some are. But you take it for granted. It's like, well, yeah, of course, someone designed it.
Moment of introspection.
Create it. I understand that. And yet when you look around in the world, you see the stars in the heavens, a lunar eclipse, you see plants grow, and you see all this wonderful stuff, right?
Which is all temporary and is only like all of it just is dependent upon where we currently are right now. But there will be a point in time where eclipses don't happen anymore. There will be a point in time where no life on this planet will exist, because simply by virtue of our relationship to the sun. So this is just a temporary window. It's all it is.
How God paints the sky for us every day, and every day you wake up and there's some, everything is different. One day it's cloudy, one day it's sunny, one day it's hot, one day it's cold. And you ask the person, like,
I want to drop this dude on Sentinelese Island. I really do. Go convert him, dude.
Well, where did all this come from? And for us, it's easy. It's like, well, God created all this. God puts everything in order. God makes it all happen.
Cool. Demonstrate that it exists to back up that positive claim. So that's pretty much what it is. Demonstrates there instead of just giving this argument from personal incredulity or an argument from ignorance.
Dude, he's awesome. Right? And what does an atheist say?
They're the result of natural forces that are likely the result of likely causally determined and have no telos behind them.
I don't know, because I've never been in that position. But what does an atheist say when he or she looks out at the world, the created world that God created, not all the man-made stuff, but just...
I don't consider it that, but I've been like to many great places. I've stood 14,000 feet in the air and looked down at the earth below. I have swum in the ocean. I have seen amazing sights. I have done amazing things in my short life. And because I've been, afforded the opportunity to do such very cool things. It never popped into my mind, oh, look at this amazing thing that God has done. No, it's like, I appreciate the world that's around me and the beauty of it, and also the horrors of it as well. So
it's the creation of God. When you go up on a mountain or a hill and you look out, and it just takes your breath away at the beauty of it. And we're supposed to believe it came from nothing. It came from nowhere. There was no intelligent being that had anything to do with that. It just happened.
Yeah. The only difference, the difference would be is like, you're assuming that it's there and you're appreciating it because you think it was made for you. Okay. Like it was made for you to experience that way. And that's what, because you think telos is behind all of this. I don't think that the mountains that I have climbed were made so that I could climb up them, have the opportunity to climb up them, and then look out over the world and say, look how beautiful is it. No, that's not what it is. There's no evidence to indicate that. Why would I be convinced of that? That's just beyond stupid.
Come on. That's just like insulting to intelligence when you really get down to it.
No, it's not insulting intelligence to make a claim that you are not backing up and saying that everybody should believe that and that everyone is stupid if they don't believe that.
You're trying to get us to believe that.
Tony Regime, I have unfortunately not seen attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion. I haven't. Maybe one day.
All this beauty, all this incredible stuff was not created by anything or anyone. It just happened. It was
beautiful by your metrics, by your subjective metrics.
Evolution. It just came from nothing. It's ridiculous. So,
everything except the nothing part.
Yeah.
I'm fine with everything except the nothing part. Yeah.
I'm not doing this recording to offend anybody. At the same time,
he has to point that out because he knows it will, because he is being offensive to anyone with an academic education.
Now remember, he did call this entire thought process stupid, so we shouldn't take offense at that.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of this is forced down our throat. We're living in a world where
God is things forced down people's throats. Catholic.
Then
shots fired.
We're gonna let that lie. We're gonna let that lie right there. You just gonna leave that right there?
And the atheists are in charge in many places. And what have they brought to the world? Have they brought beauty?
Yep.
Most time they bring
some, yes.
Death and misery.
No, they
living
don't.
in poverty. If you go back to the Soviet Union, this is why
I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it.
One trick pony.
I fucking knew it.
I think it's hilarious when there's people, especially the young people today, is like, oh, let's bring in socialism and communism.
Socialism, yes, we do need to be a more socialist society. We do need to be more progressive. Communism, not so much, because there's failings in all systems. There's positives and there's negatives for all of these socioeconomic and governmental systems. So, but we need to find the best one that works, that represents the people and allows for the retainment of autonomy and individualism and representation. So, I'm not saying that representative democracy is the best. It's the best we found so far, but it also has its own failings. So we're trying our best. An autocratic theocracy, historically, not the best.
There isn't a place where that has been tried that it hasn't failed miserably, where the people aren't miserable. In fact, recently, I think in Cuba, there was a total power outage for the whole island.
What the? That has to go to infrastructure. Okay, that's...
I wonder if there's a reason why Cuba's had such a hard fucking time. I wonder if there's like some force that kind of ensures that Cuba's going to have a real hard fucking time.
Yeah, I think there's this what do they call? What's the word? Embargo. Basically, like dictating their future because they like trying to dictate, like to basically put pressure on them. No wonder, fucking moron. You have any idea how many fucking Catholics live in Cuba?
But do you think
I'm actually going to check. I was like, what is the of Cuba? Specifically, Roman Catholicism is the most widely professed religion in Cuba, with an estimated 52.9% to over 60% of the population identifying as Catholic. This fucking idiot.
People who are in charge, do they experience that? Are they short on food? Are they living in huts somewhere? Are they...
Well, Cuba right now doesn't look like Russia in like 47. Okay. So no, obviously they're doing something right. The problem is that the US keeps doing horrible shit to them.
Trying to eke out a living? Of course not. That's why I just don't understand it. What good does atheism bring to the world?
It has nothing to do with atheism. God, this guy is so fucking smug and just dumb.
Doesn't. So that's my wrap up for Friday. I hope you enjoyed it. If you have any questions.
Well, we enjoyed laughing at it. So, and I tagged him so he knows that we've responded to it. I went and tagged him. I don't do that with the previous ones. It's actually tag those creators, let them know that we responded to these things. So I'm just going to like drop that down there. So that was fun. Good. And I can officially take that and delete it. What is my dog barking about? All right. So for anybody who happens, I appreciate everybody hanging out and checking out for that review. Let me go ahead and remove that from the studio. All right. Fantastic. And we are back to the stage of reason. So yeah, that was painfully ignorant. Really, really dumb stuff. Who knows? Maybe he'll see the tag and he'll want to come over and check out what we're doing here. But yeah, any believers who happen to pop by or want to talk about what they believe and why, I'd be more than happy to bring you up on stage. So the link is pinned in the chat. All you do is click that and we can bring you up and talk to you. So I'm hoping we can get a conversation about what was going on. Overall, I'm sorry, Andrew. That's got to be one of the worst I've listened to in a while. Some of the shit he said was just
almost all of it, really, all of it. That's not really hyperbole. It was all that bad. There was nothing he didn't screw the pooch on in the worst possible way.
No comprehension of history, no comprehension of the systems, the socioeconomic or the government systems that he invoked, no comprehension of what atheism is and what it entails. Invoked every major or every popular argument for a god, ignoring the fact that they're all logically fallacious, provided no evidence for why he believes it, didn't address any of the actual arguments against the existence of a god or any of the evidence that shows that it doesn't, but basically just asserted it a whole bunch of times and basically said this is why he believes, and that the reason for his belief is grounded in his ignorance of pretty much everything. So, nah. And Chris is right. He does seem chill enough, but not particularly knowledgeable. He doesn't. So, if you don't believe in God, then we are all God. Some stupid guy. Yeah, that was pretty damn dumb. That was pretty damn dumb. So let me see here real quick. I do have more stuff that we could take a look at. Hopefully we can get somebody in the chat. But unfortunately, I have to go to the little atheist room. So
I'm up for coffee refill.
So I will be right back. I will be right back. We will continue as soon as I go and relieve myself. So hold that thought. I have an intermission going on. I don't really have an intermission, but I can do this. No, that's not the one. That's not the one. That's the end. That's the ending deal. I had like a deal that I can use. At least I think I did. I'm doing the wee wee dance. Listen to that. I'll be right back. All right. Sorry about that. Of course, he leaves again.
Grabbing coffee.
Well, well, well. I know that those other streams are still going strong at the moment. So I'm probably still competing with them, which is why we haven't had any believers pop by. But I'm hoping we do get at least one to have the conversation or have a conversation.
I am the chosen one. I can turn coffee into piss. My
Nice.
powers are immense. Or ammonia. I forget which.
Singer Soul says DZ Debates is funneling in all the Christians.
Yeah, he's definitely got a big pull, and yeah, the Christians do seem to pull that way by a much larger majority than other shows.
Oh yeah, he's live right now, like 1.2K watching. I can't compete with Justin over there. He's a badass.
He absolutely is. Yep. I've actually I've got a whole lot of Ian on my feed actually lately. I am loving his work.
Ian does good shit.
He does. Actually, the funny thing is I saw him on that my first introduction was actually seeing him on that Jordan Peterson friggin' Jubilee thing. I'm going like, holy shit, I know that haircut. God damn. It's like, wait, now he's everywhere. It's almost, I don't know what it is. Out of nowhere.
See, the crappy Catholic, he actually dropped a video 10 hours ago, and it has 0 views.
Do we want to be the first?
He dropped it. No, it's just a personal video of his. He says we moved to the country. It tried to kill me multiple times. So, but his latest video has been up for 10 hours, has 0 views. His previous video from 4 months ago has 3 views. And then he's got another one from 4 months ago. It has 7 views. So he's not getting any views at all on his stuff. So not much. There's not much there. Singer Soul, I would love to get in again. I would love to bring up someone on the stage. We've got an opening, and I know that we're hemorrhaging viewers because there's nobody to talk to, that nobody to have a conversation with. But then again, I've never done this on a Wednesday, so the algorithm is definitely not going to push me. We're getting a better push on Sundays because I've been consistently doing it on Sunday, and so the algorithm hasn't, has picked us up there. But there's nobody either probably knows we're live. That knows that I'm live right now. So it just takes time. So this may just be kind of a dead stream until people start figuring it out, and hopefully we can get someone in. That would be fun. Oh, get on Justin's stream? Yeah, I have never so this is probably my failing. I don't typically reach out to people, to other channels, to say, hey, can I be a guest on yours? It's a weird. To me, it feels like a very, very weird conversation, and I feel like I'm kind of like imposing myself. I figure if they're aware of me and aware of my content, they would like me to come on, then I'll be asked, which is cool. Like Skeptic Haven. Like Skeptic Haven reached out to me and said, hey, we'd like to have you on. I'm like, fantastic. And then I've been on there a few times. Truth Wanted reached out, and I've been on Truth Wanted a couple of times. Those were fun. But I figure if they want me there, then I'll be happy to show up and help where I can. But I don't want to, I feel very, very weird just like reaching out to do that. I know that it's part of like the marketing thing and, people do that, but I don't want, it also feels weird to me it feels like putting people on the spot, because maybe they don't want me on their channel for a specific reason, but they don't want to be rude. And so they've never said anything. So they just don't reach out. And so I will say, if me going there puts them in a spot where now they're like, oh crap, now they have to come up with a way to like let me down easy, or to like, you push it, like kind of like put it off so that they don't have to deal with it. I don't want to put people in I don't want to inadvertently put people in uncomfortable positions. So like I said, if they're aware of me, they'll ask. If they want me, then they'll ask, and I just kind of leave it to that. Because I know that my style, my approach is pretty different, and my personality is pretty strong, or can come off pretty strong. So some people just don't, like you want to host, and some people like the dynamic of a guest that they will kind of like, will what's the word I'm looking for? Where they'll kind of like, they'll be subservient. I don't want to say subservient. It's weird, but
sidekick might be the better term.
Yeah, they kind of like sidekick to the host, where the host drives the host drives the energy of the channel and sets the tone, instead of the guest taking over and be like this. And I know some people don't like that, and I have a tendency to sometimes do that when I get going, and I don't want to put people in that kind of spot. So, which is it's no fault of theirs, and it's just who I am. So, if it happens, it happens. It'll be awesome if it does, and it's all good. It's all gravy if it doesn't. As long as we have we have these continuing conversations and then multiple options to choose from. Variety is the spice of life. Variety. That's the word I was looking for earlier, because I brain farted.
Oh, Singer Soul suggesting both of us. I'm not actually sure. Like, that's the thing. Like, I've got a certain view just watching how Justin rolls with his channel. As much as he's often got, I can't remember his real name, the one who goes by Bible Guy, as a regular second with them. They tend to take on the theology and the history factor that they both have as their strong suit, because that's they are so fantastically focused on that, like the depth that they go into, and they seem to attract the callers. The Christian, pretty much almost exclusively Christians, seem to be the ones who are calling in, which is a little unusual. I don't know if there's a filter effect going on somehow in there, but it seems to fall right into their strong suit, where I guess us both being generalists, for instance, might feel a little fifth wheel like in a lot of things. And as much as we may be able to address certain pieces, Justin's background is just phenomenal.
Oh, it's just top notch.
It is.
I appreciate that, Singer Soul. I appreciate it. And I'd love to interact. I'd love to like have a back and forth with, to support him on his channel. I'd love to be able to do that. Yeah. Any of them I like, whether it be allegedly Ian, or it be, DZ, or, even Planet Peterson, or, you name him. Dr. Blitz is pretty badass. I like his stuff. I've had Professor Dave on my channel before, and I have no doubt that if I invited any of them on, they'd be more than happy to come on my channel and talk. I just haven't had any topics to discuss with them. They have been like the reason I had Professor Dave on is because we live streamed the debate with Professor Dave and James Tour when he was doing that down at Rice University. So we live streamed that on my channel. We watched that live, and then I brought Dave on to do kind of a follow-up to give us insights as to, because he was there on the ground. So we wanted to get insight as to what it was like behind the scenes. And nothing like that has really come up. The most recent, I went to the event with Forrest Valkai, Gutsa Gibbon, and Seth Andrews down in Tulsa. I went to that event and saw that live. But so far, the actual footage of that has not been made available. And the footage that I recorded, the audio was crap because I didn't go out there with a full pro rig. So that was just trash. But there hasn't been really anything to discuss as far as events go. So I just haven't had the opportunity as it currently stands. but maybe, hopefully in the future. Or if anybody knows someone that should come up here, they should do that. They should holler at them and send them our way. Feed me sacrifices.
Feed me, Simo.
Till then, I've got, let me see here. Let me check the audio on this one. Oh, it's Brian Holdsworth.
Oh, this is the All Catholic channel now.
Yep.
By the way, he was the one I was thinking about when I took a look. When you mentioned about the guy's bookshelf, I'm like, that's kind of skimpy, man. Those are rookie numbers in this racket. Okay, we got to pump those numbers up.
I responded to this one guy. He literally looked like a miner, like an old 89er, or an old what do they call them? The 69ers, old 69ers, or the 49ers, old 49ers. But anyway, he looked like an old miner guy, and he did the whole bookshelf thing, but it was a backdrop. And so it was like you could still see the creases in the backdrop behind him in the folds. And I actually found that backdrop where you could buy it. So I was like, where is this specific backdrop? I want to find this, and found it's like $50 on some like website. But nonetheless, I thought it'd be hilarious. The ones that we got to put lots of books to give the sense of authority. Let me see.
Miner 49er. I remember my old school gaming.
69ers, 49ers, miners, yeah. Old 49ers.
Well, no 69s and miners. No.
Let me see the audio. Check the audio on this one.
Yeah, Holdsworth is he's just dopey.
Oh yeah.
He's like, I can't help but think of like Owen Wilson. He has that perpetual whoa kind of thing going on. Could be the beard. Perfectly manicured. And squinty.
Actually, now that I'm looking at that one's a trash. There's got to be someone. Someone's got to come along. Got to find somebody. Otherwise, I'm going to have 5 people in the stream.
Oof. Well, if that cross promote through Discord was still not a no-no because you're not pulling to another channel.
I'm looking to see if there's a sufficient video that we can take a look at while we're waiting for potentially someone to come up on stage. No, that's not going to work. One sec. I just don't feel like listening to Brian Holdsworth at the moment. We can take a look at this one. This one looks kind of silly.
That's it we got.
This one's called 3 Reasons Why Atheism is False.
Category error.
Category error. Already off the title.
Yeah.
And I'm actually going to skip ahead a little bit because I don't want that music in here.
Ooh, backwards baseball cap. We got us a
Welcome
feature
to this
here.
session, the Young Shepherd. Thank you guys for tuning into the channel. It's your boy Tony. If you guys have not subscribed to the channel, please be sure to subscribe. And again, if you like the content to this video, also make sure you click the little bell for the notifications for the latest content, and try to get out there with.
Hey, the spam. Yeah, see, spam's like gas. What's all this? When did this start? I've been bored out of my brains, desperate for intellectual stimulation, and here you are being sneakily smart. See, people just don't know that I'm live at the moment. So either the notifications didn't go out or whatever. But yeah, Algo did not push me whatsoever. So nobody, that's the issues. Nobody knows that I'm live, which I have no problem with because that's all algorithm. So
new content out there for you guys. But anyways, with that in mind and with that being said, let's go ahead and get right into it. Today's session, guys, is actually going to be a little different.
I hate this music in this. I really do.
I'm taking a little detour, or I'm taking a different route from the normal counseling, sort of encouragement, sort of like, I guess,
get to it.
That particular worldview. Different approach and seeing what you guys think about this content. Today I want to talk about why I do not believe in atheism. And
okay, that's a dumb like
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like a turducken worth of malformed nonsense.
Let me break that down. I'll tell you, I'm going to give you 3 reasons why he's going to give 3 reasons why he is not convinced that the proposition that there exist people who do not believe in a God is true, is essentially what he's saying. So one of those reasons are logically entailed to be that there is evidence that this entity exists that would prove unequivocally that that would logically entail that atheism is false. So is kind of what's entailed by how he articulated that. Obviously, he's not thinking about what he's saying. Because says people got to make sure to turn on all notifications for JL's channel. Default is for only for some notifications to go through. That's true. Clicking the all on mine that does help. Clicking the all on the bell does assist. So.
Why I believe that particular worldview is very self-destructive and kind of falls and crumbles on its own. Again, I'm not going to
worldview.
Yeah, not a worldview, and it doesn't entail like that. The destructive things he's talking about are likely whatever he's considering to be destructive. Is if he's thinking about like nihilism or some shit like that, is going to be a result of other positions of like philosophical positions or like maybe even ignorant scientific takes potentially. But none of these are logically entailed by atheism itself. So this is so ultimately, I'll like straight up, this is a straw man.
Go into a whole bunch because I can literally go into a lot of details with regards to atheism and its beliefs and its premises and its arguments on why it is that they believe what they believe.
Sure. Please provide a defeater for the argument from divine hiddenness. I'd love to hear one. I really would.
I'm going to give you guys 3 simple reasons and 3 simple points on why atheism is very self-destructive. And so with that, hopefully you would come to understand and see that as Christians, we should not be threatened or even discouraged or even feel uncomfortable when people ask us questions regarding to life or just regarding to our faith. Again,
they're not asking you They're apparently not asking you the right questions, but then again, your book does dictate to you to either walk away or not engage, or straight up like attack the individuals who hammer you with like legitimate questions that you can't answer. So like, or to not explain yourself. Like they gives you justifications. Like the book literally gives its adherents justifications for why they should not engage. And at a certain point, they should stop engaging with this line of inquiry because they know they can't defend it. It's going to come down to personal subjective shit, and that's not a rational justification. The writers know that, which is why faith is so important to it. That's why it's a cornerstone. It's you take that out, there's no justification whatsoever. There's no rational justification anyway at all. So you have to overcome that. So
Peter mentions that always be ready to give a reason or a defense for the faith and the hope in which you have been called for. Always be ready, guys. And that means obviously having to answer questions or having to go against and being in opposition to other individuals who believe that Christianity is not true.
Right. So can you demonstrate that your God exists as a concrete entity independent of human minds? And if the answer is no, which it will be because you can't, then the follow-up question is, then what rational justification is there to believe the proposition is true? Done. Anything else that they're going to bring up is just going to be an argument from ignorance, or an argument from personal incredulity, or an appeal to emotions. Most likely, like with the previous guy, an appeal to consequences fallacy.
But like again, I want to talk to you guys about, in this case, why atheism isn't true and why I believe it is self-destructive. I'm going to give you guys 3 reasons, very short. Again, if you guys like this content, make sure that you guys like this type of questions, these type of topics, make sure that you guys go out there and like it. And not only like it, but comment it on and see if you guys would like a more in-depth video on why atheism is self-destructing. And yeah, and if so, we can continue talking about other types of topics along the same lines and kind of give you guys on why I believe that Christianity is a true religion and
fucking get to it, man.
Why it's based on very concrete premises and reasons.
Concrete premises. Those premises standing cause in relation to shit. I'm sorry. I'm being pedantic.
I was going to make a cement joke instead, but
in the Word of God. But with that, let's get into it. Atheism, guys. Well, first and foremost, what is atheism, right? Atheism is simply just the worldview or the belief that there is no deity or there is no God.
Gotcha. I'm not convinced that it exists. And some I know don't exist because they're logically contradictory. But I'm not convinced of the unfalsifiable one. So until you're able to demonstrate that one does. So that should be it.
That basically exists. It is basically a disbelief of God or any sort of supernatural deity that came or caused things to be or created the universe in this case, in this example.
Huh?
Or did nothing.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what they are. It's know them.
It's basically the disbelief of God or any form of supernatural deity. Atheism.
God.
And so the reason first 3 reasons on why I believe that atheism is kind of just self-destructive is first and foremost that it believes that basically the universe came into existence out of nothing.
Where's the destruction? Hold on, wait. Is it over there? Is the destruction over there? Wait, it's on this side. It's on this side, right?
Even if that word is, what is destructive about that? What is self-destructive about that? It's the stupid. No one believes that. Like no one holds to that. It's just beyond dumb. But what's the like what the hell is he talking about? This is.
So basically, with regards to the origins of the universe and the origins of life itself, we are basically a byproduct of random chance.
Not in the way he's trying to articulate it. It's I would say a byproduct of causal determinism. So
I wouldn't even say byproduct because that implies a primary purpose at all.
That's true. Yeah, we are the result. We are the result.
Result.
We're a product. Yeah, we are the result of. I would probably hold to causal determinism, that there's no telos there, but the things that occurred before us, as far as nature goes, facilitated our existence by virtue of the way things played out. We were not intended to exist. We happened to be the things that survived. If selection pressures had been slightly different, there could have been another member of a different member of the Homo genus that survived, and we could have gone extinct. So all it would have taken is a few selection pressures in different ways. So it could have been that.
And basically just an accumulation of a bunch of molecules and matter just smushed up all together by this cosmic explosion that occurred.
So this is an argument, an appeal to emotion. He doesn't like the entailment that things are just material. So he doesn't like that entailment. So so that's why he's That's why he's presenting that in the way that he's presenting that. It's like, oh, it's just like, it's so like, it's like we're just reduced to like matter, the blah, blah, blah. It's just, there's nothing special about us. That's an appeal to emotion, and then a misrepresentation of cosmology, just like the previous guy.
Out of nowhere and out of nothing.
Nope.
Always the nothing.
Always the nothing. Which is literally his worldview, believing that his God actualized everything out of nothing. So,
and basically he believes that out of nothing came something. So we have all our universe and all its matter and all its energy and all its creatures and life forms and all sorts of things.
You mean like the 99% of them that are currently extinct? So like, what about the trillions of organisms that died in order to facilitate our existence?
And all came to be out of nothing. Basically, all our universe and all that we know, even space itself, which is something, came into existence out of nothing.
Yes, why must they always project their failings onto others and then mock them? It's the same shit every time. And Alien X Gaming is here. Good to see you, Alien. Thanks so much for hanging out. Clive Wells with the faith, noun, belief without evidence in what is told by one who speaks without knowledge of things without parallel. The Devil's Dictionary. I like it. Jared Reed says, JL, can you have faith but not belief? So faith is faith is a form of justification. It's what is the thing that is appealed to for why a belief is held as being true is the appeal to faith. Whereas, and that's the differentiation, is like when there is no evidence involved, that's where it goes to faith. The substance of things hoped for, like desire, hope, dream, the things that you want to be the case, but you do not know are the case, or the things that you like the things you hope are the case, or that you don't know that they are, the outcomes that you hope will come about, but you don't know if they will. So that's where faith goes, is believing a proposition to be true when there is no evidence to support that whatsoever. It's all just feelings. Whereas evidence is where confidence comes into it. Confidence, which is a sliding scale depending upon the evidence. Where we say like certitude in that respect. Certitude is a sliding scale depending upon the evidence that demonstrates how it corresponds with reality and is coherent and pragmatic in those respects. So, I would say that faith, we all have beliefs. It's just the methodology by which you get there. So, and faith being the justification by how they do that. Like me, I'm a methodological naturalist. So
yeah, that's the first reason on why I don't believe that. That's very irrational. And
no, it's not. The something from nothing is completely irrational and completely nonsensical because nobody holds that. So it's a misrepresentation. But obviously his position is the one because he hasn't demonstrated that God exists.
And very unreasonable with regards to it. And especially we don't see that route. We don't see that today. We don't see things just popping out of nowhere into existence.
Why do you think we don't hold that it ever happened that way? Except you do. He does.
So. What's that about resurrections? Where do we see those? Cool story, bro. I'm waiting for the destruction part. He said this leads to destruction.
Yeah. What's self-destructive about it? Even if I believed this stupid thing, how is that self-destructive?
And so that's my first reason on why I don't believe in atheism, that I do not believe that things basically come to existence out of nothing because, well, that's not scientific, right?
Which is why we don't hold that. So stop misrepresenting us.
Second reason on why I don't believe atheism.
And atheism doesn't logically entail holding any specific positions on cosmology. So the two are separate. So
is true, and why I think it's self-destructing is because of its perception, or not perception more than anything, but because of its theorizing in the sense of how human life form came to be. Basically,
abiogenesis and evolution. So how is that self-destructive? We have the evidence. Evolution's a fact, and we have the evidence to back that up. Abiogenesis is a hypothesis, and a shit ton of evidence that supports that being the case. We just don't know, specifically how it came about. But there's no problem. Neither one of these are self-destructive.
They believe that after this out of nowhere explosion that just happened out of nothing, then after billions of years of the universe expanding and all sorts of matter coming together, and after billions of years, finally this voided earth that was inhabitable then became habitable, and then out of nowhere this single cell.
Well, at least he paid attention to a degree in class. I'll give him that. I mean, it's basically junior high shit, but or something I would say elementary school shit, but
organism, this whatever it is, whether it be bacteria or whatever, came out to come have life, and then after that, after another billions of years, then guess what? It turned into, I would say, another creature, but I don't know what that other creature was, or what that other creature is, or whether that cell, just like we know today that cells then become, you know...
Did he just short circuit?
I think we've reset to the factory default settings.
This is just stream of consciousness. He is just pulling shit out of his ass. He's just trying to think of something to come up with, like no preparation whatsoever. No, apologists are one thing. Off the cuff apologists are something else entirely.
That cell then just became more than anything probably tissue, and then tissue an organ a creature. And yeah, I mean, after that creature then created another creature, became another creature later on, and then that creature became another creature, and another creature, until finally we got here where we are today, me. There's a human being. So I basically came from a single cell organism that in one time, billions and billions of years ago existed.
That'd be the Luca, the last universal common ancestor.
And now it made me this very complex and intricate creature that you know as the young shepherd. And that to me is very far-fetched.
It's not. The evidence supports it. The evidence backs it. It's his ignorance. Your ignorance is irrelevant of it. I mean, there's nothing more to say there. I was like, your incredulity when you're like, when you were like talking about it just goes to show, I mean, the way he said it just goes to show he doesn't understand anything about it. But nonetheless, it's his personal incredulity is irrelevant. The evidence like defeats him on this.
And people laugh because you say we need faith, and because we have faith, right? Because we believe in God's promises. But
yeah, because it's a tool for emotional validation and not epistemology.
Obviously, our faith is not blind faith, or is not irrational faith.
Yes, it is, because you can't demonstrate that a God actually exists to do the things you think it do. So yeah, it is blind.
There is not.
In fact, as a matter of fact, I think Jesus, if I remember correctly, Jesus actually makes an argument for those who believe without having seen. He actually makes an argument for blind faith, like an actual a demarcation between those who would believe without having seen are most
blessed are those
are
who
most blessed. Yeah,
have not seen. Yeah.
John 20:29. Yeah. Thomas, because you have seen me, you have believed. Blessed are those who have not seen and have yet believed. So yeah, he actually makes an argument for blind faith.
Unreasonable faith. It's real faith that is based upon the promises and the truths of God, while atheism also possesses a faith that is based upon the conception or the assumption that we have existed for billions of years and that our
we haven't existed for billions of years. So yeah, humans have been around for about 250,000. So
ancestors at some point in time were fish.
You are a Sarcopterygian. Yes, you are related. Our closest living ancestor, our closest living fish ancestor is the Australian giant lungfish, which we share, if I remember correctly, 40% of our genome with. So that's our closest living fish ancestor. Sarcopterygians. We are Sarcopterygians.
Yeah, that requires faith.
No, it doesn't. It's literally genetics. So it's evidence. It's directly evidence. So
that requires faith. Why? Because obviously nobody can prove for that.
Yes, we do. It's called genetics.
Nobody can account for that. And the scientific method in itself, which is the form of the tool that is used to basically authenticate any form of claim, you know, and do.
How do you think that we arrived at it? It's because we understand how genetic relations work and how we can demonstrate them. What the hell?
By scientific means, cannot do that either.
This is argument from nuh-uh.
And obviously we ask ourselves, well, why don't we have fish becoming pigs? Or why do we have pigs becoming dogs?
Because those are down the line, and their common ancestors lived millions, if not tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of years ago. So you don't see it's like they expect for evolution to be true, it would have to work in reverse. So I never. It's like they don't understand, like a fundamental misunderstanding or fundamental ignorance of what evolution is.
Key thing is time. It's like, why don't we see it? How long does that take? How long have you been watching? There's your answer. Why can't I see the thing that requires millions of years happening? How long have you been around?
This is why I stress so often that they think about evolution incorrectly, that the things that exist today, that going back the common ancestors that led to the various genera that live today were those organisms were essentially combinations of what exists today. So the last common ancestor between humans, between Homo sapiens or the Homo genus and the Pan genus, had the traits that were essentially the phylogeny that they presented was a combination of what exists in modern day chimpanzees and bonobos and modern day Homo sapiens. So it had many of those traits, and then its common ancestor with before that, it just keeps going back and back and back and back. So these things get presented outward in population dynamics into where features, primary features will present, and then other features are left behind. So you won't see a pig a pig coming from a fish, because like a crocoduck, you won't see that, because although the common ancestor would be essentially reptilian avian in the way its phylogeny presents. So the closest thing would be like the mini reptorids, like the Archaeopteryx, which had the features of both a reptile and a bird. So they had the teeth and claws, and there are a couple of features of a reptile, but also the wishbone, the feathers, and the other features of a bird, just combination. So that technically would be like what Ray Comfort was saying. Is like, where's the crocoduck? Well, technically, there was a reptilian avian that lived back then that eventually diverged off, and so to give the rights to those organisms. So just keep going back and combining them backwards, not forwards.
They said that it was billions of years, and so it takes billions of years in order for that to happen. So
it took billions of years on this planet. So by virtue of the evolutionary pressures that existed, that's what it took, billions of years on this planet. That's what we can conclude.
Yeah, and their major argument for that is just basically that it's billions.
Evidence, age of the Earth, genetics, phylogenetics, cladistics.
Of years. You take away the billions and billions of billions of years argument and premise, and well, you're left with nothing.
Why we do it? It's not a premise. It's actually demonstrated. We know the age of the Earth. It's a fact. So I don't know what he's talking about.
Nothing to kind of testify for the claims in which are being made in this case, that we are a byproduct of some form of organism that evolved over billions of years. So yeah, that's the second reason why I do not.
So scientific ignorance is his second reason. So what is it? It's just been like a complete misrepresentation of everything. So his first reason is logical inconsistent, is literally claiming that we believe what he believes, only there's no God, which is logically inconsistent. There's logical contradiction. Second reason was just flat out scientific ignorance.
I believe in atheism. And third and last reason.
Still didn't hear any self-destruction in there. Even if I held beliefs like this that are just demonstrably stupid, like how is this self-destructive? We haven't gotten to that yet.
The reason is because to hold on to the worldview of atheism is to also hold on to the idea that basically life in itself is absurd and meaningless, that we are
no objective overarching purpose, but we can derive it for ourselves. The same shit that the previous guy was talking about.
Just stardust, that we are just basically reproductive machines that continue to reproduce, and hopefully that our genes pass on to the next generation, and basically we die off, and it's just a matter of reproducing, and that we are just nothing but mechanical reproduction, a machine of.
This is an appeal to emotion. He may not like it. You could be reductive and you could reduce it down to that. Like I know a lot of people won't, But this is technically, Singer Soul is right that this is all still true into Christianity. This is just biological functions that we just don't hold that there is an overarching metaphysical purpose for everything that exists. We hold that that's biological function, and we determine purpose for ourselves. So this is just an argument from emotion. This is just an appeal to emotion. This is all this is.
Of reproduction, and that our genes are basically fighting to continue to exist into whatever life has for us next.
This is a low-key reference to Dawkins' The Selfish Gene.
And so life in itself is meaningless. It's absurd. It doesn't have any true objective absolute.
Oh, agree with that. Yeah, it doesn't. Which it doesn't need. It doesn't need that. Whether he doesn't like that is irrelevant.
Purpose in itself, and we just are here trying to create our own subjective meaning, and in the end, actually it being meaningless.
Just because you die didn't make it meaningless, because it's meaningful to other people, or it can be meaningful to other people. You dedicate your life to something, the lives that you affect, it will be meaningful to them. It may not be meaningful to them, but that doesn't matter. You know, like, you should be, I would say that you ought to be concerned about the effect of your life on other people. But if it was positive and it benefited their lives, then it will be meaningful to them. So if you want that to be a purpose of your life, then have that be the purpose for your life. If you want to go live, you want to fuck off and go live in a log cabin and just, be away from humans because by and large, we, as a species, we suck. That's also entirely justified. So this is all just subjective. It's just subjective nonsense.
And I don't think that's true. Why? Because if an atheist was to really grab a hold of their worldview and to live as if their life was really meaningless.
But we don't do that. We derive meaning for ourselves. There are some people who are nihilists out there, but even they find meaning to push forward. They don't acknowledge that it's a thing that is objectively true. It's something they subjected aside for themselves, but that's irrelevant. So I had a feeling he was going to push this towards nihilism.
I'm sure they would not be atheists, and more than anything, I'm sure you're atheist. Whoever is an atheist, nothing against you guys. I love you guys, nothing like that. Like I said, I used to, kind of grab a hold into that worldview before I came to really understand.
You still haven't represented it accurately by any stretch, because none of this is logically entailed by being an atheist.
The belief and the idea behind atheism, and that is that no one can wake up in the morning and say my life is meaningless.
Yep, there's some people that do. Some people that are woefully depressed or suffer from chronic depression, and they are unable to derive something for themselves because of their mental states. But I don't, because I determine my purpose for myself. But there have been mornings when I've woken up and life has been difficult, and I have to focus on the things that are important to me to get me going. But that's just welcome to being a human.
That is just impossible. And for those who...
It's just impossible. Dude has never suffered one day in his fucking life. I can tell you that.
Continue to hold on to atheism, would then embrace what is known as the noble lie, meaning that, yeah, I know that my life in the end is meaningless and it's absurd, but I'm going to live as if it has meaning. It
does have meaning because I decide what the meaning is for it. I'm not saying that it's objectively true. It's just the thing I decide for myself. It's not a noble lie. It's what I determine for myself. It's true for me. So, the fuck?
And in reality, just living in a delusion of themselves and acting as if their life had meaning, but in reality, they themselves knew objectively, so to say, quote unquote, objectively, that life in itself was meaningless. I don't believe that, right? I do believe that God created.
Even if there was a God, it still wouldn't be objective, because the purpose would be whatever the God is dictating it to be. So it's still subjective. No philosophy. So just no understanding of philosophy either.
God created us distinct from every other creature, every other living creature that has roamed the earth and that continues to roam the earth. Every creature was made, again, according to God, but not only that, but we ourselves were made separate from those creatures. We are God's crown.
That's a positive claim. You need to provide evidence to support it.
Of creation upon this earth, and he made us in his imago Dei. He made us in his image with a purpose and with a plan and a will to carry out his will on this earth as it is being carried in heaven. God.
Yeah, evidence, please, to support it. Like, really, I got to pull this guy's video up so that I can tag him. I got to go to YouTube first. Let me see here. This is 3 reasons why atheism is false.
Although technically he turned it to destruction, then destructs. So he's conjugated it 2 different ways, none agreeing with the title. And none actually leading to either of those 2.
Yeah.
Conclusions.
I'm going to have to tag this dingus in as well. We're almost to the end of this.
Created us with an intentional purpose and design to do something, and that is why every single day we strive for a purpose, we strive for meaning, we fight for it, and guess what? Because we were made for it, right? You know?
No, that's not it whatsoever. That's just beyond silly. 1 second.
Oh, we got Thorpe's.
Oh, interesting. Give me 1 second. I gotta do.
We should definitely finish our review.
Yeah, we're gonna finish this.
We're gonna finish.
I'm tagging this. So I'm tagging this so they'll know that I reviewed it. Okay.
Yeah, we're almost at the end.
Obviously, after Adam and Eve sinned and fell, obviously we.
Hey, if that's Grace, we can do. I can do one at a time just to make sure that we keep it cool. We've got multiple people on. People start tending to over talk, so one at a time works. So that would be the best way to do it.
Straight away from that original intended purpose that God had for us, but in God's sovereignty.
If it's intended by God, that's entirely subjective. There's nothing dictates to God what the purpose for anything must be. So it's still dependent upon its mind. It's depending upon what it wants. So therefore, it is still subjective. He doesn't know the difference between objective and subjective.
Guess what? Through Christ Jesus, he has reconciled himself, everything back to himself, the world and everything else, back to himself, to the intended purpose in which he had made it for. You see, so even in our own rebellion, in our own falsehood to one.
Yeah, he's just preaching at this point, so I can go ahead and end this. There's only I think 2 minutes left, but it's just him preaching, and he's gonna plug his channel again and shit like that. I've tagged it, but the 3 reasons he gave, the first one was literally just projection of his own worldview and just the elimination of a God. So it's just logical contradiction. The second one was just straight up scientific ignorance. And the third one is just an appeal to emotion. It's just or appeal to consequence fallacy. That he doesn't like something that is potentially that could potentially result of this doesn't make it false. And it's also like a false dilemma. Just because there is no objective, or some people hold just because people hold that there is no metaphysical objective purpose dictated by an external entity doesn't mean that no purpose exists. It just means that purpose is dictated by an individual for themselves, and that's where they carry on from there. They can dictate it for themselves, and they can change their mind. They can move to another purpose, whatever is fulfilling to them. And what was it? Chris brought it up earlier, very, very Ayn Rand kind of in that sense, but you can determine your purpose for yourself. Just like the purpose he's determined for his life is to pursue his God entity. So whatever, but we're good there. It was only 3 reasons, and we can knock that one out. So we're good to go there.
Yeah. The last bit attached to that is that given the fact that he actually hasn't pointed to any of that destruction or actual consequence, that's all slippery slope fallacy at the same time. He's assuming where it's going to go. See, rather than even pointing to an example, he couldn't even be as ridiculous as the last guy, who's gone full Red Scare. He didn't even point to anything. Right.
Yeah. I'm assuming he probably had it in mind. He just never got there. The guy was kind of going stream of consciousness. So Grace and Ben, if you happen to be in the chat, I'll be more than happy to bring you up one at a time to have a conversation. Just to make sure that we keep it focused and we keep it chill. This is the whole point. So we just to minimize the over talking, so we can actually get some conversations through.
And a quick plug for the last guy. And the fit for today's critique is Marvel Comics at whole.
Someone actually brought up, isn't it funny how Jared Reed said, isn't it funny how he's wearing a Marvel comic shirt when one of their characters is based on a god from Norse mythology? It's like Captain America. There's only one God, man. And I'm pretty sure he doesn't dress like that. Then why didn't he ever show up? So what's up, Kieran Dave? Kieran is back. Says when atheists get choked up when someone rejects divine simplicity because they don't know how to follow through. Lots of these folks don't actually know the consequences of their arguments. It's pretty funny. Mephistopheles. Yes, Mephistopheles is also a character. Actually, Yahweh is a character in Marvel as well. Yahweh is a character in Marvel.
I am not familiar with that.
Yes.
Mephistopheles, I'm not familiar with. Mephisto, I know.
Mephisto, no. Let's see. Yahweh, Earth 616. In many of Earth's monotheistic religions, Judaism, Christianity, it was like Yahweh has been viewed as the supreme being, creator of all things, and only God. Is one of the gods of Earth, but his true origin varies from one account to another. Yahweh was part of a group of life forms that existed before the multiverse, and who were the only sentient life at that point. So essentially, it's just a cosmic entity. Yahweh allegedly created Earth 616 and all its multiple realities, including Earth 47920, along with other universes and the laws of physics. That his job was a contribution to a collective work called existence. Such universes were created for various reasons: aesthetic expression, intellectual exercise, entertainment value, and money. But yeah, Yahweh is there is a character of Yahweh. There's also a character of Satan in Marvel as well. They're not the biggest, baddest. Even those entities are below things like eternity and the living tribunal and the one above all and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, most of the abstract entities.
Yeah. Pretty much just cosmic beings that exist. I mean, I'm pretty sure that even Yahweh doesn't have power over entities like Galactus. So.
No. Galactus predates this universe even. So yeah.
I think born at the
previous iteration.
Yeah, is a being that exists in the prior deal. The last living entity from that universe.
Yep.
So I went ahead and tagged that guy in it. His channel is The Broken Saint. Make sure I got the right guy. Yeah. Let me see. The Broken Saint 85. The Broken Saint 85. That's him. Okay, just want to make sure I tagged him right. There we go. Save that. Know that we reviewed that video. Good times. Fun times. Well, I was hoping Grace would pop up. I don't know if they're still listening, but they're more than welcome. I want to keep it one at a time so we can keep the conversations as smooth as possible. That way, people are. She doesn't get over talked, and we can focus on one topic at a time without jumping all over the place. So, release the locust sneaks and harden hearts. Yeah. Free will doesn't mean shit when God needs the Jews to be rejected. There we go. Grace.
Hello.
Enter player 3.
Guys, I'm here, unfortunately, to commiserate with you. I have an unprecedented hatred in my heart for online Christians, and I wanted to rant with you. I'll give atheists credit. At least they're assholes straight up most of the time. Christians use
I have other orifices
God
too, okay? Don't objectify me.
Christians use God and piety to justify online Christians to justify their own failure and cowardice and snideness and rudeness. I absolutely hate them. I am sick to death. It's just so disgusting.
So that was actually the second video we reviewed today, as I'm kind of waiting because there's other live streams going on, and the algorithm did not push me going live at all. So, yeah. But I reviewed a video before this, and it was a good deal longer than the one that we just watched. And it was this guy gave 10 reasons why. This was the title of his video: 10 reasons why I ain't gonna be no atheist. So, and as we pointed out, double negatives aside, everything he gave was like every reason he gave, and he was a Catholic, and he calls it, his channel is the Crappy Catholic, and it was crappy. Like everything he presented was just garbage. Like he touched on every popular trope, and then it was just all in all is a misrepresentation. It was a complete straw man of atheism. Didn't address it constantly pointing out that we don't believe because of pride or hubris or, you know, quoting the Bible like Romans 1:20 and shit like that, but never addressing why we don't believe or the arguments that are given, like addressing something like the argument from divine hiddenness, something of that, you know, like the rational justification for why we don't believe. So, or even the logical contradictions entailed by by particular God entities. Never address any of that. It's always, we're just wrong. He's the one who's right, and we're the ones who lack humility because we can't accept his answers because he's got all the answers, and you know, it's just beyond just stupid.
Yeah. I'm sure you've experienced this. I don't know. Have you guys interacted with a lot of Christians? Like, you must have, at least maybe not now, but in your earlier lives.
Oh yeah. I've been doing this I've been doing like the live thing, interacting with them for years, for like almost coming up on a decade now. So,
I mean, I got, you know, this you'll love this, right? I got told that I'm not Catholic, despite being a cradle Catholic, confirmed, baptized, yada yada yada, by another Catholic today. Because I said, I find things in the Bible that I don't believe are meant to be taken to be literally true. For example, the Judas death story says in one account that he hanged himself, and in the other account that he fell on a rock and his guts, you know, rushed out or whatever. And I said, that doesn't shake my faith, because I understand those are two, perhaps, sides of Judas's death that is saying that his death was ignominious, that he died in ignominy, that he was, you know, he despaired, and also he sort of had this like embarrassing death. But perhaps they can't both literally be true. You can't die two different ways. And I got told that I wasn't a Catholic, which it's so judgmental for another Christian to say that. Like, how do you know? You don't know what I am. And by the way, as Catholics, like, you're a Catholic for life. If you're confirmed Catholic, even if you're baptized, you're considered Catholic. It's just that you might be a lapsed Catholic, or, you know, if you join another faith, you wouldn't be Catholic. But like, I'm not saying I'm anything else. I'm saying I'm Catholic. I just think that's atheist fodder. If you can't say, like, hey, you know, the Bible has... Or the Bible has things that are not literally historically true in it. We need to be able to say that as Christians and not be fundamentalists. To be called not a Christian for that is total atheist fodder. Ridiculous.
I don't know. I don't know if I'd agree with it being like, I mean, obviously, I can see what you're saying, atheist fodder, because we'll jump on the disparity there, and how Christians, you know, are not able to suss out exactly like what is the one correct way. This is, you know, evidence goes to show that the book was created by people, and, you know, it's not divinely inspired. We can jump on that, but I think really it's a result of, I mean, it should be evidence that the lack of an ability to justify that there is an objectively true way to interpret the text. It's kind of like, I've met a lot of Protestants that do not refer to Catholics as Christians. They just straight up don't,
right,
they don't think
that.
they don't straight and I've spoken with some Catholics who don't think Protestants are Christians, despite the fact that every one of you holds to the same core the core concepts. And it's just the theology is that you get further into the theology, things get a little bit different, but the core concepts are still there. Jesus died for everybody's sins, was resurrected, you know, defeated death, that whole kind of thing. The Bible is, you know, however, like that, the Bible is an instrument there, and whether they're Trinitarian or whatever like that, but it doesn't matter. There's a God, there's a Jesus, you have the Bible, Jesus died, was resurrected, and so on and so forth. That's it. Like, all of the extraneous stuff beyond that may differ to small degrees or large degrees, but ultimately it's the same core things. But for some reason, they can't accept that Catholics maybe believe differently than Protestants do. and vice versa. Like resulting in various wars, like the Catholics versus the Protestants in the wars of religion. So I do hold that that's evidence that is sufficient. That is pretty strong evidence that the text itself is that people should come at it with more skepticism than they do, and be willing to recognize that the book is not a thing you should really reference as being like evidence of evidence of this thing being true. Because it's entirely possible that some God does exist and that the Bible is just like fan fiction. It's just fiction.
Well, you're just saying like you shouldn't have a circular argument. The Bible is true because the Bible's true. And also the Bible presupposes God, basically. Yeah. So it's not also an argument for God, really, unless you were to say the Bible is clearly God's book because it has good teachings. You could make that argument, sure, but it doesn't exactly prove God like philosophically. Right.
I could say the Tao Te Ching has some. Tao Te Ching is one of my favorite texts, and has some wonderful I would say parables about living one's life and in the interactions that you have with other people and how to kind of view your place in the world. Completely different from some similarities, but grandly different from the way Christianity presents it. It definitely doesn't break humans down as being fundamentally broken or anything of that nature. It says that each individual has their importance and their dignity, but that doesn't mean that any of the supernatural elements of that culture are real. So I would say that take it as it works for you, but I think it's a result of people putting way too much stock in a book because they were told the book was so important.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. That would just
my
be
dad
thing.
said the Tao Te Ching is racist. Is it? Let me see.
If there are some things that are within it, but I mean, you could say that about it. You could say that about any text whatsoever. I mean, the Vedas, the Bhagavad Gita, the Bible. The Bible has racist things in it. The way the Canaanites were viewed, the view of the Judean Jews versus the Samaritans was straight up racist. So
just made that up.
Wait, I just made that up? No, the view of the
No, he said he just made that up.
Oh, so I don't recall anything off the top of my head. I have to go and get my copy. I don't recall anything like that, but I can definitely point some stuff out in the Bible. I mean, the view of the Judean Jews of the Samaritans was pretty freaking bad, given that they believed that they were half-blooded inferior Jews that were infected by the blood of Assyrians, because that's who they were. Yeah. They were Assyrian Jews, and so the half-blooded is like they were half-blooded inferior Jews. That's just straight up racism. That's just like intertribal racism is what that is.
Yeah. Jill, could you have my dad up just for a 2v2?
I can do one. I want to do 1-on-1 just to keep it just to keep it simple.
Well, I'll take your side. 3v2. I'll be an atheist for the night. Screw Christianity.
Well, you're already LARPing as a Catholic, so I mean,
that's what the Catholics say. Yeah, exactly.
I am curious.
I've been told I'm demonic by another Catholic as well. I piss off the Catholics most of all. Literally demonic. You're not really supposed to say that, because demons are, for Catholics, a real thing. There is such a thing as demonic possession. You don't just throw it around like, hey, you're demonic. You're possessed by a demon. You're supposed to kind of take it seriously. You're just making a joke of the whole religion just because you're mad at someone calling them a demon. It's so ridiculous.
So you believe demonic possession is a real thing?
Yeah, I think it's extremely rare, but yeah.
So I could approach this in one of two ways. We could just go down the route of saying evidence for demonic possession, of which there is none. All investigated cases, like legitimately investigated cases, and that are not anecdotal, but actual like investigated by academic authorities, have all been revealed to be mental illness. There's many anecdotes, especially from the ancient world, where things that were considered to be demonic possession were in fact mental illness or some other disease. In the Bible, scholarship pretty much holds that the individual in the cave that couldn't be restrained and was frothing at the mouth and just that individual likely had rabies. That was a description of somebody in the final stages of rabies. But there's a logical thing that I've gone down concerning demons, demonic possession, and looking at it from a pragmatic application. So let me ask you, what do you believe is the goal? Okay, let me see if I can articulate. I'm going to see if I can articulate this just right, because it's easy to kind of get lost in it. I'm going to try and make this really, really simple.
Sure.
If there were so arguing as though within the framework of that worldview, there is a Satan. You do believe that there is a Satan / Lucifer, whatever you want to call him, that there is a Satan entity, right?
Yes. The fallen angel, yes.
Right. So what would benefit Satan more? Like, if Satan has an agenda, what would benefit Satan more? People knowing that a God exists, or people believing that a God does not exist?
Well, I mean, I would say believing in God doesn't. Well, actually, I don't believe it's possible for anyone to believe God doesn't exist. But I would say if it was possible, yeah, for God not to exist. Actually, I think the greatest thing for the devil is for people to believe God exists, but to believe that they are unworthy of his love. That's the greatest. That's the greatest thing for him. He loves that.
Okay, so the way I viewed it is that if the ultimate thing is simply not believing that a God exists, and that essentially being in that framework, within that framework, being kind of like being the God of your own world, of your own like existence, okay, the authority of your own existence, rejecting the concept in its entirety, that there is legitimately the most secure way that is not open to any kind of debate is possessing certitude that no such entity exists at all. That doesn't matter how it's defined, it simply does not exist. And for that position to be rationally justified would be the best weapon that the devil could use to secure souls going to hell. Would be so essentially, if you give people the opportunity to recognize that supernatural elements are real, demons exist, the devil exists. Okay, what that tells them, like, even if it's just an individual who can't share the info with other people, they can't do that because they can't give that evidence to anybody else. It's evidence solely for them. That individual is now in possession of knowledge that these things are real. That tells them that there is a God, and that there is a devil, and that demons and angels, they exist, and these things are true. Given that, just on the law of averages, because of what hell constitutes and what heaven constitutes, and the roles of God and Satan in these endeavors, it would be by the law of averages, a person will be more likely to fall on the side of God simply to avoid hell. And they would do it, and they do it because they know these things exist. At least they know sufficiently for them, even though they can't tell anybody else, they can't show anybody else evidence. So by the devil giving evidence of its own existence, and the existence of demonic possession, and demonic possession being terrible and horrible and terrifying in its presentation. If anybody saw, if that for somebody was like literally evidence that these things existed, just by the law of averages, they'll fall on the side of God, because that looks terrible, and this is obviously not. So.
Okay, but like, I get what you're saying, but first of all, demonic possessions are extremely, extremely rare, so it's not like most people would see them.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like, I don't think
I would just follow up just really quick. A lot of people see people doing evil things. That doesn't necessarily make them believe in God.
Right.
Like, I'm not saying that they're demonically possessed, but like, we know about evil people who've done evil things. We see their evilness. We see how terrible they are. I'm not saying they're demonically possessed, because that's a specific thing, but obviously, in my opinion, they are doing the work of the devil, and that doesn't necessarily convert anyone to faith.
True. It would be the extreme stuff, this is why I've got just addressing like demonic possession is where I'm going with this. My position is logically is that if the devil is operating with the same knowledge that humans have, because it's the devil, and it's operating with whatever knowledge it has of the God entity that it's in opposition to. Then by virtue of what the God wants and the God's goal, that its goal would be directly directly counter that goal. God wants people to believe in it and wants people to like have a relationship with it and wants humans to have a relationship with it and love it and do whatever, blah, blah, blah. The best way, the most effective way to eliminate that is to literally give a rationally justifiable reason to not believe that the God exists at all.
Oh, so you're saying if the devil really wanted us to not believe in God, why would he show himself to be so evil and therefore push us?
Yeah, right. Why would it ever present evidence? Yeah, why would it ever do anything that would smack to anyone of the possibility that it exists and God is real?
I understand what you're saying logically, but I think the answer to that is something like the devil is stupid. Sin is stupid. It's kind of tricky, right? But
really, because, but why? Why would the devil be stupid?
Because the devil did the dumbest thing possible. Because really, what I've heard from my dad and Catholicism is like, sin is stupid. You can say like it's really bad, it's evil, yada yada, but it's also just stupid because the devil was the highest of all angels. He had massive powers. He was revered. He was, God's best buddy or whatever. And the only reason he became the devil, he became fallen, was because he was envious that he wasn't God. He was right below God. Like, he had everything.
Okay. I get what you're saying.
He had everything. So it was stupid. He rebelled against God for a stupid reason. And so why does the devil do stupid things? Because sin is stupid. That's the other logic.
But wouldn't the devil have to be made stupid?
No, the devil was, the angel was made free. And it freely chose to make a stupid decision.
No, why?
Because love without freedom is just robotic.
Then why were there angels that didn't fall?
Because they chose love and not hate.
Okay, so it was a free choice.
Yeah.
Okay, but it wasn't a free choice because there was a penalty for doing so.
There was a natural consequence, yeah.
No, it's not a natural consequence because God created the outcome for rejection.
Oh, well, he he allowed the angel to have free will, and if you freely choose to reject somebody, then you will experience your own rejection.
Okay, so if God knows that free will does come with that, and say God started with the angels, and God gave some of the angels free will, God gave the angels free will. Which, by the way, none of this is really biblical, like from the Bible. A lot of this is like apocryphal in its conception. But if God gave the angels free will,
well, that's because you say the apocrypha isn't in the Bible, which
it's not canonical. It's not considered canonical by biblical scholarship, is what it is. It's not canon.
Well, Catholics say the apocrypha isn't canon, I believe.
So if
it's
God
83 compared to 77 or something like that.
But if God gave the angels free will and knew that a part of that was rejection, that was possible. So God made it possible to reject him, but then disincentivized that by creating hell, because the people who rejected have to go somewhere. Okay,
well,
but nothing.
You're saying created hell. Hell is, in my opinion, just the experience of rejecting God, who is love. So hell, in a sense, I don't imagine it as fiery so much as I imagine it like being in a room by yourself for eternity. You're rejecting love, so you are isolated by your choice. So, like, in the same way that it's a natural consequence, like, if you, as a person, reject everyone in your life and you end up alone, that's kind of a living hell, right?
Okay, so your response is that God, okay.
You can't, what I'm saying is you can't create it. Like, I get what you're saying, and I'm not saying it's a big deal, but hell and evil are just the absence of good. So they're not really things in and of themselves. Just like darkness is the absence of light, or cold is the absence of heat. It's not that these are two opposing forces. It's that one is the lack of the other, if that makes sense.
Okay, so I haven't gotten the response that you gave, that you basically just chalked it up to Satan is stupid. And
yeah, Satan is stupid. Yeah,
thing, but
laugh at the devil. Yes,
it wouldn't be stupid to Satan.
No,
stupid.
that's the thing. Sin. Let me ask you a question, right? So personally, if you sin, I maybe you don't see it, you don't call it sin or whatever, but
No, I was going
if
to. I was
someone
going
sins,
to, no,
do they know it's stupid?
No, Grace.
If someone
I
sins,
was
do
going
they know
with
it's
the question.
stupid?
I was going with this. If
Okay.
Satan was fully aware of what constituted sin by God's own lights, because Satan ostensibly knew God, like personally, and thus would know what constituted sin by God's own lights, then Satan would know that what it was doing was sinful.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's correct.
So obviously the metric of it being stupid is entirely subjective, because if someone holds an action to be justified and they act in that, it's because they have logic, that they have to themselves at least confirmed that it is justified to do so.
Oh,
But if Satan
okay,
is operating,
well,
but if Satan is
that's not
operating
exactly
with,
true.
but hold up,
People do
but if
stupid
Satan is
things all the
operating,
time.
hold up, but if no, we're not talking about humans, we're talking about these entities. But if Satan is operating with all of the knowledge that it ostensibly should have, that God can be overthrown, if that's a belief that it had, that's a belief it had because God God set the parameters that allowed that to be a logically possible belief that it held, which means Satan believed something that was false. But the only way Satan could believe something was false when it has direct connection to the entity that's creating everything is if it was meant to believe a false thing, which means God lied to Satan.
No, I disagree. I think people can freely choose
Where's the logic?
to do
No, where's the logic break?
because you're saying you can't freely choose to do something stupid.
He did. No, he freely chose to do something in that worldview. The Satan
Wait,
entity.
let me just ask you a clarifying question.
Let me finish. Let me finish. The Satan entity freely chose to perform an action that it believed was logically justified, was
Incorrect.
rationally justified.
No, he did not
Okay,
believe it was rationally justified.
Well, then okay. So if it wasn't a justifiable action, then why did it do it?
Because he had
People
the
don't-
option
things
to
don't do
sin and
actions-
he chose it.
No, people.
He was
perform-
angry. He
No,
was
and-
angry. He was envious, actually.
Okay, so that's it right there. The reason for his envy was his justification.
Oh, well, sure. I mean, if you want to say
Okay.
everybody sins for a reason, that's
Okay,
true.
how is
But
it
the reason
possible-
doesn't always make sense.
But if Satan is operating with all of the knowledge that it ostensibly should have, that
Yeah.
God is God and God cannot be overthrown.
Right?
Okay, God is all powerful. God created you, it can
Correct.
unmake you. How could it ever conclude at any point with its free will that this would be a viable action?
Because free will, I agree, it's not a viable option. It's stupid. Sin is stupid. But the fact of the matter is, he did have the free will to make that choice, and he chose the stupid option. Because if he didn't have the free will, then he couldn't have freely chosen love either. Because let me give you an example, right? When people sin, do they have a reason for it and yet know it's stupid? For example, if I overeat, I know that my body doesn't need that much food, but I have a reason for it, like, well, I'm sad, or I'm tired, or today wasn't a good day. But I know it's stupid. I know my body doesn't need that much food. I know that it's not going to look good on me, whatever. I know that I'm doing wrong. I know that I'm being stupid. I'm being stupid nonetheless, right?
So, and Spam Goes Here brought up the question. I'm going to go like that. If God is defined as you're defining it, why would it create such an entity in such a state? What's the justification there?
Why would it create an entity with free will?
Where these things, no, okay, you can have an entity that can be created with free will, but to do something completely and utterly, because we're talking about in defiance of reality. It's not a matter of, because if Satan is operating with the knowledge that it ostensibly should have, knowing what God is, like flat out, it rebelling against God, thinking that it could overthrow God, is akin to me literally walking off a skyscraper and thinking I'm going to fly just because I believe I will.
Yeah, it's retarded.
It's a defiance of reality.
Correct.
Yeah,
So that's the.
May I make?
Yeah,
a
go ahead,
comment?
PhD. Go ahead, Tony.
So people can make suicidal or self-destructive or self-harmful decisions just because they didn't, even when it would be more rational to do the opposite. For instance, even if let's assume that God does exist, as described in the Bible, then it would be rational and self-serving to worship that entity, even though that entity is unworthy of worship and demonstrably immoral. So, a lot of atheists would not worship the God of the Bible, even were he demonstrated to exist. So you can't, and they would say that they are behaving rationally, even though you can make the argument that from simply the perspective of self-interest, it would be better for them to unquestioningly worship this being who wants worship.
I apologize. Sorry, I had to get back to a text. Okay. I'm so sorry. This is so rude, but I did get distracted briefly. I'm sorry. Could you restate that really quickly? I did hear the first part. You were saying.
Well,
that...
I was actually more refuting JL's proposition than yours. The question I have for you is, how is the statement "God is love" meaningful?
How is the statement "God is love" meaningful? Because I would say that is the core trait of God.
What does that mean when God is the only thing that exists? So we assume that at some point the angels didn't exist, the heavenly host didn't exist, there was only God. What in that context, what can it possibly mean for God to be love, since there's nothing for him to love or be loved by? So if you're going to say something like God is love, and I assume therefore love is God, then what does that mean in a situation where he's the only entity in existence?
Because that's pretty simple to answer, although it's kind of complicated. The Trinity is how we make sense of that, because I agree, if God was by himself before he created the universe, even though he doesn't exist in time or whatever, but let's just put that aside. If he was by himself, just loving himself, that sounds kind of masturbatory, right? That's like, what is there for him to love? Okay, and some people say, well, he needed something to love, so he made the universe, which is kind of cute, but that's not really the idea. The idea is the Trinity creates this space where there is infinite relationality and love within God. So the Father loves the Son loves the Holy Spirit loves the Father. That is and it sort of reflects, like, inside an atom, there's the neutron, electron, and proton, right? That relationality and love is the core of God.
But
God is not one, because otherwise I would, like, he's not literally, it's not one thing. He's one and many at the same time, because without that, then God would just be loving himself, and that's,
Okay. So let's go back to some of the logical, the main logical inconsistency that you just lightly skipped over. God is outside time. God progresses from a point where there is no universe to a point where there is a universe. So yes,
he created time.
God but he can't. If there is no time to start with, he cannot progress from not having decided to make time to deciding to make time. He can't change. He can't undergo a sequence of change unless time exists in some form.
Actually, that is a good point. I don't know how to answer that.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying. If God was never changing, then how did he change in the sense of deciding to create the universe?
The term before is a temporal distinction. And how can there be a before time? How can there be temporal distinctions if time doesn't exist? So
now to some extent, you can turn around and you can say, well, the same quandary has to be answered by models of the early cosmos, right? You can say, how before space-time existed in the form that it currently does, what was going on, and there are various models for how that may occur. that but time as a sequence of events must have unfolded in some manner, and there are sort of complicated mathematical models that explain that. But just saying God is outside of time or God is beyond time, that doesn't make sense, because he is progressing from one state to another state in which he's deciding to make time, and that can't occur if there's not time in some form. So there are some logical holes here, and I want to step back. I don't want to come across as anti-Christian, because I'm not. I just think that these are useful questions. I was a Christian myself for 35 years. I don't find the statement "God is love."
What kind?
I was a Catholic.
Oh.
I found myself incapable of reconciling the church's position on the pedophilia scandal with any ethical standards that I recognized.
Really? That's what
Yeah.
converted you?
Yes. In particular, Cardinal Pell.
Well, but I mean, I'm not saying there wasn't a pedophilia scandal. There was, but the Catholic Church has never endorsed that.
The Catholic Church, so Cardinal Pell, who was the cardinal in Australia and was eventually sort of the third highest ranking cleric in the Vatican, came up with, I think, the Sydney model, which was a restructuring of the church's financial situation so that the victims of pedophiles could not sue the church. He made the church's assets secure. So the institution that tells me that I need to get on my knees every weekend and pray for forgiveness for what I've done turns around and says, yes, we did this evil and reprehensible thing for decades, and true, it was a minority of us. True, it was just some of the higher ranked individuals who were covering it up. But now that it's been discovered, we're not going to undergo any negative consequences for our evil action.
Well,
we're just going to deny our victims any sense of closure or compensation.
And two things to respond to that. I understand. But I completely disagree with you, because two things. First of all, there is a sense of justice for the victims in the sense that the priests who did those things, I think for the large part, were held criminally responsible. So they would go to jail for pedophilia. Secondly, I understand the church protecting itself from lawsuits, because the thing is, if you sue the church, the money you're taking is the parishioners' donations to the church. You're not hurting the bishop or the priest who did that. You're not hurting the priest.
I don't particularly care who I'm hurting. And this is...
Well, you're hurting the church. Why should the people who donated to the church have their money taken away by someone in the church who did something wrong? If the priest had money, if the priests themselves had money, but they don't have money, if they did have money, go ahead and sue the priest himself. But the church as a whole, you're just taking parishioners' donations.
Responsible. So given that the members of the church hierarchy facilitated and continued this, and indeed took steps to protect priests from police, from legal repercussions. Many of these priests died without ever being charged, without criminal referrals ever occurring. So the idea that they can be and many of the victims also died of suicide and drug overdoses. So the idea that somehow this can be made whole, but you are making the argument that leads to evil, which is that the welfare of the church is so important that these evil acts need to be covered up. I'm
not saying they should be covered up at all.
The fact that you're making the argument that the church needs to be protected from the consequences of the church's own doing, right?
I'm not saying that. The church experienced a massive reputational scandal, which is unfortunate, but those people did cover up what they did. And the church, like the priests themselves or the bishops, whoever did the pedophilia, were largely criminally charged, I believe.
Yes,
The
and
problem I
Cardinal Pell in
have,
particular-
except if they
Cardinal
died,
Pell in
right? Okay, but
particular-
like whatever, that happens. Criminals die all the time without being charged for their crimes.
The problem is
Cardinal
the problem is
Pell
the problem is the complicity. The individuals who, like, some of the individuals who committed the direct acts, yes, were held criminally liable for their actions. But there were criminals up above who aided and abetted their actions, who were aware of them.
That's somewhat true, yes.
And did everything in their power to shuffle them around and hide their actions to avoid prosecution. That is,
I agree that's true of some
silent,
people, yes.
That is silent complicity. They are complicit.
I don't disagree, but here's my point. You're not understanding my point. If you sue the church, you're not hurting those people. You're not hurting them.
No, hold up. You are.
No, you're not. You're hurting the parishioners.
Because you're taking away their resources, which is why, as Tony's pointing out, they fought so hard to protect the resources that keep them propped up.
But you're not taking away like enough resources that they're going to be hungry or go homeless. You're just taking away resources from like paying for the choir or getting infrastructure done on the church building. You're not taking away so much money that the church, the priests or the bishops who were complicit are going to have any personal effects on them, like they're going to be broke.
But
you're not actually. I do believe that the church is important to protect. So like I'm all for punishing those people, but not the church.
But that isn't a moral position to hold. So you're saying that your central position here is that the church does so much good that any harm done to the church for whatever reason cannot be countenanced. That outcome is completely undesirable, and it doesn't matter that the church facilitated, that the church's internal structures not only failed to detect and prevent the harm, but facilitated it for decades. That doesn't matter. All of that gets, because it's the individuals, it's not the church's fault. Well, this is like saying that if I've got a police department that is riddled with corrupt officers, I don't take to the funding of the agency. But that is exactly how we hold agencies responsible.
I get what you're saying, but there is a problem if you as a police departments are extremely protected from lawsuits, right? Because the problem is if you open yourself up as a police department to getting sued by every Tom, Dick, and Harry who has a problem with something the police did, then you are going to be low on resources to protect your community, right? So police have there's an extremely high bar. I know this because I've looked into it because I've been mistreated by police. There's an extremely high bar to suing the police because those resources are super protected to protect the community. They need them for the guns and the cars and everything else. So if you see the church as, I'm not saying they are, but like I'm using an analogy, the police of the soul, which we see the soul is the most important thing because it's your eternal life, yada, yada, then those resources should be even more firmly protected.
But isn't that begging the question on multiple levels? At no point in the decades that this scandal unfolded did God choose to get off his ass and tell any of the people in the church who pray multiple times a day that what was going on was unacceptable and they should perhaps change the way they were behaving. This demonstrates that either there is no God or that he is incapable of clearly communicating his wishes through prayer to people whose job it is to contact him through prayer. And two, you're making, sorry, why don't you respond to that one?
The fact that God did not personally speak to parishioners?
No,
that he doesn't exist?
That he didn't speak to the clerics, the bishops, the cardinals, the people who were covering up the evils of pedophilia. Why did he not communicate to them that what they were doing was immoral and they should?
But they knew what they were doing was immoral.
No.
The existence of immoral people is not an argument against God.
Grace, we're not saying that every single leader or every single priest within the Catholic Church was committing these atrocities. The problem is that the authority within the church, the people who make the decisions from up on high, all the way up to the Pope. And I'm not even saying that the Pope was engaged in this kind of stuff. I mean, it's never come out that a Pope was. I mean, if it did, I wouldn't be surprised. But nonetheless, let's say the Pope was never involved in any of it. But the Pope has the final say.
Yeah.
At no point did God ever come down and speak to it, its messenger on earth to let them know that this is going on in the church and you need to snuff it out. You need to stop it because it is harming the church. It will harm the church in the long run. You need to stop it. And then the Pope goes forward and convenes all the bishops and says, we need to handle this problem now. If the church had taken steps that the minute a sex abuser, the minute a child abuser was found, they immediately excommunicated that individual and reported them to the authorities and provided all the evidence necessary to convict them that they had accumulated. If the church had taken steps to do that, we wouldn't be going after the church because the authorities of the church recognized there was a problem and they solved it. They self-policed. That parishioners came to the authorities. They went to the higher ups, said, this is happening. They investigated. They found wrongdoing. They excommunicated the individual and reported him to the police.
Oh,
Done.
okay, but JL,
that would have been fantastic, but that never happened.
No, that did happen with some of them.
But instead, there was decades, if not centuries, of reports going up top, and then priests being moved, relocated to Vatican City, relocated to other parishes, reinstalled there, and the whole thing swept under the rug. To avoid criminal prosecution.
The entire thing was swept under the rug, but I do agree there was some corruption. I'm not going to say there wasn't.
Prosecution and a stain on the image of the church.
Yeah, and
so
I defend the church, but I understand that there was some corruption. I don't even think a Catholic bishop would say there wasn't corruption.
So why wouldn't the messenger of God on earth get that message?
But the corruption of human institutions is not a particularly good reason not to believe in God. Every human institution has corruption.
The fact that God won't do anything to prevent or redress these wrongs is a good reason to believe that there's no God. Certainly not the God that is defined in the Bible.
But Tony, if that was true, then you couldn't believe in any religion because every religious institution is going to have human error. Every secular institution has
Grace,
human error and corruption.
Okay, I'm sorry, but Grace, you make a great point. We're not saying that
this is just the problem of evil.
We're not saying corruption in these institutions is evidence that a God doesn't exist. Although you could say that I think you could argue that it's evidence that particular versions of a God doesn't exist. But it is very powerful evidence that these things are entirely human created. That they are institutions created by human beings, and that is why they are as flawed and susceptible to corruption as any other one. Not just religions, but also governments. Any other kind of hierarchical structure is susceptible to corruption because humans are going to human. It's great evidence that supports the idea that these things are not God-inspired, they are not God-handed down, that these are not tools of a God, that these are tools of people. That there's no God involved in them, because that tracks.
But, okay, well, that would just be like a large-scale case for atheism. That's true of everything, every religion, every institution, even secular, every government.
Yes, I acknowledge that secular humanism does have its own problems, because there are problematic actors within that particular group. But the difference there being is that when we find problematic actors, we root them out. We root them out, and we expose them for what they are. We self-police.
Well, I mean, the highest rates for child pedophilia abuse is in public schools, which are a secular institution.
I would actually hold that is actually a misreading of the statistics, because the majority of these things that occur in public schools, they get reported, and there are systems in place specifically designed to identify it and to solve it. Religions.
I didn't say the most corruption is in the public schools. I said the most abuse.
The most abuse actually occurs within the folds of religion. And that's because religions, none of them have systems in place to actively identify it, to actively identify perpetrators and to actively excommunicate them and serve them up for prosecution. The school system does, which is why there are more.
The school system hides predators all the time.
Yes, they do. And the point being is that
there's corruption in both.
There are more reported because there are more ways there are active systems to identify them.
Dude, this stuff is inherently difficult to. Wait, let me just make this quick point. This stuff is inherently difficult to police because who knows if kids are saying the truth or not? It's tough to figure that out.
You got to let me finish this. There are active systems in place which results in more reporting because they identify it more swiftly and more readily, and they prosecute it. Those systems don't exist in the church, which is why they don't get reported as swiftly, and predators don't get identified more readily. That's the whole point. It's kind of like when I've heard theists come to me with the argument that the rise in secularism has led to a rise in LGBTQ. That people becoming secular means more people are going to be gay. And so I've heard that argument before, when in actuality, it was the acceptance of LGBTQ and the lack of persecution that led to people who were already amongst the community but were not identifying to self-identify. When people feel safe to come forward, that they will be protected and they will not be ostracized, you get more reporting. It's not that a rise in secularism leads to a rise in LGBTQ. No, a rise in secularism leads to a rise in people identifying because they were always gay, but they were just afraid to identify publicly that they were, and now they can. So it's a false correlation.
Well, I think it's a false correlation on both sides.
Well, no, for religion in the church, name one religion that has a built-in system to identify, extricate, and prosecute and serve up offenders for prosecution. That has a built-in system that does that. Name one.
Well, I mean, I don't know the intricacies of the system, but I know for sure that the Catholic Church, when this scandal broke out, they started proactively identifying potential predators, and they would send them to secular psychologists. And the psychologists okayed them and said, yep, no problems here. And then they would go and commit offenses. And so the church attempted to rely on secular authorities to evaluate these people.
But they didn't prosecute them.
They failed.
Because they didn't prosecute them.
So it's tricky on both sides.
No, it's not. Because they broke the law. They broke the law, and they should have been prosecuted for breaking the law. They were
prosecuted.
And the actions of being, especially when it's a priest who has committed one offense and is immediately rooted out and served for prosecution, that's one thing. But when you have decades of systemic cover-up, of deliberate obfuscation, even to a point where in instances of individuals being victim blamed for being assaulted, for being abused, and to say that the church there's no comeuppance for the governing body that facilitated this cover-up is absurd.
I don't know why you're saying there's no comeuppance. The Catholic Church has been sued into oblivion, and their reputation
no, it
has been destroyed.
Precisely because of the Sydney solution. And allow me to...
Well, maybe not in Australia, but certainly in America.
No, that solution was implemented worldwide. That's why. Can you please? I've stayed here very quiet for some time. I'd like to be able to finish some utterances, if that's okay.
Okay, sure. I wasn't trying to be rude.
Okay, so
no, I think that was directed towards me.
No. In Australia, we've had multiple cases of pedophilia charges in schools, and the vast majority of them are religious schools. I myself served on the jury of a pedophilia case against a teacher in a Catholic school, and he was not the first, nor the only one to be convicted from that school. The first one was a brother. What are they called? Maris brothers. Anyway, that's one point. But the Cardinal Pell, who was himself convicted on charges of pedophilia, though that charge was overturned, to my opinion, rather scandalously by the High Court of Australia. But Cardinal Pell, after coming up with how to hide the church's resources from lawsuits, was elevated to becoming the third-ranked cleric in the Catholic Church. The claim that they've been effectively sued is simply untrue. That isn't the case, and that's precisely why I'm unhappy, right? And you were arguing earlier that it is perfectly justifiable for the church to defend itself from crippling debt. Well, okay, but that just makes it completely unaccountable while it is peddling sexual guilt as a means for subjugating its entire followership. So all of you guys are guilty and should make recompense for your malfeasance. But we're going to sit here and we're going to make sure nobody gets their hands on the money and influence. And at that point, I have to ask, what is the point of the Catholic Church? It doesn't seem being a high-ranked member of the Catholic Church does not seem to grant any moral insight. It doesn't seem to grant any moral authority. It doesn't seem to grant, if anything, the evidence is these people become corrupt. And at that point, the institution as a whole, you have to consider, do we need this institution? Can't we get by without it? You'll still have Bibles. You'll still be able to pray. Why do you need this?
Well, I do have to run, but I'll respond to that. I agree with you. Being a pope, a bishop, cardinal, priest does not make you any morally better than any other human being. There was a pope who had an orgy in the Vatican City. There have been bishops and priests. The road to hell is paved with the skulls of bishops and priests. The Catholic Church, as far as I know, has never made a claim that the authorities of the church are particularly morally good people. Of course, they should be. We all should be. But them having a collar on does not make them any less prone to falling into sin than anybody else. And the fact that they do is not a problem for Catholics, because the point of the church really isn't about morality in general, and it's certainly not clericalism in the sense that the authorities have to be good people. The point is to teach people correctly, and the Catholic Church has had 2,000 years of correct teachings, despite all the immoralities of the people within the institution.
Okay, there's a lot there. The Catholic Church has not been in existence 2,000 years. That's just false. What do you mean by
you understand the Catholic Church claims to have apostolic succession, meaning going back to the time of Jesus.
Yes, it does, and that's based on a fraudulent document. But even so, it was that claimed succession does not extend 2,000 years. So there are
wouldn't it be from 70? I'm sorry, from 33 AD to now, so it's about 2,000 years.
No, so not in terms of the Bishopric of Rome. No, the Bishopric of Rome is very late invention.
Oh well, we believe the first bishop of Rome was Peter, who was an apostle.
Yes, you can believe that.
Okay, so you're just saying you have critiques of the Catholic claim.
I have. There is historical data that contradicts the Church's claims.
Okay, I mean that may be true. I don't. I'm just presenting the Catholic view. I don't know.
So, well, you might want to check, because the Orthodox consider the Catholics to be heretics, and that the Great Schism,
they do.
That the Bishop of Rome schismatized from other more senior bishoprics, and they did so on the basis of a forgery. So, to claim that the Catholic Church has been in existence for 2,000 years is, I think, a grotesque simplification of the early history of the Church.
Okay, but you understand that that's what a Catholic would say. You may disagree with it, but I'm not contradicting the Catholic faith. You're just saying. You're saying I'm contradicting history.
But again, I want to get back to a point that you said, that the Church's teachings is not about morality.
Not primarily, no, because the whole point is Jesus died for our sins. We can't, like, the grace of God saves us. We ourselves we can't figure it out on our own. So it's not primarily about morality, no.
Okay, so that suggests that somebody can commit any sin, and as long as they express some penitence for it before their death, it's all good.
If they express genuine penitence, yes, that is the Catholic belief. Yeah.
Is that just?
Well, is that just? If they are truly sorry, then they will experience, mortification in purgatory for whatever sins they've committed.
I think you need to revise your beliefs. I don't think purgatory is considered theologically sound anymore.
Oh, well, that's what I was taught growing up.
Or at least unbaptized, or the idea that unbaptized children go to purgatory. I think there have been recent pronouncements on the theological soundness of purgatory, so you may want to revise that. But carry on.
No, Catholics believe in purgatory.
I
could be wrong, but nothing unclean enters heaven, so any remaining attachment to sin must be purified. Oh, and also this relates to what you're saying. Some sins have temporal consequences even after forgiveness. So, for example, he left. Well, I do have to run, but just for example, let's say you repent on your deathbed, which actually most people don't do, but let's say you repent on your deathbed, you murdered your child. Okay, so you're not going to experience the consequence of that sin, of repenting and making offerings, etc. So you will experience the consequences that you should have experienced on earth in purgatory. So that's where the justice comes in. I believe that's just.
Can I ask? So a Hindu who has heard about Christianity but doesn't find it in any way plausible, but leads a moral and charitable life, do they go to hell?
It sounds like they go to heaven. From what you're saying.
Why? Doesn't Christ say that the only way to the Father is through him?
Yes, but if you participate in the life that the Father has given you and you live virtuously, then you are following Christ.
In which case I'm led back to my other question. So it is possible to lead a moral life without the Catholic Church's influence, right?
Of course it is.
Okay.
Do you think we think that all people, nobody who isn't Catholic, everybody who isn't Catholic is going to hell? Of course not.
There are Catholics who definitely believe that.
Well, they're just wrong. I think.
Okay. Well, you can.
There was an encyclical about that. No, I agree. There are Catholics who believe that. I remember going to a dinner and talking to a woman who was in the choir at her college because she believed that only 144,000 people were getting into heaven, and God wouldn't want anybody who couldn't sing. Yeah, well, that's Looney Tunes.
You can, but she was basing that on scripture.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah.
Yeah. So
there's all sorts of crazies out there. My dad debated a black Hebrew Israelite the other day. They believe black people are the real Jews and that white people are Edomites who are devils. So, and that they get that from scripture. So.
Yeah, but so you can see that from a moral perspective and from a spiritual perspective, the Catholic Church is superfluous.
No, I would describe it as the fullest and best and most satisfying and comforting knowledge you could have. However, if you have invincible ignorance, if you can't understand it, if you try but you just fail to see how it makes sense, you try to live the best life you can, I would say, like, I don't know if anybody's going to heaven or hell, but like that's not necessarily a problem. There is a concept of invincible ignorance that you just can't be convinced that, like, for some reason, psychological or other, that you just have a hard time with it.
So you think that my atheism is based on ignorance?
Invincible ignorance, it doesn't necessarily mean you're ignorant. Obviously, you were raised Catholic. I would say if there is some kind of an issue that you rationally can't get over, but you really have tried to get over it and you just can't see it, and it just keeps being a wall, then that's an unfortunate cross for you. That's a burden you'll have to carry. But if it's genuine and you can't force yourself to believe in something, so if it's genuine, then that's what I would call invincible ignorance, meaning some kind of a block that you can't get past, even though you're sincerely trying to.
But that's not ignorance. Ignorance is not knowing something.
I understand, but the invincible clarifies it, because if it's just ignorance, like, yeah, if you have never heard of the word the Jesus Christ or the Bible before, that's a different thing.
I regularly debate flat earthers, and I know that there is such a thing as invincible ignorance in another context.
I've already got it on screen. So it lists it as those who are ignorant of the gospel are without fault. And the next sentence says, however, if someone knows that the church was founded by God through Christ and refuses to join it, they cannot be saved.
Okay, well, yeah, I agree, but does Tony know that God, he doesn't believe that God founded the church?
It was taught and it was rejected. Refuses to join it. It's rejected.
What do you mean it's rejected?
And then there's the I don't buy the story. There's I didn't hear the story versus I didn't buy the story or I've walked away.
Right, I understand that, but if you reread what you read, it says if you know the church was founded by God and yada yada and you reject it, okay, and I agree with that. But Tony doesn't know that.
From
what he's presented to me, he doesn't know that. He doesn't know that for certain.
Talking about,
or at least not for certain, but to a point where his reason is convinced.
Who does that apply to? Because literally, that'd be the person who still accepts that God exists and walks away. Who the hell is that?
Oh, a lot of people.
That they accept God?
I believe there are a lot of people who know that God is real and still reject him and choose to do evil. Yes.
Okay.
And
I'd like to have a conversation. I'd like to have a conversation with you at some point about what portions of the Bible you accept as true and what portions you don't, if any.
Ooh, yes. I actually got called a non-Catholic today because I was debating the inerrancy of the Bible with a Catholic. So yeah, I would be open to doing that.
Because the Bible, to my mind, is clearly factually incorrect in a lot of places.
Grace, do you hold it?
Historically, I would agree that there are historical inaccuracies.
Oh, okay. So
well, I mean, Noah's flood is not a historical thing.
Yeah, it didn't happen.
I would agree. There is not scientific evidence for a worldwide flood. There is for like localized floods in Mesopotamia, but not a worldwide flood. Yes.
Would you believe me if I said that I've done detailed modeling of sea level change in Mesopotamia?
Yeah, I believe you.
Okay. Well, that's good because I have.
I am PhD Tony. It's geostatic. Say it again, Tony.
Glacial isostatic adjustment.
Glacial isostatic adjustment is his specialty, and the dead, knows his shit. I'm kind of curious. So you were talking this notion of invincible ignorance like this. So the conclusion that the conclusion that I am at is one as a result of an application of logic and critical thinking and an elimination of appeals to emotion and non-commission, like not committing logical fallacies.
Yeah.
I would hold that any position that requires me to commit a logical fallacy that's automatically, a mark against it. It's like a proposition to hold a proposition as being true, requiring me to commit some form of logical fallacy in order to justify holding it as true is automatically evidence against that, and so it needs further evaluation.
Yes,
Now,
I agree.
Now, God's defined a certain way can be logically contradictory based upon their attributes, whatever's ascribed to them. Some gods are unfalsifiable in context, just by whatever it is. We can't tell if they exist or don't exist. So my position is that no gods, that I don't believe that any god or gods exist. There is no rational justification to believe that such entities exist because we have no evidence that any such exist. The evidence that we do have access to, when we don't commit logical fallacies, indicates that these things are human-made constructs, that these are concepts that are designed by human beings for a variety of different purposes. Not all of them nefarious, but some of them nefarious, some of them simply for efficiency or gathering or social dynamics, whatever. But they are human-made concepts. But because it is irrational to hold unfalsifiable propositions as being one way or the other, I can't believe in something that is irrational. I can't believe that square circles exist. It's not something that I can do. I can't believe that, like, if you made a statement about unfalsifiable concepts in cosmology, I could not accept one of them, like a statement as being true or false, because we don't have the data to indicate one way or the other. So if my conclusion at the end, if I die an atheist, like I am right now, say I die tomorrow, in your worldview, okay, by your lights, if I were to die tomorrow, and the position that I've come to is epistemically justified, critically rational, and honest, that if there were evidence, I've examined all the evidence that have been presented. I still continue to have these conversations to hear what people present. I've identified these, and I have not, and I've refused to come down on a conclusion based upon emotion. Oh, I'm afraid if it doesn't exist, I'm going to believe because I'm afraid, or I'm going to believe because I don't want this outcome. Yeah, those I'm hedging my bets. That's not legitimate belief.
True.
Pascal's wager is like I'm Pascal's wagering it, just in case it's real. That's not legit.
Yeah, it's not. So I mean, I basically agree. Yeah.
If I die tomorrow, where am I going?
I mean, I would not claim to be able to judge the state of your soul, obviously. Only God can do that. But if I was to guess, I would say if you're being sincere, then I would guess that you would go to heaven, perhaps purgatory, to pay for your sins or whatever. But I would not say if it's genuine invincible ignorance, then how would it be just for God to hold you accountable for something that you couldn't come to know? That's not that. I believe God is just. So,
well, I don't know what sins. I mean, other than the bullshit that I pulled when I was a kid and I was an idiot, the dumb stuff I've done then when I was either angry or just a dumb child. As an adult, I wouldn't consider myself committing any sinful acts because the only person I really interact with are the people online and my wife. And I don't cheat and I don't lie and I don't need to steal because I have everything I need. So, and I've built it all myself. So, so like by that light, by what Tony brought up, like the individual who lives a moral life, a moral charitable life, the only thing I do, like I really do as far as my community goes, is I divest people of these beliefs. That's like one of the major things that I do in my life is that I have these conversations. I divest people of these irrational concepts. So does that act itself? Is that a black mark against me? Because I can tell you, I'm doing it. It's logically consistent. So
it would depend on your intent. If we assume that you are genuine and you believe that this is genuinely helping people, if you really do believe that, then I don't see how God could hold you accountable for being mistaken, sincerely mistaken. But if you do have the sense, and only you could know this, right? But if one was to say, I do have the sense that God is real, and I do have the sense that I am insulting him and blaspheming him and shaking people's faith because I'm angry because of something in my life, or I don't like Christians because of experiences I've had with them, then I would say you would have a little more to be worried about. But only you would know that. I can't tell from the outside.
Yeah, no reason.
I've got it on screen right now, by the way. So like I said, we kind of glossed over the topic before, but the position as per the Catechism, explicitly states that this path to salvation is for those who are ignorant of the gospel. You are not.
Ignorant of the gospel without fault. So that would technically apply to the billions of human beings who existed before any of these Christian events took place.
It
Yeah,
basically,
right.
if you have read the good word and do not accept the good word.
So there's an incident.
No, that's not
from-
true at all, Andrew. Andrew, give me a break. If you're raised as a Mormon, okay, and you read the Bible through the Mormon lens and you reject Mormonism, okay, and a part of that was reading the Bible, you're not going to go to hell because the gospel is the good news, the true gospel, okay? The Bible can be taken any number of ways to confuse people.
Okay, you missed
Like
the
that
scope.
is just
You
unreasonable.
You have missed the scope. I'm referring to the position of the Catholic Church.
I
didn't say the
understand.
Bible.
You said if you read the gospel and you reject it, then you're
Yeah.
going to hell. You
As-
can read the gospel and
as
be.
per, yes, this is the position of the Catholic Church.
No,
okay,
it is
so
not.
just hold up. Just to clarify,
so you're telling me-
hold up, Andrew, hang on a sec. I'm going straight to Catholic answers.
Yeah,
Catholic answers.
Catechism.
Catholic answers. One of the most dangerous things that we can get wrong in Catholic and in Catholic theology is what the church means by invincible ignorance. The Catechism reaffirms the traditional teaching that outside the church there is no salvation, and then explains that this affirmation is not aimed at those who, through no fault of their own, do not know Christ and his church. Quoting the Second Vatican Council, Lumen Gentium 16, that those who, through no fault of their own, do not know the gospel of Christ or his church, but who nevertheless seek God with a sincere heart and, moved by grace, try in their actions to do his will as they know it through the dictates of their conscience, those too may achieve eternal salvation.
Beautiful.
847.
Beautiful.
This ignorance, through no fault of their own, is what the Catechism means by invincible ignorance.
Beautiful.
So this would go to all of the individuals who were simply who existed before the church ever did, the billions of human beings who existed in the 250 or 275,000 years before the church was ever a thing, was ever and ever even an idea. Those individuals who led moral lives, those people got salvation.
Also,
Absolutely, yeah.
anybody who the message has not reached. However, anybody who the message has reached, as that also reiterated, confirms exactly what I said. Anybody who read that book, anybody who got the gospel and didn't accept, is not part of this.
The logical entailment of
That's
the
not
logical,
true.
The logical
Who got
JL?
anyone who got
Wanna
the
reread that
gospel?
line exactly again.
Anyone who got the
reread that. Text
Does it say
again
read
exactly.
the scriptures? Does it say that? I don't believe you read that.
You were not listening.
Okay, just read it again.
So, quoting the Second Vatican Council, the Lumen Gentium 16, that this is quote, those who, through no fault of their own, do not know the gospel of Christ or his church.
Yeah, freeze it right there. Did you know the gospel of Christ, JL?
I do, yes.
There you have it.
No, he does not. Well, he could.
got
He
the
could.
book.
He
We did not
could.
accept.
He could. But I'm just going to take the devil's advocate position.
I
When I
spent
hear
a quarter of a
JL
century,
describe,
I've spent a quarter of a century studying this shit, so I should know it.
I understand that. But when I hear JL describe Christianity, I hear something foreign. So I do not believe he understands the gospel message.
I understand what is intended by the people that wrote it.
You say that.
It's supported by the evidence. I don't draw conclusions based upon what I want it to.
It could be
I don't
that
draw
you completely
conclusions.
understand the gospel and reject it. That's possible.
Well,
I'm
I
just
don't
saying
pre-
from what
no,
I've
I
heard
don't
from
pre-
you,
no,
I don't feel
don't
like you
presuppose
understand
anything
it.
going into my understanding of it. I don't say like, okay, well, there's a God that exists and humans are fallible, so there should be so the human fallibility is a reason for this particular. No, I don't do that. I read it on its face and studied what is entailed by what is within there, within the scope of what I have access to, and critically rationalized that without evidence to support any kind of presupposition or any kind of assumption going into and influencing my interpretation, that this is what was likely meant by the individuals that wrote this, which is why the whole concept of the resurrection and everything, in my view, just by the evidence, was essentially narrative building. Like the resurrection and all that shit is essentially just religion building. It's not that the individuals, it's not that these are eyewitness accounts. that these are stories being told specifically with the intent of building a religion. There and it's
Right.
in
So
all
you,
likelihood.
like,
Oh wait,
right.
hold
So
up. And
you're
in all
coming at it from a
likelihood,
particular
no,
point
hold
of
up.
view.
And in all likelihood, were not meant to be taken literally.
Well, a lot of the Bible is not literal. Yeah.
No,
that's
like the
true.
resurrection story was not meant to be taken
Oh no,
literally.
that's not true.
Like a bodily resurrection.
If Christ was not resurrected, then Christians are all fools.
Great. Provide the logical.
That's what Paul
Provide
said.
the logical defeater of that.
Logical defeater. I'm just quoting Paul. What do you mean?
No. Provide the law. Paul was a believer who wrote to reinforce the beliefs of other believers. Provide the logical defeater that the resurrection story was nothing more than religion, narrative religion building, and never meant to be taken literally. Provide the logical defeater for that possibility.
I can't. I'll have to think about that. I do have to run. It's been a good conversation.
That's fine, yeah.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Always nice to talk to you, JL. Bye.
Yeah, and if you want to have that conversation with Tony, when I do these, Tony's often up here, so you're more than welcome to pop on and have that chat with him. So
Yeah,
I think that'll be a really
actually,
good discussion.
It would be interesting. I would like him to, if he's open to it. Have you ever heard of William Albrecht, Tony? He's a Catholic apologist. So he has a sort of almost fundamentalist take on the Bible, which I find bizarre. And I think I have the middle of the road take, which I think Newman and Pope Benedict had a sort of middle of the road take. And you have, I guess, a take that the Bible... So he would say the Bible is literally 100% true. I would say the Bible is true in terms of faith and morals and what we need to know for our salvation. And the historical/scientific stuff is not super important because the Bible was never meant to be a scientific or historical work. What you would say the Bible has clear contradictions and errors that make it sort of defunct. Would that be your position?
My position would be that there are clear factual inaccuracies inside the Bible. I would suggest that the Bible, particularly Christian teachings, contain concepts of great value, and that I think that those should be esteemed above loyalty to the minutiae.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually kind of a Catholic position, yeah.
Well, yeah, I was a Catholic for 35 years, so
yeah.
that was
you agree with me from a Catholic perspective that the fundamentalism is ridiculous. Like saying there was literally a firmament, like there's water above the skin, like that's ridiculous.
Or the Earth is flat because it's decidedly a
I mean,
thing.
And he claims he said I'm not a Catholic because I said like his fundamentalism is crazy, and I was like I really don't think so.
I find it fascinating that that the very notions, and a lot of people don't go further than this, but the very notions, like many of the things that Christ, that the character of Christ was talking about, many of the points that individual, that the character in the book was making, a lot of these were, if you can actually trace them back prior to that, these were common ideas. That a lot of the stuff, especially the stuff expressed in the Sermon on the Mount, are very Hellenistic in scope, and that there were philosophers that existed decades, if not centuries, before Jesus ever did, that expressed variations of these things, and that what Jesus was presenting in the book, or what it's reported, what it's written down that Jesus said, that are repackaged Hellenistic ideas that you don't really need all the superfluous stuff around it, like all the extraneous, like ritual and shit like that. That the common core ideas that Jesus was espousing are ancient. They weren't unique to him. They weren't like these like balls to the wall, brand new idea that he's like rocking the world with. No, these were common things, and just repackaged Hellenistic ideas for a Jewish audience is essentially what they were. Because you can find these things in prior philosophers.
I gotta go.
Yeah.
Thank you, though. Thanks, guys.
It would be great to have another talk. Nice to meet you, Grace.
I have a YouTube channel. It's ThorpTube, THORPTUBE on YouTube. If you wanna, I have my email on there and stuff. If you wanna reach out. Okay. Bye.
See, Grace, isn't it nice to have these kinds of? I know she had to leave, but it's nice to have these kinds of conversations where they are structured, and that's what I like about these. That's one thing that got me. One of the big things in my research coming across is like that, noting that there were philosophers that existed before Jesus, Hellenistic philosophers, that their teachings traveled along with Alexander as he was laying siege to the Middle East and brought Hellenistic teachings with him and the various settlements that he left in his wake, and those spread out amongst the native populations. And so these ideas were very common at the time, and he just kind of repackaged them into his own theological presentation. And it was like, but wait, there were philosophers like 300 years before him who were saying these very things. It's like, I found that fantastic. Just the way information travels, through cultures and how it mutates.
That's entirely true. I kind of think that sort of while you can get you can interrogate this thing about invincible ignorance, and you can say, look, this is the definition. But I think a great many Catholics, and possibly a great many other Christians, I don't know, would take the attitude that a well-intentioned person can achieve salvation, even if they're aware of and have not accepted the church's teachings. I think that that's a fairly common position, and I don't know. Maybe it's the case that contradicts that contradicts the hardline theological pronouncements on the subject. But I think that a great many Catholics would adopt that position. A great many Catholics wouldn't. A great many Catholics would say that you have to be a Catholic, and that's the only way. And if you're not a Catholic, then you're going to hell.
Well, that's the funny thing, because they've got a word for those people. Heretics.
I do have somebody in the back. Actually, I could just do this. Well, no, because then it's because I made it the whole background is what it is. The issues with where things are on the screen. Oh, dang it! I had somebody in the back. Yellen Bay was in the back, and I was just about to address them. Damn it! Somebody popped in and then left. So Yellen Bay, if you're still in the chat, I was about to bring you up. Sorry that I missed you. That's where I was getting to. Maybe they'll come back.
Maybe. Yeah. So just for the idea, because what Grace was kind of proposing there, just basically destroy the category that invincible ignorance is meant to address. There's no way that was like anybody who's seen the message. You do not have this. It preserves people that the church couldn't reach, not those that didn't accept. So it was pretty explicit. Now, if you differ from that, then you're just basically, a heretic.
Well, it's good to know that in her worldview, I'm not going to either place. I'm going. Even though I wouldn't want to go to any place where I exist eternally. That's just that seems like hell to me. But
I subscribe to the Church of Groucho Marx.
Dang, Yellen Bay was here, but they're not in the chat anymore. That's a bummer.
Missed it by that much.
Yeah, I just I wanted to make sure that they heard us and that the audio was good, and then just to do the quick check before I brought them up. Bummer. Well, if Yellen is still in the chat, you're more than welcome to come back up. We had time. I was getting to a point that I was going to call it here in about 20 minutes, but we had time for another chat. I saw that Zen came in, but we were talking with Grace. And I like having one person up at a time so we can keep the conversation structured. That was a good chat. We have been nothing but good. As far as I'm concerned, we've been nothing but good chats with Grace. So, I'm glad that we're able to actually have these and suss these things out. I still remember when she admitted that she was an atheist. So,
nothing is ever going to top PMARS.
Nothing will ever top the argumentum ad motherfuckerum.
Nor should it. Not in a sane world.
Did you ever hear about that, Tony?
No. Nope. You're going to have to go in.
I got it. I know I have it here. I know I've got it here somewhere. Hang on a sec. It was a short. Damn it. Someone's going to find it before I do. Oh, we do have someone in the back. So if someone wants to find the argument to mad motherfucker, Luke, I see you in the back. Can you hear us okay? You can let me know in the private chat that you can hear us. I just want to make sure the audio is good and that you can hear us. Private chats over to the right. Just click on that one. Okay, good. And can you? Okay, so if you don't want to be on camera, you do not have to be on camera on the screen, but I do need to do a quick check. If you can turn your camera on, you don't have to show your face. Just let me know that there's a person there and it's they're good. If you don't, fantastic. That's all I need. If you don't want to be on camera, you don't have to be. So I'm going to bring you up. How's it going, Luke? Can you hear us okay?
Yes.
There we go. What you got for us today?
So am I supposed to give you evidence of why God is real? Right?
Give me 1 second. Yeah, give me 1 second. I think we got some background audio bleeding through.
Hang on 1 second.
Test. It was okay. It was we got it sorted, Luke. It was Tony. Thank you, Tony. So yeah, if you believe in a particular God, if you've got evidence or an argument you want to present, that's kind of what we're looking for.
All right. So one of the arguments that I've been trying, like I actually been on like 2 different platforms already, and they weren't having it. But I was just okay. So if you look at Euphrates River, like if you just look it up, do a quick Google search, and you look up Euphrates River Omega. Euphrates River Omega. You'll see that the Euphrates River, part of the Euphrates River, there's a symbol on there that is not like, if you want to play games, then you say that it doesn't remind you of the missing symbol. But if you're honest and you look at it, you'll see that it reminds you of the Omega symbol, the Greek letter Omega symbol. And what's interesting about it, and I wasn't trying to, I was just saying it's something to think about, was the fact that thousands of years before Jesus arrived, I think it was Moses that wrote Genesis, and he was explaining what happened in the beginning. And he talks about the garden and all that. Garden talks about, explains it's almost kind of weird that at this part it mentions the 4 rivers. Like why do you have to mention the 4 rivers? But I guess the Bible is a historical account. So it does mention the 4 rivers and explains where they each go to and what their names are. And then the last river that it mentions is the Euphrates River. So that was when Moses wrote it. It's the Euphrates River. And then thousands of years after Moses, Jesus comes along. And he he claims that or I don't know. No, actually it was Jesus comes along, he dies on the cross, he claims to be God and whatnot. And the whole Christianity is based off of him. So thousands, I don't know if it was thousands of years later, but then whoever wrote Revelations, John, I think the apostle, I don't know, but he haven't seen Jesus before, having never met Jesus, writes Revelations, and in Revelations, Jesus makes it clear that he is the Alpha and Omega, right? So now he says he's the Alpha and Omega. So thousands of years later, thousands of years long. In our time period right now, when technology has advanced far enough where we can take satellite images of things, and we take a satellite image of the Euphrates River, and lo and behold, like, we see a symbol that reminds us of the Omega symbol. And not coincidentally, but in Christian topics, Christians are like, talking about end times and whatnot, and Omega symbols the end. So it's just like, I don't know. Like, I'm just trying to be logical. Like, wouldn't that, like, how do you explain that? Like, those consistencies, like, between thousands of years, between people that didn't know each other, like, how does that, like?
So my response would be pareidolia. So do you know what pareidolia is?
No.
Pareidolia is the propensity of the human brain to look at random data and to impose a pattern on that random data. This is most obvious in faces. So all you need to sort of get a human to see a face is to have two dots and a straight line, and they'll see a face. And this is a survival instinct, because recognizing a face that's looking at you is an important part of recognizing a predator. So having a developed capacity to see faces, even where there are none, because there's no penalty for false positives, but there are strict penalties for false negatives. If you don't recognize a face that's looking at you, you can end up dead because you missed the predator. And this propensity to see patterns, to look at random noise and to see patterns is a well-known psychological construct. I've spelt it in the chat for you: Pareidolia, pareidolia. So this is a well understood scientific phenomenon, and given a text as rich as the Bible, with millions of words of text, being able to cherry pick out the elements of it and then match them to stuff and say, look, isn't this amazing? This is evidence of some supernatural influence, or this is evidence of some prophecy. I don't think that that's logically rigorous. You are, to me, this is not persuasive.
So what we're seeing is a winding river, which, if you take a look at, like, the United States, for instance, if you follow, like, the Mississippi River and you watch how that winds all over the place, stuff buckles in a little spot, comes around, and you imagine that it's not still a river. You want to separate it so it looks like a character. You try to pretend that it's not just a winding mess like everything else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I can bring this up. Give me 1 second. There is an end times prophecy about the drying of the Euphrates River. And it was Islam comes after Christianity, and Christianity did mention the drying of the Euphrates River. And Islam has one in the Hadith about the Euphrates River drying and revealing a golden mountain, which of course is not going to happen. But the screen that I'm looking at is this. And I want to. This is the Euphrates River beforehand. This is the Euphrates River when it dries. Okay, so there's a difference now. Now, this phenomenon that you're seeing right here on the right is called an oxbow. Okay, and we have a name for it because they're all over the world. We see them all over the place, and we have a name for it. It's called an oxbow. So that's that. Now, here's the big issue. Give me 1 second.
I have a question. I have a question too, because I think that's a dam. Like, if you look at that.
It might be.
If you look at that image, I think that's a dam.
Yeah, it is. It's a dam.
Okay, right here. Yeah, on the, like, I see this little where it opens up. So So the water is coming through like that. Now, there are reports as a result of climate change that the Euphrates River has seen some serious drying as of recent. Now, but here's the kicker. The Euphrates River, like that geological structure, is dated about 6 million years old. So that geological feature is dated around 6 million years old and has had agriculture and basically human settlements around it for at least 12,000 years. Is where archaeological evidence has revealed human habitation in that particular area, because when it's lush, it's particularly fertile. So, and an excellent place to set up shop. Now, obviously, Christianity is not that old. So, what I would posit is pareidolia, like Tony brought up, does play a role in it. The river itself and its geological features predate any of this stuff. And that people often use, especially in narrative building or when they're talking about things in reality, will utilize things that they'll utilize symbols and pattern things that they recognize, that are the patterns they recognize in nature, and they will draw conclusions from it that kind of reinforce or kind of like confirm their already pre-existing bias. So somebody identifying this as a natural feature and then using that term, because when you say, like, when Jesus said he was the Alpha and Omega, those were the Greek words that were used, because Omega is the last letter, is the 24th letter of the Greek alphabet. And so if Jesus was expressing that Jesus was the beginning and the end, or that, like, in that context, the word Omega may have been used, was used to express that. But Jesus himself did not say, I am the Alpha and Omega, because those are Greek letters. And
right, okay.
So the Omega exists as a result of the translation. So that's another big thing. So the river is far older. People have been making observations about it for a long time. The terms Alpha and Omega were Greek letters that were used in the Greek translation of the words from the Hebrew.
Can you bring up the image of the oxbow for me?
Yeah. So the kicker is, and where I'm going with this is that, well, we can say, like, this doesn't really point to anything. This is people's pareidolia and like that. But even if there were people that looked at these things and claimed these things, how is that evidence of a god and not evidence of consistent narrative building?
Yeah. Okay. So when you said that it was just a translation, him saying he's the first, it seems like on all the translations, he goes further than saying then he's the Alpha. He reiterates himself. He says that I'm the Alpha and Omega, the first and the last, the beginning and the end. Those are what you on all the translations. Not just I'm Alpha, I'm first and last. It's all, he reiterates himself.
Yeah, but Jesus didn't speak Greek, right?
Yeah, but so the point here is that Omega is a Greek letter, and Jesus was an Aramaic speaker, so he would not have used the Alpha. He would not have used the phrase the Alpha and the Omega. That is how it has been translated to us, because the gospel authors wrote Greek. They wrote the stories down in Greek. But Jesus almost certainly never wrote Greek, never spoke Greek. We've no reason to think he spoke anything other than Aramaic. So I just want to point out with this river structure. Mm-hmm. So when river volumes decrease, the river does this meandering thing. So it wanders backwards and forwards, creating these arcs, and you can see it sort of even further up. There's an arc there that is now sort of, there's an arc there with an island in the middle of it.
Right here?
Gone around, yeah.
Oh, right here. So as opposed to like here? Yeah, and then
that's
right here, right.
And what you'll tend to find is that the river, as it has in that case, it'll cut across, it'll drive through, and it'll isolate, that arc will be isolated. So what I would expect to happen in this lower case is that strip of land will be incised through at some point, and you'll just have an island and what's called a billabong on the far side of it. That the oxbow part will become separated from the main course of the river, is the expected evolution.
Yeah.
So this is, as you say, this is standard river evolution. This just looks fairly ordinary, and this is occurring all over the world. And in the converse, there are many areas where precipitation patterns and river systems are varying, and there are entire archaeological sites that we know were on the Euphrates River, and we now can't find them because the Euphrates River has moved since the written records of them were put down. So there's a whole bunch of archaeological sites in Iraq that we've lost because the Euphrates River is constantly moving. It's constantly evolving. It's constantly developing over time.
And the specific highlighted area here lists the active dams as built by Turkey going back to around 73.
Yeah.
So if you want to know what buckled it off, that's human intervention.
Right. Okay, so you said that the Greek or the apostle that wrote the Bible were Greek, or they spoke Greek?
No, the original stories were translated into Greek and this was there's a whole long story behind this, and some of it is considered legendary by biblical scholarship. The 70 authors that each translated down and all the whatever like stuff like that, but the stories were translated into Greek to create the Septuagint, which is the Greek version. That's what it means, like the 70 to 72, I think, or however it translates. I'm a little rusty on the legend behind it, but yeah. But the stories themselves. So Jesus never would have used the term Alpha and Omega because it would have used whatever to basically effectively say a similar thing in Syrian Aramaic. But it was translated, and then the closest word in Greek, or the closest approximation, would be the use of those letters. And obviously, a sign of the end times, given how important the Euphrates was, I mean, historically speaking, how important that river was to their survival, the drying up of that river would be extraordinarily catastrophic. So, and the Euphrates River goes through dry periods. It goes through dry periods and full periods, just like any river does. Rivers fill up, rivers dry because of climate. And so a complete evaporation of the Euphrates River would be extraordinarily detrimental to the civilizations, to the small civilizations that were built up around it. And that could be seen as being apocalyptic in nature to them, whereas globally speaking, it's just a natural phenomenon that, 70 scholars translated in 70 days. Yeah, Jinju, there's like a legend behind it. But nonetheless, what we see, we can chalk these up to like pareidolia, but the issue being that it doesn't really go down as evidence for the existence of a God, because even if it was people just making prophecies about stuff, and then the people who were writing the stories down, keeping the narrative consistent with that direct intention, that wouldn't logically entail that a God exists. It just means that the narrative was maintained over time, and certain like prophecies that people came up with, that those were maintained over time. It wouldn't be evidence specifically that a God entity exists, just that people were keeping their stories straight.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I see where you're coming from. It's just okay. So, the person that wrote Revelations was John, right? So he wrote Revelations and then translated it to Greek, or used Greek, like, because he didn't translate. Well, I mean, translated in Greek. But what's interesting is that, let's say Jesus never spoke Hebrew, right? But what John says, that how he encountered Jesus was through a vision.
John.
So in the
I think you're mixing Paul there.
Yeah, Paul had the vision. Paul had the vision. John supposedly had the vision of the apocalypse. But a big problem with the Revelation story. Yeah. To ask, are you familiar with an ancient Roman concept of the Nero Redivivus legend?
No.
Okay. in ancient Rome, when Christians were living at the time under Nero, under Emperor Nero, okay, Nero was infamous for his persecution of Christians because they refused to acknowledge him as a god. He wanted to be acknowledged as a god. He was a narcissistic psychopath, like monster. He was, one of the worst. Mm-hmm. And it's largely believed or agreed upon that the Great Fire of Rome was deliberately started by Nero so that he could build a new amphitheater. He'd clear out an old space so he could build a new amphitheater, and then he blamed the fire on Christians. So he persecuted them left and right. He was a great enemy to that particular faith. And when Nero purportedly died, he didn't actually just die and they found his body and they buried. No. Nero took off. Nero left. And then he never came back. So there were reports of his death, but nobody really knew. And there was a legend that grew around Rome, and from witnesses who said that they saw Nero, that Nero would return. There was the Nero Redivivus legend. As far as Redivivus is the return to life of Nero, the resurrection of Nero, that Nero would return to power. And the story in Revelation is focused on that, in that Nero, considered the greatest persecutor of the Christians at the time, would return, and that Jesus would return to defeat him and install the new kingdom, because he would have overthrown the Antichrist, the individual who was everything against Christ, the individual who posited himself up as God and was going to rule over everything, rule over the world. And that's what they were talking about. That's what they were focused on, was that the legend was that Nero would return and that Jesus would return to defeat Nero and take him down. That's where that was.
You're saying that.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so you're saying that so you're saying because Nero isn't here today that it doesn't hold up.
Right. So the revelation of John was not about some far-flung event that's going to occur thousands of years in the future. That's not what John was writing. And that's not what was originally understood by the book. He wasn't talking about sometime thousands of years in the future, we're here in 2026 and nothing's happened yet. John wasn't talking about that. Remember, Jesus himself said that he would return within the lifetimes. Some of you will not taste death before I return. And that Jesus was prophesizing his own return within their lifetimes. And that was repeated, that Jesus would return to defeat Nero when Nero returned. Nero would be the Antichrist, and that Jesus would return to defeat him. So it was kind of an apocalyptic vision. Do what?
Go ahead. Nah, go ahead.
Oh, so John's vision was kind of in response to the growing legend that Nero was going to come back. And if Jesus had returned, if Nero had returned, and this had all happened, it would have gone down as Jesus had promised. But Nero never came back, and neither did Jesus. So none of this ever took place. But because people are still holding on to it, because of the way it was written, it wasn't written specifically with Nero in mind, because that would have gotten these individuals killed, because that's why they had to write it. That's why the gematria, the letters correspond to the name of Nero. So the story just gets pushed back. It gets pushed back farther and farther and farther. I can tell you that John, when that was written, John did not mean for one of those the dragon with the dragon with 7 heads and 10 horns in his head. Those horns don't represent America and the UK and the great nuclear powers of today. That is all post hoc and ad hoc shit that contemporary times have added on to that to keep that alive. That was not intended by any of that. That's all reinterpretations of it, because it didn't happen back in the 3rd century when these events were, or I think the 2nd or 3rd century when these events were supposed to take place. If I remember correctly, when Nero disappeared, 1st century, yeah. In 68, it's purportedly that he died in 68 CE. So that would be the 1st century, and they didn't take place. Nero didn't return in the 1st century, the 2nd century, 3rd century. So the story just keeps getting pushed on until eventually now, all the countries that exist today now represent one of the horns, and like people are lauding up people that exist. It's the same thing happened in the past. There were people who were pushing up Hitler as the Antichrist, and before him there were people that pushed up Napoleon as the Antichrist. It's like, oh no, the Antichrist is Napoleon. No, but that didn't happen. Oh, the Antichrist is Hitler. Oh no, that didn't happen. And now there are people today that are actually putting up Trump as the Antichrist. So it just progresses through time.
Okay. So was Nero alive during John's time?
When Nero died, it is purported to have died in 68 CE. And John of Patmos wrote the Book of Revelation. So that was under the reign of Emperor Domitian around 95 AD. So it was about 30. It was a little less than 30 years later.
40 years after the end of Nero's reign.
Yeah. So during the reign of Emperor Domitian, and some scholars suggest an earlier date in the 60s. It says an earlier date, but the prevailing consensus points to the late first century, around 95 AD. So it would have been 60. Was that 100 years? About late first century, when John was exiled to the island of Patmos and had that. Some say pre-70 AD. So, like, some scholars argue for a date between the destruction of Jerusalem around the First War. The destruction of often tying the imagery to Emperor Nero. So there's it's open to a lot of interpretation.
So do you think it's possible he could have been talking about the spirit of the Antichrist, and not like saying this Antichrist was, and then the spirit?
Well, the number of the beast corresponds to Nero.
Right. There's other people that it corresponds to too, that is done in time.
No, 616 corresponds to Nero.
The 666, like
the original writing was 616, and 666 also has a connection to that. And see, 666 and 616.
Totally no relation to Marvel there.
Yeah, not Earth 616. So, by using the Latin spelling of the name Nero Caesar, transliterated into Hebrew, which is, I can't even pronounce that, it's NRWQSR, which sums to 616. While 666 refers to the Greek spelling Neron Caesar. 616 appears in the early manuscripts, like Papyrus 115, as an alternative. So the Greek translation changed it to the Greek name, which is Neron Caesar, which translates to 666, whereas the original 616 translates to the Hebrew term, which would be Nero Caesar.
So when the Hebrews calculated his name, they used Hebrew geometry or
gematria, yeah, Hebrew gematria.
And they came up with the number 616.
Yeah, n equals 50. So nun equals 50, resh equals 200, vav equals 6, kaf equals 100, samek equals 60, resh equals 200, total 616.
Oh.
Yeah. And then when the Greek scholars translated the Hebrew to the Greek, they translated the Greek name instead of using the Hebrew name of Nero, which was Nero Caesar. They did the Greek spelling, which was Neron Caesar, and the gematria of Neron Caesar is 666. Because you can see the change in Nero from Nero to Neron.
Okay, yeah, that I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I just started learning about I didn't even know about how. I just found out that how they calculate the name was through Hebrew geometry.
Gematria. Yeah. He was widely viewed as Nero was widely viewed as the beast. is who he was, that he was the beast, that who would come to destroy the Christians, and that he would return. And then the Nero Redivivus legend, meaning Nero reborn, was a first century belief that Emperor Nero did not die in 68 AD, but had fled to the east and would return with a massive army to reclaim power. So Nero supposedly died in 68 AD. John of Patmos on the island wrote the book of Revelation in late first century. So like about 40 years later. So 68 AD to 95 AD. So a little less than, was it 68, 78, 88, 98? So like 30, like 3 decades later. So yeah, so those Christians would uphold that. And if Christ died in 33, so if Christ was crucified in 33 AD, Nero died in 68 AD, and John of Patmos wrote the Revelation in 95 AD. We see a very small window in which these events took place. So.
So okay. So what was his like? Why did he write Revelations? Like, who was he referring to? Like, you know, who was he referring to? If it wasn't Nero, right? Because Nero happened.
No, it was. So it's largely regarded that John wrote that as essentially in not like a direct, maybe not like a direct response, but in relation to the Nero Redivivus legend, which is why Nero is directly referenced in the coded language. So it was because remember, because of the time period, Christ died 33 AD, claimed that he would return within their lifetimes. Then little over 30 years later, 68 AD, that's when Nero like supposedly dies. And then 30 years after that, so we're only talking about like 60 years. And so 60 years after that, or to 30 years after that, that's when John writes that. So, and at the time, the Nero Redivivus legend was still going strong, that Nero would return. And of course, Christ would return to defeat the beast.
Okay. Well, how do you explain the letter? Like the first thing Revelations opens up with is the letter to the 7 churches. And those 7 churches were around John's time. And like, you know, going through what, like, you know, John said, or what Jesus told John, or what was revealed to John, actually took place. Like the churches have gone through those things. And then, like, how would you explain, you know, because he wrote about those churches. And
well,
those churches
he knew about them. They were Christian communities that were located within not within his specific area, but they were Christian communities that were located. I would say, what's the word for that? Their locations were known, so they were primary. They were primary Christian communities, I believe, in what the area now that we call Turkey. They have names: Ephesus, Smyrna, Pergamum, Thyatira, Sardis, Philadelphia, and Laodicea. And synonyms include the 7 churches of Asia or the 7 churches of the Apocalypse. They represent both historical congregations and symbolic archetypes of spiritual states, often used as lessons for modern believers. So there was the churches that existed in in Asia Minor. It was called Asia Minor back then, but is now what we know now as modern Turkey.
Right. So why would you like write to them? Like, don't you think it's like just like not necessary? Like, what was the point if he was talking about the Nero situation, and then begins Revelations with this random side note of these churches? Like, you know, like, what does that have to do with the rest of Revelations? Why would he, like, you know, address these churches unless he was
if he believed that the coming apocalypse was the return of Christ, then he would, and he's my understanding is that John didn't believe that John didn't hold that anybody else got the revelation other than him. So if he got the revelation and then he wrote it down, he believed it, then it would behoove him to inform everybody else, to disseminate that information to everybody, to all the believers that he could, so that they could prepare for the coming battle. because nobody else reported a apocalyptic revelation.
Nobody reported the vision that he had.
Yeah, I mean, there's no written down accounts of anybody corroborating of like having the same vision as John did. Like the only story that exists is the one that John wrote down. Like nobody else in any of the other churches or anybody else in Christendom, none of them like reported the exact same thing. There wasn't like a whole bunch of Christians all had the same vision and that they all reported it. It all came from John. At least from what we have, what survived, it all came from him.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean that's I learned something new. But yeah,
History is fun.
I was just thinking it's I don't know. I think things are more. There's more than coincidence. Like, you know, when you see enough coincidences, you start to like, you know, pick up on the fact that it's not a coincidence.
Is that
I would push back on that a lot. There are such things as coincidences, and they happen all the time, and they are absolutely astonishing. Some of them are absolutely astonishing. You know, you can the same person in Detroit got fallen on by a baby twice in the same year. So this was back in the 1920s. He was a street sweeper, and sort of it was the done thing to put babies outdoors because it was thought that it was good for their lungs. It was the fresh air was good for them, and they had a tendency to fall out of their cribs. And this guy got fallen on and thus helped survive two infants in a relatively short amount of time. This is an incredible coincidence, but nonetheless, it's true. So, so the claim that, you know, something is just because something is a coincidence, therefore there must be some underlying guiding factor. I think that's intellectually lazy, and it will lead you to conclusions that are not intellectually robust. If you're going to rely on other people seeing the same patterns you rely on, then that's not robust thinking.
Now my mind is going to all the children that needlessly died because it's happening so often that it happened twice to one guy in a year. Like, how often was this taking place that children were falling off balconies? One big kicker is that you say that there's too many coincidences, but I wonder if you're operating from the presumption that, or from the position that the God exists. And so if you're operating from that could influence how you're kind of like evaluating the occurrence of particular events. Instead of looking at it from a perspective like, okay, so we're not going to start from the assumption that the God exists. So if we look at it, we could say this is an example of consistent narrative building, trying to keep the story consistent over time and then matching things. It's kind of like how in Zechariah, in the book of Zechariah, it is prophesied that the Messiah will come riding into town on a donkey. You remember that verse?
I think so.
Okay. Then later on, Jesus specifically asks his followers to go and find him a donkey so that he can ride into town on it. Now, just to steal him one and say, oh, they're going to steal this donkey from some poor neighbor, some poor schmuck who needs that donkey for farm work, but they're going to steal it and then just say it's for the Lord, you know, and then he's going to ride it. Now, Jesus ostensibly would know that individual would be fully aware of the prophecies of the Old Testament, the old Hebrew prophecies, because he was a Jew. So he would know these things. If you wanted to make it look like you were fulfilling prophecy, okay, I mean, it makes sense why you would ask your followers to go and steal you a donkey to ride into town on. If Jesus was there to fulfill the prophecy, why did he have to ask his followers to go steal him one? That doesn't make any sense. If this is like the culmination of prophecy from the book of Zechariah. So there's little things like that. So we have to make sure that we're not like interpreting the occurrence of events as, or evaluating them as confirming something that we're already holding to be true. So my question would be, how do we know that God even exists? Because even if these were like these coincidences, they could be entirely or whatever. How do we know that the God exists for any of them to have any kind of theological merit?
How do we know God exists, right?
Right. It's like without assuming it, so that we're not begging the question. We're not assuming that God exists in order for what we're interpreting as being evidence to do in fact be evidence. We don't want to make sure that we're not concluding evidence by committing a logical fallacy. So how would we determine that the God exists for any of the theology built around it to be the case?
Yeah, just before you do, I'm hitting kind of a cap over here, so I got to check out.
Okay.
So wanted to say, unfortunately, you definitely run into overtime again today. So
yeah,
pleasure sharing with both of you. I guess I don't make it to the end this time, but
well, I appreciate it, Andrew. Thank you so much.
Yep, and Tony. Aye.
Take it easy, bud.
You too. All the best.
Take care, Andrew.
So how would we go about determining that the God exists for any of the theology to actually hold water?
I would try to figure out if there's like, so if there's like a spiritual realm, like, do spiritual things happen, is where I would, and I see that like spiritual things happen, like, about witches and like, source, like people to do that, like that dark side of spirituality does exist. Like, there's evidence, like plenty of evidence that does exist.
Well, the belief systems do exist. I'll give you that. The belief systems certainly exist. There are people out there who practice specific things, that practice specific, like, spiritual systems or belief systems. They believe it, certainly, but it doesn't mean that it's actually the case. In fact, anytime any one of these things has ever been fully investigated, they always fall apart. So just because there are people that believe it doesn't mean it's actually true. Right?
Right.
Yeah.
I
would say, can we demonstrate access to any kind of a spiritual realm?
No, because it's invisible. It's the invisible.
Okay, so I'll give you this. Whenever I hear the term spiritual, I always just hear the term emotional. It's just like profoundly emotional. Like a spiritual experience is just a profoundly emotional experience, like really, really powerful emotions. Some people can say, like, some people report like falling in love is a profoundly spiritual experience. Like when they recognize that they love, when they feel that they love another person, or standing on top of a mountain, climbing Mount Everest and looking out upon the curvature of the earth is like a spiritual experience. Even astronauts who, get to, even astronauts going into space, looking back on the earth, can say that it's like a profoundly spiritual experience seeing the borderless, nationless earth, and feeling this compelling urge to be stewards of the planet, and recognizing that things like politics and race and all these things that divide us, they're all completely arbitrary and unnecessary to our future as a species. They have a sense of oneness, but it's all emotional as a result of like direct experiences. So that's where, when people say spiritual, I always I tend to like look at it as like a profoundly emotional experience. I've had profoundly emotional experiences. First time I climbed a mountain. The first time I was swimming off the coast of California and got grabbed by the riptide and pulled out to sea. So I had a profoundly emotional experience at that point. You could almost call it spiritual, like absolute existential dread, in that respect, because it's terrifying when it happens. And especially if you don't know what you're doing. So, but these are, there's nothing spiritual about it. It's just like deeply, deeply emotionally affecting is where I go with that. So, because we can't demonstrate the existence of any kind of a spiritual realm, right?
Right. Like, it's be hard, like, unless like personally happened to you? Because like, right, because there's a lot of people that like you can go to for evidence that like, you know, have witnessed it, have done it, have so it's like, you know, there's a lot. So I feel like there's something. The logical thing to do would be to look into, like, I don't know, like, just if all these people are saying that there's like, you know, there's spirituality, there's something deeper, like, you know, like, and it's not just in the thousands, it's like in the millions and the billions, like, you know, it's been practiced even through, like, you know, the beginning of time, right? Like, you know, people have done, like, you know, different religions do different spiritualities and stuff. So it's just like there's something to it. It's not just like, you know, I don't know. It's hard to believe that it's just emotions and whatnot. Like, there's smart people who are, you know, who are religious, right? They're not just
Right.
like, you know, like, there's scientists, like, even like, you know, there's scientists like, you know, Albert Einstein that who believes
So
there's a God. There's, you know, like, more, like, I can name more scientists who have backed
well,
up and have done deep
can I
searching.
can I
Very smart people, like, you
can
know,
I
with
make a
high
point?
IQs that say that there is a God, and, you know,
Yeah,
they've,
but
like, you know, they first didn't believe, but then they looked into it, and there's something
no,
there's something into it. It's not
you
just nothing.
you need to let me say something,
So
please.
I think just like starting
Well,
off on
hang
the
on,
basis,
hang on a
like,
sec,
you know,
Luke. Luke, PhD Tony's got something to give you there.
Okay,
Right.
being smart doesn't mean you aren't sometimes irrational, right? Just because you're smart doesn't mean you don't sometimes get angry, doesn't mean you don't sometimes
I
get
can't hear
depressed, doesn't mean that you don't have biases. So I'm a scientist.
hello.
And
Wait, Luke, hang on a sec, Tony. Luke, can you hear me?
No, I can hear you. I can't hear him.
You can't hear Tony?
No.
Well, he's muted right now.
Well, okay, test.
Could you hear him then?
Test two.
No.
Doesn't matter then. You know, sort of. I was just going to make the point that intelligent people can be irrational and emotional.
Yeah. What the point that Tony was making, I don't know why you can't hear him, but the point that Tony was making is that individuals can be smart, but it does not make them immune to irrationality. One of my favorite theists is Dr. Francis S. Collins. Are you familiar with who that is?
No, I haven't heard of him.
So Francis S. Collins, extremely well-educated individual, was the head of the Human Genome Project, was the head of the National Institutes of Health for like 16 years. The guy knows his business. You know, he understands evolution. He understands the science. I mean, it's geneticist. It's amazing mind when it comes to biology. He is a devout Christian, and in his book, The Language of God, he expressly states that logic and reason will not get you to a God. It requires a leap of faith. That you have to be willing to go that route. You have to like want to go that route. Francis S. Collins acknowledges that it's not a rational position to take. That operating off of the evidence and critical thinking and consistent epistemology will not get you to a God entity. That it does require a degree of irrationality because you are accepting a proposition as being true with no evidence that it is the case. Which is why he's one of my favorite theists, because he's intellectually honest about the epistemic limitations of faith. Like, he understands it's not a tool for epistemology. So that's predominantly where it's at, is kind of like, how do we conclude this? And I acknowledge that you believe, that you're convinced that such an entity exists, that it may provide some emotional or psychological utility for you. But if we can come to the common ground that there's no rational reason to believe that it does, we can't demonstrate that it exists, and that belief in it is a personal thing that people do for their own personal reasons, not because it's a thing that we know to exist, like in reality, independent of human minds, I think is the important thing. Where would you stand on that?
Yeah, I definitely agree. It does take leap of faith. Like, it does say in the word that that faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen. So evidence of things not, but evidence of things not seen. So you might have evidence, and if you don't want to take the leap of faith, right, because you can't see right where it leads to, then yeah, it does boil down to you have to take a leap of faith.
Yeah. So let me, so real quick, and I just got somebody new in the back real quick. I see Anatoly there. Anatoly, I see you. Give me just one moment. So one thing, I think we're at a good spot as far as a logical terminus goes, but I want to give you this one last thing, Luke. When considering epistemology, the study of how we know things, okay, that's what epistemology is. Faith itself, I think you'd agree with this. Would you agree that faith can be manipulated by other people without you realizing it?
The last part broke up. You said,
would you agree that a faith position can be manipulated by other people without the person realizing that their faith is being manipulated?
Yes.
Would you agree that a person can change faith positions based upon their experiences?
Yes.
And would you agree that someone can come to a conclusion that they have put their faith in the wrong thing?
Yes.
Okay. What these observations tell you is that faith is not an appropriate tool for epistemology in order to derive a knowledge claim about reality. And so before we run around saying that a God exists or that Jesus was X or whatever, that we acknowledge the difference between belief and knowledge, that people may be convinced of these things for whatever reason, but they can't legitimately say that they know them to be the case. And if I think you and I can agree on that, then we'll be at a really good common ground. What would you say?
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, that is what the word says. Like, it's evidence of seen. So, it just boils down to you wanting to have faith. And yeah, it's up to the individual. It's a personal journey, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. I think we're at a good spot right there. We are. Because I want to give Anatoly some time. But I appreciate you coming up, Luke. Is this your first time here?
Yes, I had gone to I did multiple chats today, trying to come to a common, like a good ground, like we just did, but they couldn't last long enough, or I couldn't get my words out.
Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate you coming in, and this was a great discussion. I really appreciate this, and you're more than welcome to come back if you have further questions or if you want to explore something else. Tony is often here. Maybe hopefully you'll get to hear him next time he's on. But you're always welcome, dude. I really appreciate this big time.
Just to offer a quick comment, my intent here is never to try and talk somebody out of their faith. Right. Just to sort of bring a skeptical viewpoint.
Right. Anatoly.
Hello.
Am I getting that right, Anatoly? We can hear you.
First time on the show. I guess I'd like to discuss religious topics.
Okay.
And
am I getting your?
I came back to religion because I was, an atheist for a long time.
Okay. And I want to make sure. Can you hear me? Okay.
Oh, I don't hear you guys. Wait one second.
Okay. We want to make sure that the audio is good.
Microphone. I'm using my phone. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes. All right.
While he's sorting that was a good conversation. I'm sorry he wasn't able to hear you, Tony. It was, but that was a good one.
It happens sometimes. I mean, there's not much you can do about it. But yeah, you guys had a great conversation. Really constructive. We've had multiple good conversations with Christians. So
Yeah.
Good.
Have a good one, Jinju. You have a great night. Thanks so much for hanging out with us, bud. I appreciate that. Anatoly, you good? Test. Now we can't hear you.
Weird.
Oh, now we can.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Coming on a phone can sometimes be really problematic. I love this Modic guy.
Guys,
this
can I try to
bot.
call back because I can't hear you guys. I don't know if you guys can hear me. When I test my mic, the mic works, but I can't hear what you guys are saying. I just see two people.
Sure.
Somebody waved. Okay, I'm gonna try to call back. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah. Tech is always such a pain. Phones are always so dicey when coming onto StreamYard. So, and spam. For the mods that are in the chat, I know Jinju just left. I don't know what other mods are still around. Andrew's a mod. Tony Regime is a mod, but it's not so much preaching, but spamming. If someone in the chat is constantly spamming the same stuff and they are not like backing it up or not like engaging in the conversation, but they're just here to like spam, then timing out would be appropriate. So unless they're willing, and Earl's here as well. Good to see Earl. Timing them out. If they just continue to spam the chat with nonsense, I don't mind a timeout to give them an opportunity. And if it's just persistent, then you can boot them or you can time them out for a long time. But I let the mods, you mods can handle it. I trust you. I trust that you've got it. I'm hoping I mean, we're 6.5 hours in. I really want to have this chat with the link for the StreamYard is still pinned in the chat. Baltachi says, "Hey guys, where should I join? The link's not up anymore. It's down there at the bottom of the chat. I'm looking at it right now. Got evidence for your God? Bring it. You got to click on it. So, but it's still physically there. Make sure. Yeah, I'm all caught up. Because I really want to chat about how he became, how he went back to believing after being an atheist. Because I'm kind of curious as to what that's going to entail. Like, what evidence brought you there?
Yeah, that would be really interesting to hear. And sort of the one often hears sort of people telling these stories, and you do wonder, to what degree did you abandon your atheism?
Right.
But did you abandon your theism? How atheist were you, or were you just sort of a lapsed theist that hadn't really paid attention? I mean, my dad was lapsed Catholic for a long time, but then got heavily back into it. So
let's see what we got here. Let's hope this works.
Okay. Hello.
And it's can you hear us?
Yes.
Excellent. And I want to make sure, Anatoly, that's your name, right?
Yes.
All
that's
right,
my
great.
name. That's my government name.
And not in all caps.
Not in all caps. No, I don't think I all capped it. I see it as
no. It's a sovereign citizen joke. They whenever they're in court, they claim that the all caps version of their name is not their real name because it has all caps. But
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Clever. Okay. No, I hadn't. Okay.
So what do you got?
It's not clever. It's fatuous.
It's fatuous. Yeah.
And they lose their cases constantly. But how are you, Anatoly?
No, I mean not them. I meant the joke. The joke.
Yeah.
I like the joke. The joke was clever.
So what do you got for us today? You said that you were an atheist, and then you became a believer. Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, look, I believe a lot of religions have a lot of stuff that's right. So I don't think my position is like, I don't know, Catholic or let's say Orthodox, but for some reason I still ended up coming back to the idea of God, and I could explain why. I don't know if you guys will, it's difficult going on shows like this because people are trying to make a point and look good, right? So generally
Not on
speaking,
this stage. Not
I
one thing I will always guarantee you, Anatoly, the purpose of this stage right now is for these discussions. I am not in it to like farm clips of people or to put people in a corner or to like make a mockery of shit or to like try and get you to say something silly. It's never going to happen because we have, in my opinion, we have too much of that crap out there. So you're always welcome to be here and whatever you want to say or convey to us, you're free to do so.
thank you. I mean, I truly appreciate it because, I don't know. Okay, look, I'm just willing to state my position, right? And
Go for it.
why I would say I came back to the idea of a God, even though it's, you know, I can understand your position. I'm not out here like I had a really, really, really smart friend when I was younger, and he was an atheist, right? And he convinced me. He 100% convinced me. I was an atheist for the longest time. I didn't grow up in a religious family, right? My mom's like an Ashkenazi Jewish woman who converted to Christianity when she was like 25 or something. And I never went to synagogue. I never went to church. Nobody ever really taught me about religion. I learned about it in passing, right? And when I was like younger, I believed in it. I stopped believing in a God when I was like 15. And I think I came back to believing in some sort of God when I was like 30 something, right? And that might be like a midlife crisis. I'm not saying I'm right. I'll just lay out the reasons for why I started to consider the idea, if that makes any sense.
Okay.
Okay. So, generally speaking, the reason that I didn't believe in God was because there was no reason. Like I used to listen to a whole bunch of these videos, right? Like Christopher Hitchens, one of like I don't know how many hours I spent watching his videos, right? A lot of time. I love them. I love the debate. I love people like, discussing it, the idea of it, right? And I was on the side that didn't believe in God for a very long time. I ended up hearing a story by a person named Jordan Peterson. You guys might probably, yes.
We're familiar.
Of course, you heard of him. Okay,
What do you mean
so
by heard? What do you mean by of? What do you mean by him? What do you mean by it? What do you mean by a? Oh yeah. Sorry. I clown on Peterson all the time.
I know. Look, I'm not saying that like he's the smartest person out there, right? There are people that know a lot more, but the idea though, right? The idea that he said, when I listened to it, right? He explained the great flood and how it happens over and over again and why. And I realized something. I realized that it's not about the fact that it's like 100% true. It's about the fact that these were the greatest minds of the time and they wrote this. And if I could understand it the way that they did, that's something.
Could
It's not
I?
about it's not about like it being 100% true in the sense that when you tell your child a fairy tale that has a moral, right? There's some truth to the moral in the fairy tale. It's almost like it doesn't need to happen. You know it's true.
Real quick, Anatoly.
Okay.
Tony, did you have something?
I've never heard Peterson's opinion on the flood, and it's of great interest to me. What does he say about the flood?
So he says that societies that are immoral, generally speaking, end up squandering the money that's needed to be used, that generally is already taxed from the population, to steal it. And then what ends up happening is God floods the world because that's how it works.
But God didn't flood the world.
Well, he flooded New Orleans, but the money was allocated for New Orleans to not be flooded by the population that was living there. It just that happened that they were living in a society that was immoral at the time, so they got flooded.
Well, hang
Their
on. There are
world,
multiple steps here. The flood in the Bible is not a local flood, right?
I understand what you're saying, but what I mean is I'm not taking it in a literal way because I don't think our ancestors wrote that way because they didn't have science like we do. So
okay,
when we look back at it, then yeah, sure, it makes sense to you, and yeah, I understand. The three of us. I would agree that both of you guys, since just with age, and you guys seem to be very intelligent, right? You have more knowledge than I do, especially the combination of both of you, right? But that doesn't mean you were as smart as the smartest person that was able to read and write and have other people that could read and write listen to him and agree with him and write it down in a book.
but okay,
That
so
lasted for. Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
well, so there was a period in the Middle Ages where just being written in a book was enough to convince people that it was true.
Well, if they only read one book, right?
Yeah, but we've moved beyond that, right? We understand that just because it was written down and a lot of people recited it, doesn't make it true. So, for instance, the events of the Iliad or the Odyssey aren't true, right?
I agree. No, but there are still amazing stories that you could get a lot of knowledge from if you read them.
Yeah,
so
but
that's
which is kind of my point.
Go ahead. Sorry.
But that isn't an argument for the existence of a God, right? These stories that were written by people.
Sure. Okay, no, I have a different argument for, let's say, God, because a lot of times I end up getting caught on the fact that they see the old Jewish God, let's say, in the Torah, and he does a lot of evil stuff, right? I agree with that. Like anybody would read that now and be like, yeah, but my point is that these people lived back then and they wrote that down because that's how it was back then. And they were very smart. They weren't dumb people. They were the 1% of the 1% of the 1% of the smartest people at the time. And that's my point. That's my point, is that there's a lot of knowledge in there if you could learn to try to understand it the way that they did. Because they weren't living at the same time that we were.
I think we can agree that there can be value in at least some of the narratives that were written down. But
I think most of them.
The thing that you've mentioned a couple of times that you'll get to is the existence of God.
Sure.
So, and I'd like you to sort of focus on that bit of the story, if that's okay.
Sure, I can. I have a reason for why I believe it. I'm not saying it's true, right? But do you guys believe in evolutionary pressure?
Yes.
You do. Okay, so would you believe that in human society, evolutionary pressure technically drives us towards the good?
Not necessarily, no.
Not always, but what works out most amongst the people. Yes.
Actually, the problem is that which constitutes good is highly subjective.
Subjective, absolutely.
Right.
I agree, because that's why slaves were owned in the.
Well, hang on a second. Evolutionary pressures are that which drives for the survival of portions of the population. So it's like certain gene alleles will pass forward to the next generation. Other allele presentations get left behind through the process of natural selection. And so it's not necessarily what's good. It's just that, like, what is fittest to survive the environment they're currently in.
What works?
Yeah,
I agree. No, okay, yeah, I agree with that. But overall, our society as humans has tended to grow more towards we should take care of each other.
Right, and to I will say, to couple on that's a result of us being a social species. So as a result of our evolution,
Sure.
So
I agree.
looking into the
I
field
agree in
of
evolution. I believe in evolution.
yeah.
That's
Looking
the
into
interesting part. Is it
but
doesn't
looking into the field of evolutionary game theory, it very to put this very simplistically, so we don't get mired down, but just to give you
Tit
the
for tat?
idea, Matt, our species and many other social species that
Not a
live
problem.
on this planet, the social groups that we exist in, engage in cooperative behaviors because of the positive outcomes of those behaviors for the entire group.
That's my
And
point. Why though?
because it provides a survival advantage.
Well, I understand,
Okay,
but why is
answer this
the
question?
Yeah, go ahead.
universe situation?
So-
Okay.
So, Anatoly, do you think you could win a fight against a tiger?
No. What am I crazy?
Okay,
Yeah,
so-
okay. If I had a machine gun, maybe, and the drop on 'em.
Okay, so one-on-one, we are not competition for tigers, but we do something that tigers don't do. We organize into large social groups so that if a tiger were to attack a village, for instance, it would be the village would be
chance,
defended by multiple people using
Yeah,
tools and coordinating their efforts. So that's our advantage as a social species. So if we developed antisocial personality traits and they become more prevalent, then that we're at the mercy of the tigers. We're just going to get eaten by tigers and bears. So the evolutionary pressure towards us building larger social structures and to becoming more social is a real evolutionary pressure, because physically we're just not that impressive compared to other animals.
Yeah.
We can't run as fast. We can't fly of ourselves. We're not as good at climbing. We're not as good at swimming, but we can think and we can organize.
Yes.
But there is the other side of this. Now, not all humans are social, are pro-social animals. Some of them are anti-social animals. And this is because imagine a society in which everybody is very peaceful, everybody is very cooperative, and then for whatever reason,
That doesn't work.
an antisocial personality is introduced. That antisocial personality has a huge evolutionary advantage, because nobody else is prepared to deal with this. Nobody else is prepared to use violence.
Sure. No, I
Nobody is.
understand.
So there is pressure from both ends. If we're all antisocial, our society falls apart. But if we're all too social, then a single antisocial person can dominate us. So the evolutionary pressure is that we're sort of middling. We're fairly altruistic, we're fairly pro-social, but we're not perfect. We're not perfectly peaceful. We're not
I
perfectly
agree.
pro-social.
I believe because there's almost always a situation where one of them is right. So the odds of the situation happening are the odds of the personality being laid on to a person, if that makes any sense. So if there's like a 1% chance where you need to be antisocial, 1% of the population will be antisocial, or vice versa, if that makes any sense. So it's almost like evolution's trying everything. And the situations that happen more often are the situations that you need to really adapt for.
So ultimately, how does this? Exploring evolutionary biology and evolutionary game theory is fascinating stuff, and there's reams of evidence that backs these things. We're not the only social species on the planet. Where there are many social species on the planet that exhibit the same stuff that we do.
Sure.
As we speak right now, there's a massive group of chimps, I believe in Uganda, that are currently engaged in a civil war that erupted out of nowhere.
Yes.
So
Yes, I heard about
we see
that.
things. So we're social species as a result of our evolution. The question then becomes, how does this get you? I think I'm going to try and cross the bridge here.
Yes.
I'm getting the sense that you believe in the concept of a God for the utility that it provides you.
Well, it's not that it provides me. It's almost like the reason that everything, like, all right, so the apes that are fighting, wouldn't they all benefit from just coming together and working together?
Typically they do.
They would.
We see that, but like I said, like Tony
Not
pointed out.
Not necessarily.
Exactly.
If their population has reached a critical threshold where there aren't sufficient resources to support them all, then competition for resources is going to become more severe and potentially violent.
Yeah.
And there can be multiple mechanisms by which that can occur. So they can't get along because there's just not sufficient resources for them to get along. And this is often the case in species that have undergone environment degradation due to the influence of humans, or climate change, or any one of another other possible mechanisms.
That's a very good point. I actually, okay, so in my mind, maybe humans are so good because we learned to work together through that, and we learned ways to get around every single one of these problems slowly throughout our history.
One of the ways, socially speaking, from an anthropological standpoint, one of the ways that human beings bond together in common groups and they facilitate the unity of the group is through common belief. And that individuals that all hold a common belief, doesn't matter what the belief is, but they all believe in the same thing. They're very easy it makes them easier to organize under the banner of that belief, and it makes them more efficient when accomplishing tasks and even defending against threats. So these things, and it doesn't even have to be a religion. It could be something as simple as like animism, something like primal animism in that respect, where we tend to see these things historically kind of grow out of. Spiritual notions can be the result. I hold that spiritual notions are a result of human beings with the way our brains have developed, essentially, asking questions about concepts, beyond what we observe in nature, or trying to find a justification for things that don't make sense to us. Like, for example, a person can lead an entirely good life, and then all of a sudden something terrible happened to them. What did they do to have that terrible thing happen to them? It doesn't make any sense. But in order to make sense of that, we have a tendency to, or to make sense of similar things, we have a tendency to invent stuff that is coherent to us. It's not like, so we invent concepts like God concepts or like spirit concepts. There's something grander going on that makes everything make sense. Everything happens for a reason. There has to be a reason that we're not aware of. And so these things develop and mutate and evolve over time, as through cultures. As cultures are swallowed up into other cultures, these things blend together and they bleed together, and you get, and eventually over time you get the kind of religions that exist today.
I think that's one arc,
right,
but the other arc is humans aren't necessarily reliable perceivers of reality. So if we perceive something, if we perceive a very strong emotional response, we conclude that something real happened. So if we get a strong emotional response from believing in a spirit, from believing in from believing that our child isn't actually dead but has gone to some afterlife, if that gives us some sort of emotional comfort, we will, we're very good at saying, well, that must be real. And a lot of people who are religious report, it gives me great emotional support to do this. And because it gives me great emotional support, it must be real. And that's not actually accurate. And this is complicated by the fact that sometimes in religious or spiritual ceremonies, you will take drugs, or you will endure thirst or smoke or extreme heat that will alter your sensory perceptions, and you will start to hallucinate, and people will assign those a reality. So there are all of these things about our perceptions that we can use to buttress the existence of spirits and the existence of gods. Sorry.
So, and there's kind of piggybacking off what Tony just presented to you. There's kind of like a story, and I'm not saying that this event happened, but I like to think of like in our primitive times, in our like, ancient tribal times. If you imagine a scenario in which a group of hunters are out hunting in Africa, okay, they're out hunting in Africa looking for game or like this, and they come across a cave. Okay, so they come across a cave in their travels, and two of the hunters go into the cave to see if there's any animals hiding in there. They go into the cave, they don't find any animals that they can hunt, so then they come back out of the cave. And then 2 days later, or maybe even a day later, both of those hunters who entered the cave die of hemorrhagic fever. like bleeding out of all of their orifices. Blah! Okay, and they die. Now this is 100,000 years ago. Those tribes people would then remember that cave and say, our people went in there and they came out and they died a horrible, violent death.
And this is actually quite close to a real story.
Right.
Marburg virus is carried in the feces of Egyptian bats.
Of bats.
And they live in a cave. And researchers that went in would die of this virus. And it was like, what the hell is going on? It took them years to sort of work out what the hell was happening. But because at the time, there was no way to work out what a virus was. You can't see it. You can't detect it. Like, until they developed microscopes, and electron microscopes that could be used to determine that viruses and germs existed. As far as people could tell, this was spirits. This was, that's a perfectly good hypothesis for what's going on, because we can't see anything else. Like, how can you prove that it isn't spirits? How can you prove that it isn't? And so we have a tendency to assume that things happen for a reason, that the people who went in didn't die just through dumb luck, that they must have done something to deserve what happened to them. Because
especially how graphic and horrifying such a death would be when they know they need their blood in them to survive. People bleed to death. So their blood is important. And then all of a sudden you go into a cave and then you come out and then 24 hours later, you're bleeding out of every single orifice from no visible injury. And then you just expire. Like, you can imagine what an ancient person would think. Like, they would say, number one, no one goes in the cave anymore because there's something in there. There's something that doesn't want us to go in there. We're not meant to go in there. You go in there, you die. Well, why did they die? And you come up with reasons as to explain why humans are not allowed to go in the cave.
Exactly. There's a spirit in there that forbids them from going in and punishes them if they do. And maybe you need to appease that spirit. Maybe you need to do something. This is sort of
maybe you need to take the antisocial people in the people who are bad in your society and throw them in the cave.
There's another cave in Turkey where you die if you go in. It's got amazingly high carbon dioxide levels, and it's called the gateway to death. And sort of as a sacrifice, they'd send animals down there, and the animals would just drop over dead magically. So there's a lot in the natural world that we now understand a lot better, and the more we understand, the less room there seems to be for spirits and deities. But that isn't to say that we can prove that there aren't spirits and deities. Maybe there are. Just so far, all of the questions we've tried to answer, we can answer without spirits and deities. And this shouldn't be seen as an attack on your faith. Again, if your faith brings you comfort, and is important to you, I don't want to attack it at all. I'm just saying that, and you came into this saying the same thing, that you don't think you could convince other people necessarily. And we're just providing. There's a lot of robustness to the skepticism position, but that doesn't mean we can prove you wrong. And that's not our intent. So,
I mean, I really enjoyed listening to both you guys and both your guys' points, right? So, but it's very difficult to explain. But my position isn't based on any of that. I feel like what the people back then would have wrote is still true. If you go, what you said is we need to do something if we go into that cave, right? You said that if you go into a cave, right, there's rat feces, no, not bat feces, right? And that infects you. So we need to appease the spirits in there. And that's being said by men back then, right? And they were right. They were right. They just didn't have the knowledge you have now.
They didn't understand the causal mechanism of it.
Yeah,
So they
exactly.
concluded
In
the best they could.
In the same sense that we have biblical prescriptions against eating pork, because of the potential for disease that swine keep. Swine have when they can't be washed, and or the prescription against seafood,
Shellfish, right?
which can quickly decompose and go off.
And red algae balloons.
And
Me
red
and my
algae
friend one
balloons.
time.
Yeah. And
Okay, so you guys are smart, right? I have a question for you guys about that, about what you just mentioned. One time, my friend, right, me and him were talking, and he's like super healthy, super fit, you know, runs a lot, doesn't drink, doesn't smoke, all the, you know, 100% trying to stay alive as long as possible, right? So I asked him one time, and we ended up having a question about pneumonia, and I told him that there has to be pneumonia in the human body, right? And he was like, no, there can't be any. It's toxic or whatever. And I was like, what about shellfish? You eat shellfish and they become pneumonia. And when we looked it up, it only said smells of pneumonia and taste of pneumonia.
Wait, do you mean pneumonia or do you mean ammonia?
Ammonia, I'm sorry. Ammonia.
Because pneumonia is a respiratory condition.
Oh, I guess pneumonia then. I'm sorry.
Ammonia would be it, so.
What shellfish smells like after it goes bad.
Yeah.
So
it smells of ammonia. Okay. So ammonia. We weren't able to find if pneumonia is actually produced in the shellfish or if it tastes like and smells of pneumonia. And my point to him was like, well, if it tastes like pneumonia and smells like pneumonia, I'm just saying there's probably pneumonia in it.
Well, I think so. There's ammonia in humans, right? I
was right. Thank you.
So humans and chimpanzees are the only animals that have ammonia in their sweat.
Wow, I got really lucky.
So
I just thought because shellfish turn into ammonia, there must be some ammonia inside of us too, since we eat them.
So we do, but ammonia is just so it's nitrogen, and one molecule of ammonia consists of one atom of nitrogen and 3 atoms of hydrogen. And nitrogen and hydrogen are reasonably abundant. So that I believe that ammonia is a byproduct of other metabolic processes. And I think that if you've got an ammonia smell in food, that's a suggestion that some undesirable chemical process has occurred in that food.
Yeah, for sure. Everybody who that smelled to died.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's how I see it. Everybody who that smelled good to died.
Yeah,
and that's why
and this is why we have a sense of smell. Actually, humans have very sophisticated nervous systems, and we depend very much on the food that we ingest being of a very high quality. If you look at cats and dogs, they can eat much worse food than we can. They can eat food that would be toxic if a human ingested it. And the reason is that we need to keep our brains functioning, and the chemistry of our brains is very delicate and can be very easily sabotaged if we ingest the wrong chemicals. So we have to be very careful and cautious about what we eat. And it's not a matter of everybody who does something dying. Even if there's an elevated risk, if it's elevated enough, humans will spot it. That's risky. Don't do it. And I think the prohibition against incest in the Bible, I think, is similarly a consequence of the same thing. It doesn't happen often, but inbreeding, if you do it enough, has adverse effects. So, the Aboriginals of Australia, the last tribe that sort of met Western civilization, they had a very elaborate structure for how to avoid inbreeding. They broke their tribe into 4 groups, and from each group, you could marry. The women were exogamous and the men were endogamous, and and that varied depending among the four groups. They had a really sophisticated mechanism for guaranteeing that inbreeding didn't occur. It's not just the people who wrote the Bible that were clever and worked this stuff out. Other people.
I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
There were people that were sailing way before their time, right? I agree with your point for sure. Other cultures have also have very, very smart men that left very important knowledge, not just for no reason it stayed around. And that's my point with, I'd say, the Bible. It's not like, and yeah, okay, I believe in the Bible for some reason. And because, I'm in America, that makes sense. But what I'm saying is that if I was in India and I was looking into Krishna or Vishnu or any of their gods, there will also be very important lessons left by very smart men. The same way, if
I'd say you could get the similar thing from like Aesop's fables.
Sure, yeah, I agree with that. Yep, absolutely, a moral. That's probably the point to where I would say it's real, that it's an evolutionary pressure.
Well, I wouldn't say that it's that they're not real in that sense, but they are efficacious in the information that they are trying to convey.
It's
I would
true.
say.
I agree. Right. That's my point. I would say
there's efficacy there, but it's
almost
humans.
like
it's humans conveying information in ways that is readily accept, or that can be readily accepted, instead of kind of like taking a complex notion and communicating in a way that everybody can recognize and putting in a way that's easily grasped, especially by children, like Grimm's fairy tales. The original Grimm's fairy tales were cautionary tales against, and they were horror stories.
Yeah,
but
they were true. But they were
true. Instead of smacking someone with the stone cold reality of it, you can dress up a cautionary tale in kind of like flowery guise to convey an important lesson.
I think I think that's okay. I think that's actually harmful. I feel like the old school Grimm's fairy tales were actually much smarter and on a much higher level than the people that looked at it and remade it to soften it. I think the idea of
I think we developed a social kind of like awareness of trauma and that traumatizing.
Okay, no, I agree, but the thing is that the world is traumatic and it will traumatize you. That's the problem. The problem is that it's true for women, right? When even the Disney stories that were like, let's say, I would say whitewashed. But like, if you look at the story of Beauty and the Beast, that's what a lot of women are living, right? They're living in a in a world where the man has everything, but is a beast, and they're trying to change.
There are some groups that call me a bear, so.
Okay, well, sure. Okay, well, to each his own. I'm not here.
In the end, and for the sake of it, and because we're getting a little bit long because we're over the 7-hour mark.
Sure. Yeah.
I think that both Tony and I would agree with you that these things, like historically speaking, these concepts did have a social utility and therefore a survival utility. I've always held that they did. I think that as our societies progressed and we began to systematically eliminate the various challenges and threats that we faced when in our more ancient times, that they no longer really serve the purpose that they used to in such a survival sense, and more it's really more today, like in today's speaking contemporarily, they really more exist as a kind of like social metric in which we can justify certain biases and think of ourselves in a certain way and justify disparity of belief and disparity of experience. And also I think like lineages go into that, like, your bloodlines go into that as well. They feed very heavily into these things. I think the big thing that we both try to impart upon you is maintaining a consistent epistemology across the board, and approaching these things, all of them across the board, no matter what religion you're looking at or what story you're looking at, but approaching them the same way, and making sure that you're consistent in that endeavor, because breaks in your epistemology are going to open you up to things like I brought up with the other guy, with the previous caller, like being manipulated by external sources.
No,
evaluating
I
everything that comes
look. I agree that all
comes
that
down
can
the pipe,
happen.
right?
That's not, that's possible for almost even the smartest people in the world. I feel like, anybody could be just manipulated by what they want to see or
Right.
hear. So it's not, you know.
So I
My
think
my
it,
my point is that the reason that I believe in it is because the evolutionary pressure leads us towards the good, which is an odd thing, and I feel like that's what our ancestors saw. What they were describing as God wasn't it was it was something that was like the farther back you go, the harsher the God was, right? So, and that's because life was harsher. I feel like if you go to like the Jewish God, yeah, it was really harsh, and that's the reality that those people were living in at that time. That doesn't mean that they were wrong when they were describing reality at the time. And every story has something to it that's true, in not in the it happened sense, but in that there's a moral that if you actually look at it and you could put yourself in the situation of the person experiencing it, true.
well, I'm not certain that I would say every story has that.
Okay, well, yeah, maybe you're right. No, of course. I mean, look, I definitely don't remember every story, right? I remember the highlights, but that's not even the point that I'm making. For sure, there were people that maybe added stuff that shouldn't have been added because they were just as smart as the people at the time and they weren't that smart, let's say. But there were geniuses in the Bible, for sure. And those stories stuck around. That's my point. And they tell us something about our experience.
So just
Yeah.
to sort of sum up from my point, the idea of the evolutionary pressure to form larger and more efficient social groups
Doesn't
explains
always work out. I understand. No.
it doesn't always work out, but to my mind, it explains the typical morality of humans. So the father of economics is a guy by the name of Adam Smith, and he dedicated a book to whether or not humans are intrinsically good, and he came to the conclusion that if they weren't, society wouldn't work. So there has to so humans are intrinsically pro-social in general. Like, this is a general overview. It doesn't hold for everybody. There are, as I say, antisocial individuals,
Sure, absolutely.
and even a pro-social person can act in an antisocial fashion from time to time. But
Absolutely.
but in general, that's true, and it's good to recognize that. But if you're going to sort of attribute that to the existence of some sort of deity, some sort of spirit, some sort of God figure, that's okay. That's your choice. But you should keep that very separate from your analysis of the real world. Okay, who you vote for, what policies you think the government should pursue. These should not be informed by religious beliefs.
Well, yeah,
These
no,
should be informed by data and actual analysis of the problems that you think the problems that you think are most important for society to address. And that should not come from a place of proselytizing. That should come from a place of analyzing the needs of the various members of society and thinking about what policies best meet those needs. So I'm okay with people having religious beliefs, but I just think when you're voting, when you're choosing which policy, leave that aside and just look at the data, because it's possible that your God doesn't exist. It's possible that you're wrong, and so the data will stop you from going too far wrong. Engage with observable reality and leave your religion sort of outside of analysis. Does that make sense?
for sure. No, I mean, I only vote for what I think is good for the community. It's not like it's not like I go it's not like I go and vote for, there are certain things I feel like, okay. I feel like over time, people get more accepting of everything. That's not a direct threat. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, absolutely. This is what I was talking about when I was. This is actually what I was exactly thinking about when I was talking about forming larger and more coherent social groups. In order to do that, you become more accepting of anything that isn't intrinsically antisocial. So accepting gay and trans people and the like,
I mean, look,
as long as they're not antisocial, as long as they're not harming other people, we should accept that. And thus,
my best friend was gay. My best friend was gay.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
and was probably a really good person. Like
he was great. He was great.
Yeah.
I mean, he was okay. Look, there was a caveat, and that's not because he's gay, obviously, but he was just a person who would always tell the truth to everybody, which is, you know,
that can get you into a lot of trouble.
He was
I know.
disagreeable. He was disagreeable, but he was also honest. Right?
Yeah, I know.
Which is an
exactly
amazing combination.
I know exactly the sort of personality you're talking about. So
right. Well, he was amazing. He was one of the best people in my life, right? But a lot of people didn't like him because he would tell them the truth, and that's a pain in the ass almost. If that makes any sense, right? And I don't, and I loved him. This was my favorite person almost for, years and years when we were kids. And I hated him in the beginning. That's the crazy part. Me and him, we had this whole thing where we hated each other, and then we became friends, and he was, so
yeah, so it sounds to me like, if you just need to, it sounds like you're very well intentioned. You're not using your religion as an excuse to marginalize or belittle or attack anybody, and that's great. And if and the extent to which you're convinced there's a God, you seem to understand that that's an argument that works for you, and that's something that works for you, and it's not something that other people are obliged to share in. And you seem like a well-intentioned individual from the conversation that we've had. And I wish you the best of luck. I've no desire to sort of change your mind, just to present that there are, sort of, we can arrive, JL and I can arrive at a very similar mindset without necessarily accepting that there's a God. But as you say, as you yourself point out, there is a huge amount of overlap between all humans as far as the perception is good, as far as the construction of a productive and respectful society is concerned. And so, I think that's where we meet. And we took different bridges to get there, but we meet in an area of mutual respect and even admiration.
Sure. No, I mean, for sure.
That's high
I think
praise.
that what I'm saying by God is it's the force that's driving us towards the good. So all the stuff that you think was bad before that we evolved through is leading us towards a better direction, and that's kind of my reason for it. I don't know if that's crazy, but it's like if I look at the universe and I'm like, it's leading us towards better as a society constantly, and as long as we do that, everything seems to work out better. Even maybe not immediately, maybe we like struggle and go through horrible times and suffer, but as long as society overall moves in that direction, it gets better and better and better and better.
So long as we don't destroy the biosphere.
To each other, yes, exactly, right.
Because if we destroy the biosphere, then we're all going to wind up in a Cormac McCarthy novel, and it's just going to be really, really horrifying. So
Sure. We have to that's okay. So that's my definition of good. The definition of good is not just good for you today, but good for you tomorrow and 100 years from now, and for your family, and for your community, and for the environment. Because if that's not good, then that's really good. That's what good means. It doesn't mean good right now. It means
I would agree. I would say
run.
that you could refer to that as God. You could say that that's kind of like the shining principle that you hold in your life. I wouldn't say that translates to any kind of like hardcore, or dedicated religious structure in that respect. But it's almost kind of like a pantheistic kind of view, where which
Everything's
is
God.
fine. It's an unfalsifiable notion, but that's cool. If it, like I said, if the concept provides utility for you, that I don't find that to be problematic at all. Where I kind of like draw the line, and I hate to say it's like so dogmatically, I draw the line in the sand. This far, no farther. You know, I'm not, Patrick, I'm not Picard versus the Borg here. But where I go is like when people go out in the world and try to convince other people, often to their detriment, that what they are convinced of is actually true about reality. And that's where I find it to be societally problematic. I think the way you're coming at it is much more open to, I say much more open to questioning, and is much more fluid, which I think is better. It's not hardcore dogmatic. It's a thing that you hold, and you're not trying to run around convincing other people that your position is true. It's just that it has utility for you, and that works, which I think is fine. Yeah.
I like the debate. I honestly do. I like debates when I was, I like to watch debates when I was an atheist as well. I just loved it. I spent a whole lot of time doing that. Like, I mean, 60, 70, 80 hours, maybe 100 hours of just watching Christopher Hitchin debates.
His debate with Stephen Fry against the Catholic Church was an eye opener. Is the Catholic Church a force for good?
For good or evil, yeah.
Yeah, and it was Christopher Hitchens and Stephen Fry, and that was
what's funny is
amazing debate.
I only used to watch him. That's the interesting part, is I almost always skipped over, because when I listened to it, it didn't sound right. It didn't sound like I could get anything from it. But now that I've understood, okay. So my idea of God is there's God the Father, which is almost like you said, a pantheistic God, which is everywhere and everything, and that's the way it is.
Universe is technically interchangeable with the concept, right?
Right. God the Father. Jesus is the truth within the structure, especially when said out loud.
I'd be more inclined to say that the individual in the Bible is a character, and that if there was a real person that walked the earth, that inspired the legend, that inspired the kind of like character in the book, which I hold is entirely possible. That individual had some decent ideas that he had gotten from prior individuals. They were not like new ideas. They were pretty much old concepts.
They were the law.
They were old concepts that he repackaged. They were like I was talking with one of the previous callers. A lot of the stuff that Jesus was bringing up when it comes to not the stuff about like the Mosaic law and shit like that. A lot of the ways that Jesus was talking about how people should interact with one another and our intersocial behavior, a lot of that stuff was taken from prior Hellenistic philosophers. I find a lot of theists today seem to forget that centuries before the character of Jesus was ever walking around.
Krishna,
Alexander the Great came through the Middle East on his eastward conquest. In the wake of Alexander the Great's army, philosophers and businesses and civilization came with him. He left garrisons and settlements and all kinds of stuff in his wake, and with them came teachers and all manner of stuff behind him. The Greek Empire was expanding, and so it wasn't like the army just came through and nothing was left behind. He was setting up the world, and so a lot of the Hellenistic thought of these philosophers that Alexander the Great grew up with, a lot of these Hellenistic ideas took root in ancient Judea. And so these concepts got filtered in to the culture and were accepted because a lot of them were really popular. A lot of them were like, advocated for like do unto others as you would have them do unto you and stuff like this. And so Jesus would have been aware of them at the time, and he simply repackaged them in a kind of Jewish theology to present and support the notion that he was who he was implying that he was. So I just, he's one of many kind of like, itinerant rabbis who had some good ideas, spread them about, formed a cult, and pissed off the authorities, and then got nailed to a stick for his troubles, as the Romans were wont to do with people who
Sure,
caused
no.
trouble. So
Look, I'm not saying that all of that might have been true, but that's not my point. My point is that the story, when it was written, wasn't written about the actual person of Jesus. And if he was saintly and never actually lied, right, and always lived the perfect life, let's say, right, a way that you
except for
wish
when he
you
was
always
cursing fig
acted.
trees and he was attacking people in the temple, and he was chastising a woman for being a Canaanite, and aside from all that stuff,
Uh,
Sure,
and telling
but
people
sure.
to
That's not
leave,
the
and telling people to
what I'm
leave their
saying is that's
families,
not.
and dedicate themselves to him. So
uh,
Well, I don't think
can
it's the
I?
same thing. Oh, okay, yeah, go ahead.
So I would, to me, the teaching of Jesus that has always stood out as the most valuable is the parable of the Good Samaritan, right?
The Good Samaritan. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a whole joke about that. He's a good Samaritan.
Well, but Samaritans were not only a persecuted religious minority, they were a racial minority, and though it's the religious element that is the biggest part of this, but the idea that it is not the details of religious worship that are important, it is how you treat the people around you that is important as to whether or not you get into heaven. Now, yes, in the stories, Jesus did all this other stuff, but Jesus, to my mind, is kind of irrelevant because it doesn't matter who said the story. It's the principle of the story that's the most important.
Sure. No, I agree with that. That was
So I don't think you need to I don't think you need to bind yourself to a religious Jesus, to a biblical Jesus, in order to distill out what is the valuable teaching that Jesus gave us, and cleave to that. And as
well, it's
JL,
almost like he's the symbol for me. He's the symbol for the logos. He's the symbol
okay,
for spoken truth and truth in general, and the ability, like words, the ability
so
to pass the truth
you
on. So,
know, what was the first religion that we're aware of that came to the conclusion that there was one God, one
oh
true
no,
God, and
was it an Egyptian one?
no,
Probably. No. Okay, then I don't know.
it was
The Sumerians? No, they
no.
had many gods. Yeah.
So Zarathustra was the guy who came up with that, right? And this is thought to be from Scythian religious principles, the one truth, the one true God, and it was thought to have, so that's what's Zoroastrianism, I guess.
Ahura Mazda.
Yeah, Ahura
Well,
Mazda
all those
being,
words sound very familiar, but I have no idea what they mean.
Yeah, Zoroastrianism I think it's approximately like around 1,000 to 1,500 to like 1,000 BCE, founded by Zarathustra or Zoroaster, Zoroastrianism, Zoroaster, and but Zarathustra, and it focuses on Ahura Mazda, otherwise known as the Wise Lord.
God,
And
Immortal
so,
Technique rapped about all of this. Okay, that's how I know these words. Okay, the Ahura Mazda. Sorry.
and I was actually reading a book that made the argument that that Zarathustra, or Zoroaster, and Gautama Buddha and Lao Tzu were all Scythian inspired.
oh wow,
Sure. I mean, that might be true, but
that's fascinating.
Yeah.
that's an amazing, I love that. I love I love mythology. I love the Greek gods. I love Hinduism, right? Um I feel like every single one of these stories has something right in what they're saying. So there's no, if you almost look at every story and you're able to digest it in a way that doesn't require it to be 100% fact, but there's a lesson that could be learned in the story. There's usually a great lesson in the story. And it doesn't, and I understand that some of the stories are, about the laws that were enforced at the time. So, like, if you bring up horrible things that happened back then, I agree. Yeah, for sure.
Personally, I think
I'm
you can get more out of the relationship between Gilgamesh and Enkidu.
Gilgamesh.
'Cause-
Isn't that the oldest one?
Yeah, the relationship between Gilgamesh and Enkidu, between the king and the wild man, how they developed their friendship, and their friendship lasted through their lifetime until Enkidu's death. That is, it's obviously it's myth, but the concepts of connection and friendship in that one, I think, are phenomenal. They have some great takeaways. But then again, I there's a lot of stuff like these ancient stories have fantastic, I would say morals or parables or whatever like this. We humans have been telling them ages, to convey information to the next generation. I do appreciate this, Anatoly. I think we're in a good spot. We're about 7.5 hours.
I don't know how you guys do it.
But I appreciate you coming up. I do. I think we're at a good spot right here as far as how we're speaking epistemologically and how we address these things. And I think that we've given you a good amount of information that you can take and kind of like look over and do your evaluating with. So, but I appreciate you coming up, and you're always welcome up. I'll be doing these more often. The next one I'm going to be doing is going to be this upcoming Sunday. So.
If you're interested, you guys, thank you.
Yeah, if you're interested, coming in, and if you like this kind of stuff, be sure to check out my channel. I've got tons of content about this stuff. So
I'll take a look. Thank you.
Awesome, appreciate it.
You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. I appreciate the conversation, and I loved it.
Anytime, bud. Thank you.
Great. Have a good one. Thank you for talking with us.
Thank you.
All right, and. Thank you, Rembrandt. Appreciate you being here. And thank you, Musashi, as well. Appreciate that. Ancient Churchianity, do voice acting while talking. I don't know what voice acting you want me to do. There's I could do funny voices. But I don't know what voice you want me to do. What would I do? Nothing's coming to mind. I'm tired, so nothing is really coming to mind. So, but I think we're at a good spot. 7.5 hours is pretty solid. I know there's a fair amount of people. We don't have anybody in the back looking to come up. So,
but I did just belatedly notice that Chris X was suggesting we recommend Ayn Rand to this guy. No, nobody should read Ayn Rand. On the subject of cruel and unusual punishment, reading Ayn Rand is right up there. It's pointlessly stupid in every single way.
Let's see. Kermit when doing philosophy. Metaphysical refers to the ideas and studies or entities that go beyond the physical material world, dealing with the fundamental questions of existence, reality, and knowledge.
Have you seen Seth MacFarlane's recitation of the soliloquy from Taken? As Kermit?
I have not. I haven't.
So I have a very particular set of skills. He just does it as Kermit.
I have a very particular set of skills.
And, I will find you and I will kill you.
I don't know who you are. I don't know what you want. If you are looking for ransom, I can tell you I don't have money. But what I do have are a very particular set of skills. Skills I have acquired over a very long career. Skills that make me a nightmare for people like you.
Yes.
I think that's about as good a Kermit as I can generate.
That's very good. I find it very impressive. So well done.
Appreciate it.
But okay, apart from crapping on
I probably gotta finish it out. Hang on a sec.
All right.
If you let my daughter go now, that'll be the end of it. I will not look for you. I will not pursue you. But if you don't, I will look for you. I will find you. And I will kill you. It ain't easy being green.
No, it isn't. Yes. To answer Chris X's question, by the objective standards of literature, Ayn Rand is and by the objective standards of rational thought, Ayn Rand is nescient.
For me, it was F. Scott Fitzgerald. I can't fucking stand him as a writer. Like, I can't stand Fitzgerald. I really can't. Why do they think he's a good author? It's just like, come on. But nonetheless. All right. So,
I'll say this about Ayn Rand. She's worse than Lovecraft. She's worse than Tolkien. I can keep this up all day. She's pretty fucking bad.
I like that. Rodinello's name says, I still want a Shroud of Turin as Han Solo in Carbonite. All right. I think we're in good shape. This has been a really good stream. We're about almost 7:45, and I think this is a good spot. I know I look like we had an influx of people from some other streams, but I hope you enjoyed the Kermit impression. And I want to thank everybody and thank for all the super chats and everything that came through. That was really awesome. All the support makes this worth it. And I love seeing those membership milestones, seeing how long people have been subscribed. It's really awesome. And I couldn't do this without your support. So this is good. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm going to go ahead and pop this up so you can see me. As always, I'm going to be doing this more often. You got one tonight and you're going to get another one on Sunday. So just look for this in the schedule. If you're subscribed, hit the subscribe button, hit that notification and the bell. That way you'll know when they come, whenever I'm going live, and hopefully we'll see you there. And so, Tony, you got anything for us? Any more lies that flat earthers tell?
Yes, I'll be doing something about, and I'll be moving on to lies that young Earth creationists tell in a little bit.
Nice.
That's my intent. Just saw Will Duffy on Gutsy Gibbons, and I mean, he was on earlier today at the same time you were, and fucking misinformation, the same as always. She seems to teach him stuff, and then he goes away and slavishly tracks down creationists who tell him, no, you should listen to that nonsense. But all of the heat that was generated by all of that atomic decay, it was all squished into 6,000 years. Yeah, which doesn't make any sense. But so he's got me annoyed at creationists. And like, I know that, Erica is giving him, sort of free lessons and that sort of thing. And people are saying, well, he's open to learning. Well, that's yet to be demonstrated because he keeps on going away to sort of parrot, crappy young Earth creationist talking points and anti-evolution talking points. And furthermore, even if he accepts evolution, he's still anti-abortion, he's still anti-gay, he's still anti-trans, and he's still destructive to, he's still antisocial in many of the ways that he acts. And until that changes, my opinion of him won't change either.
Oh, wow. Just in a quick update here. Appreciated Jay Money. Jay Money just entered the chat. Good to see you, bud. Who's gifted 10 memberships to the Godless Army. Thank you so much, Jay. I appreciate that support. Please, all the new subscribers, enjoy your custom emojis. And I want to check something before we go. Also, I've hit 14.9K. So I am 100 away from 15,000 subs. I'm 100 away. So I'm that close. I can taste it. I can taste the 15,000. I will definitely do that would be really cool if I could hit 15,000 very soon. I'd love to do it before the summer. And I want to double check and see what the status is, because I have a Krakatoni emoji that I need to drop, and I need to make sure, see if we have the opening yet as far as the memberships go. Badges and emojis have unlocked the next one. See, this is what's so screwed up. I can't tell. See, 16 emoji. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, so I currently have 20 emojis. So I think we need a bunch more members to unlock these. So I currently have 20 emojis. To unlock the next one's probably going to take a bunch more members. So I don't know how many because I'm not looking at the amount. It'd be my 21st emoji. So my 21st emoji. Give me 1 second. It's supposed to tell you amount of custom emoji you can. Okay, so it'll be my 21st. 21 emojis. I need 300 members, and I think we're currently at half that. Okay, because there are currently 20 emojis that are available to everybody. So we're a ways off from the Krakatoni one, which is a shame. Unless I just replace one of my emojis with a Krakatoni. That feels like it's cheating.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, but I'm 100 away from 15,000, which it just totally excites me altogether. And thank you so much, J Money, for the support. You rock for all the new members, and maybe hopefully they'll renew it. I think it'll be really cool. But as always, this has been the Stage of Reason. I am JL, and this is the channel Bridge the Divide. If you liked it, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, dislike button if you didn't like it. Be sure to leave a comment below on what you think we can do different or how we can improve. Any of your feedback always helps. Plus, it helps. Those interactions help to push us in the algorithm and make this whole thing possible. So I can keep doing it, and we can keep having these conversations, having fun. So this has been a great one, and I appreciate everybody. I can't express it enough. So 100 away from 15K. That's the next big goal. So thank you again, Tony. I appreciate you coming out. And thank you to Andrew for hanging out as long as he did. You guys rock as always. Be safe, be excellent to each other. And together we can bridge the divide. I'll see you next time.